Hey folks, how's it going? Yeah, so this was a little bit of a last minute idea to do a live stream today, but it's the new year, right? And I'm not back at work till Monday. So I thought I'd do some live streaming. I was going to record some Shadow Empire stuff, but I've played a lot of Shadow Empire over the last few days, mostly just for myself. Right? It's long overdue that I reacquainted myself with Shadow Empire because, yeah, I want to be more involved with it. To be honest, I've really missed playing it, and I found that Minos Tribe series so intense that it kind of like wore me out a little bit. But I've realised that the things that wore me out about it were actually the things that I was enjoying. So it's been cool to get back to it. All right, Sean, how's it going, man? Good to see you, dude. Guys, late for you, isn't it? Is it late or is it early? How many tinnies in? I've got a bunch of beers here, but I'm not going to drink this early. It's only 1 o'clock. Hey, Dave Flutes, how's it going? Happy New Year to you too, sir. So, yeah, I thought I'd play some Conquest of Elysium. I might switch over to Shadow Empire at some point. I don't know how long I'm going to live stream for. My usual vocal stamina is about 2 hours, basically. 2 to 3 hours. Is it only 9 o'clock? Okay, sorry, Sean. oh, sorry. Sean's saying, no, that's the beer count. It's 11:30. That's nothing, man. What kind of Aussie are you? Yeah, so I might switch over to Shadow Empire in a bit. But I really want to play Conquest of Elysium as well. It was this year, really, where kind of working for Stardock in the daytime, so I'm doing stuff, making videos for and doing other stuff as well for a strategy game developer, and I love that. It's so fun. But in the evenings, I kind of don't want to either do edited videos, or I don't really want to be playing strategy games, basically, because I find that, like, by the end of the day, if my brain power's been taken with work, then I don't have so much energy for playing long, complex strategy games. And so I've mostly been playing like arcade games and retro games and stuff on my Mr. FPGA and, kind of old stuff like that. But I've started getting back into strategy games again over the last month, really. And part of that is because I've been playing Stardock stuff, and then I was playing Ashes of the Singularity 2, or the early versions of, and that's kind of got me really excited about RTS games again. And so... yeah, and then from RTS games, I kind of like transitioned back into playing turn-based stuff too. So that kind of made me realise I needed to finish my Shadow Empire series, and I wanted to start a new one, and then Conquest of Elysium as well. Because last year I realised that I've got two. There are apart from the Battle Queen, of course, there are two main gaming loves in my life. One of them is Conquest of Elysium 5, and the other one is Shadow Empire. I very much like Galciv 4 as well, but these two, outside of work stuff, these two are like my favourite games, and it's time to play Conquest of Elysium 5 again. Like I just haven't given Illwinter enough love this year, and Illwinter are basically, they're the best. Those guys are the best. They make the best games, and their attitude towards games development is just absolutely exemplary in my opinion. They don't pander to people. They do what they want. They make their game, and then they balance it a little bit for everybody else. That's such a great attitude, in my opinion. Hey, Drexy, how's it going, man? Oi, oi, oi. Not sure how long I'll stick around. Bad enough trying to play games myself, let alone watching others. Yeah, nobody should feel obliged to watch this sad old guy play games on New Year. But yeah, it's good to see you, Drex. Like, I'll tell you what I did yesterday, Drexy, if it's interesting to you. I was watching Daz Tactic play Age of Wonders 4 while I was playing Shadow Empire, because while the Shadow Empire turns were processing, I was watching Daz play Age of Wonders, and like it was really cool to watch Daz play that, because it's his favourite game, and you can see how much passion he's got for the game. Even if I don't love the game, it always makes me want to play watching Daz play Age of Wonders, right? And so that was actually really cool, because I don't watch any other YouTubers anymore. The only YouTubers that I actually watch, like most of their videos, is Mark from Electric Underground, but that's probably because he covers arcade stuff, and so I don't really watch any other strategy game. But I don't even watch Lucid much anymore, unfortunately, and I love Lucid's content. I think he's amazing at what he does. but I haven't watched any of Lucid stuff in a year or more, and I rarely watch Daz. I just catch it with Daz's live streams. Sean saying that goon kind of hit me hard the other night. What goon? Had an oh no I'm old moment and decided to take it a bit easy. Oh yeah. I can't drink that much anymore, man. Like I've got some beers here. I found this beer that I like, that I can actually drink without it making me not want to do stuff, which is it's a British beer called Hobgoblin Session IPA, and it's just 3.4%, and I can drink that basically all day. Like it doesn't I feel like I've been drinking, but it doesn't make me like doesn't make me exhibit any of the the drunkard sort of behavior, whether that's just kind of feeling lethargic, not being bothered to do stuff. So that's the only beer I've found that I can actually drink and play games or do other stuff. But yeah, I'm having a break today. Blow your mind. Hey man, how's it going? Drexy saying, I bought Age of Wonders 4 DLC last night, so I guess I'll have to try again. Yeah, I did that. By the way, Drexy, did you ever get the one with the giants in? Because I was watching Daz play that like yesterday. He was playing the giants, and I'm actually impressed with that triumph done with the giants. Like the giant on the tactical battle map, it is a giant. It's the only game I've ever seen where a giant actually looks like a proper giant. I was like, got to give Triumph credit, man. They, within the constraints of the game, that they've tried to make, and it's a game that's very much made for casual players in a lot of ways, but they've gone to town with these new DLCs, and they've really made, like, I'm really impressed with it. In fact, even Lucid was saying this the other day. He said he thinks that the later DLCs are actually a lot better than the stuff that they released on release. So Drex is saying, I've just been playing some Blazing Chrome, which is a Control. Like, I've got that game, I've not played it yet. What's it like, Drex? I'm interested to know, because yeah, I bought Blazing Chrome. Oh, it's one of the... I don't often buy games and not play them anymore, but that was one of the ones that went straight on the pile of shame. I made the mistake of buying it just after I bought my Mr. FPGA, so I basically got a ton of running guns on there already, but Drexy saying, yeah, I got the Giants, Dragons and the Primal. Okay. Philippe Moras says, hello mate, huge fan of your content, Happy New Year. Hey, thanks man, I really appreciate that. Happy New Year too. Alright, how long have I been going? I've been going 10 minutes. One of the things that I've realised is that I talk too fast when I'm doing live streams, so I'm going to try to play a little bit, because I'd actually like to live stream for a while today. I don't want to burn out after just 2 hours like I normally do, so that might mean I'm talking a little bit less, but that's not easy for me to do because I'm just a chatterbox in general. Let's start a new game. Okay. Who do I want to play as? I think sometimes it can be better to think about who you want to play and then think about the map. Blow Your Mind says, in the first game of Shadow Empire, I'm pushing through with everything, seems suspiciously under control. Curious how it blows up. Thanks for the toots. Yeah, no worries, man. I really enjoyed doing those tutorials because it just gives me an opportunity to make... I'll be dead honest, it's easy content for me, that is. Like, I can just turn on Shadow Empire, talk for like an hour, and then done. But I think that there are people who've done more concise tutorials that some of them are all right, some of them but none of them go into any depth. And I didn't see even Daz's. Like, I love Daz, his tutorials are the best in my opinion, but even Daz's don't really it shows you he'll go through sort of elements of the user interface, but it doesn't really show you what it does in the context of a real game, right? And I think that's where my videos will be good for people. I've already had a lot of positive feedback about those tutorials, and they've only been out for a day or so. Sean saying, I saw old mate caved and got Conquest of Elysium 5, might have to try it at some point. Lol. Yeah. Have you not got this yet, Sean? I thought I got you a copy of this. I remember buying a copy for Rob. Was it Conquest of Elysium 4? I don't know whether he ever played it. But yeah, this is a great game, man. Like, it's very different to Shadow Empire. Like, I think you might like this, Sean, because this is a game that you can play just for a bit and then put it down, and then come back, and it still makes sense without having to, kind of to go through a load of old sort of like memory baggage in order to try and figure out where you were. Blow Your Mind saying, helped a lot, specifically leaders were enlightening. Yeah, I think I'm going to do a series of tutorials covering elements of the game, so stuff like leaders, but what I need to do is get some more gameplay footage, I think, so that I can, because the examples that I was using weren't the best examples, to be honest. Sean saying, you bought Conquest of Elysium 5, just never got to it. Drexy saying, reminds me, I still need to play Door Kickers 2. Yes, great game that is. Drexy saying, honestly, I never got on with COE. I'm just so bad at it. Yeah, it's one of those things, Drex. I think some people really twig with it and some people don't. But anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start a game. I'll catch up with the chat in a minute. All right. Let's play. So I usually play on one of these, Monarchy or Empire, but they're all great in their own way. I used to play this a lot, agricultural. The problem is there's not a lot of cities, and the cities are kind of fun to assault, and you know, you get better income on them. And there's a lot of brigands on this one too. Okay, let's play on the Empire, because I think Empire is always a fun one. I'll put that on. I don't know if I'm going to be playing with teams. I'll play with Wilder. I like Wilder. I just think it makes the game more fun. Definitely more on battle reports. Yeah, I'll put it on a large map. Any larger than this, the game ending stuff tends to get a little... Like it on a huge and enormous map, you're bound to get at least one of the game ending events, and they're just kind of annoying. If I'm in the mood for them, I like them. If I'm not in the mood for them, I don't like them. Okay, so for any of you who don't play Conquest of Elysium, I would advise you just leave the game on either just play it on Jester or Pissboy. Look, these are resource modifiers. So if I remember right, I can't remember if it tells you here. No, I think Jester is like 50%. Oh no, Jester's like no modifiers. Knight gives you the enemy a 50% resource modifier. Baron gives them 75. Count gives them 100. After Count and Marquis, game gets very hard. Like to the point where you've got to play in a really cheesy way. I don't enjoy anything over Baron really, because I like to kind of play it as a strategy game, but I also like to do the adventuring, you know, RPG side of it too. I think Butler or Knight's about right. If I'm playing someone I don't know, I'll play it on Butler. If I'm playing someone I know quite well, I can play it on Baron. Knight's fun though, because I will actually lose on Knight sometimes. Sean's saying, the Total War experience. Yes. It's one of those things. Like, it's also like Total War in the sense that the difficulty only really, like in Total War, there's this kind of thing where if you play it on easy battle difficulty, actually it makes the game harder. Which I don't think Creative Assembly ever intended. Let's put the unique random players on. What did I put it on? Large? I did, didn't I? So we want some new character players. I've forgotten the hotkeys now. N for new player. That's it. 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we're on a large map. Let's put 8 on. And who going to play? I was thinking about playing High Priestess because I really like this class now. Like I started doing a tier list video, and I'm still working on that. I think I lost the notes that I made. I'm such an idiot. I took extensive notes for High Priestess and for Witch, I think, and for which one else? I did some extensive notes on some of them that I'd not played very well before. Kobold King, I think, was one. Monkey Maharaja, I made extensive notes for. Everyone's playing Guildmaster at the moment. I do like this class, by the way. This is a really good class. Very fun. But I'm leaning towards playing High Priestess, because this is a powerful class. I think if I'm playing High Priestess, I really should probably put it on. I'll put it on Knight, because we don't need to be like crazy strong. You know, I don't need it. You can have problems with this depending on the on the dice rolls that you get. Samurai Wolf saying, "Sup chat? Hey man, how's it going?" Assume you're a man. If you're not a man, I'm going to call you man anyway, because I just call everyone man. Okay, so High Priestess. We'll just give her a random name. I don't care what the name is. Okay, here we go. 21 concurrent viewers. That's not bad for the start of a battle mode stream. Okay. Alrighty. This is great news. So anybody who plays High Priestess will know why this is such a good start. There's a creeping doom there. That's kind of scary. That thing has got invulnerability. So you can't kill it with normal damage. You've got to use magic. But you can burn it with fire. And if I remember right, Dark Prayers, or whatever else. Yeah, Dark Prayers has got fire spells in, I think. Maybe we have... Well, anyway, we got Milkar, the Hyrule. Khazar Milkars. The Hyrule. Okay, she's got Pain and Poison Web. We've also got Gavriela. Gavriela is our High Priestess. There we go, Lashes of Fire. Okay, so we can take out that... Creeping Doom with fire spells. Cold Scorpion and Cold Spider are very, very nice spells. Scorpion's a bit better, maybe. These could be sent at long range, though. And really, the strength of the Scorpion or the Spider is not in how strong they are. It's in the fact that they are, you know, something that the enemy's got to deal with. Vengeance is a nice spell, and it curses stuff as well. Yeah, okay. That'll do. That looks good. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to get rid of Vengeance, and we'll have Cold Scorpion and Cold Spider as well. That means that we will not need quite so many normal troops. Thorin Element says, hi Battle Mode, cool, some new CoE 5 gameplay. Yes, I'm going to play Conquest of Elysium 5 for a bit. And I might switch over to Shadow Empire a little bit later on. So anyway, let's get started. I'm going to start recruiting some troops. Just remind myself of what we got. Oh yeah, alright. And what rituals have we got? The Lesser Ceremony to Baal. Okay, so this is the one that... Okay, so you get better units with this ceremony and the Ceremony to Baal if you do it in the desert. And look at what we started right near a desert. This doesn't often happen with the High Priestess. So that is really, really nice. Which means we don't want to lose... Yeah, I think we've got to be a little bit careful. Okay, Markatas and Bandar, you know, they're not that difficult to take out. This guy, on the other hand, could cause us problems with Witchery level 1. They've got... Yeah, these have got Venomous Bites as well, and these have got small poison bows. Actually, this is a little bit of a tough battle to do at the start. I might actually leave her here, just in case... Yeah, they're not going to they're not wandering troops, though, are they? Let's go and grab this oasis as the first thing. And then we've got 11 deer. That's a bit difficult. That's difficult for us to grab as well. These are both nice, though. It means we're going to get some blood summons at the start, but there's a few too many of them, actually, for us to take out. Let's go clear these deer out. I don't expect to lose any troops here. Thorin Element says, I have Conquest of Elysium 4. Is the newer version that much better? Yes. It's a huge, huge improvement in terms of overall game quality, because Illwinter added a lot more features and they tweaked everything so that it all works together more coherently as a game. Conquest of Elysium 4 was a good game. I'd put it into like B tier, you know, top B tier, whereas this is this is an S tier game. This is like top S tier now. It's that much better. It just added so much cool stuff that just made the game way more fun. Like what? Okay, so for example, they added easier access to magic items, which makes a lot of other classes make more sense. They added easier access to basic wizards. Do we get Desert Move, by the way? No, we don't. Okay. You get better access to kind of basic wizards, which makes classes like the Baron and the Senator a lot more fun to play now. Yeah, there's a load of stuff in this game. It's really, really good. I've got some tigers there. Okay, we've got a decent start here, so I want to play cautiously, because Conquest of Elysium on Wilder is one of those games that you can die quite quickly if you're not careful. Like, for example, to something like this. These giant locusts are way more dangerous than they look. Let's go and sort that Creeping Doom out. Now, we need to make sure that we are casting Lashes of Fire on this thing. Vengeance might also work. So let's put Vengeance on. So we're going to kill that thing. We might lose some troops here, depending on whether we get that spell off quickly or not. But I need more summons. There we go. Zap. Okay, so we didn't lose any troops. That was great. That was nice. And we get, this is a village, so we get two sacrifices from this. We've got a bunch of hyenas there. Let's take those out. I might just put Call Scorpion back on. So we've just got more chances of getting more units in there in the battle. Conquest of Elysium is one of those games where you kind of need to be careful at the start of the game because you don't want to lose too many units. It's a real trap to lose units, and I'm really bad for it because I'm impatient. Okay. I've got some tigers there. These Markata are actually more dangerous than they look. However, we do have shields, and shields reduce the damage of incoming attacks by 0 to 1, which means that those Markatas, if they have... Oh no, they don't have Markatas with bows. So they're going to be doing between 1 and 3 damage, basically. It's 1 to 5 minus 2, so that works out at 1 to 3. So the most damage they can do is 3. Should be okay. We might take casualties in that battle, though. Okay. Let's go and take these guys out, and we've got a free village. If you guys got any questions about the game, by the way, just put them in the chat. Ooh, yeah, we did lose a troop there. Yeah, so we lost a Barlight Spearman, but we do have some. We've got enough money, or we will do soon, in order to grab some more. Those giant locusts are annoying. They might, if they walk onto us, we might lose some troops here. I don't think we'd lose, but yeah. A little bit worrying, that. Okay, they didn't move on to me. Those 7 large spiders is probably something I can take out. Let's just kill those slingers. Oh, and there's a free gold that we can get from the bridge. Okay. It's actually winter at the moment. We're not going to notice it because we are deep in the jungles of southern Elysium. Okay, by the way, we can now use the Lesser Sacrifice to Baal, which I will do, and I'll do it in the desert, and you'll see that you get some pretty cool units in the desert. Okay. Let's grab... I'm going to get some Barlight Spearmen, just more frontline units. I feel a little bit more safe now, so I'm going to grab one of those archers, Barlight archers, and then next turn we're going to jump into the desert and use some of these sacrifices to get ourselves some interesting units. And depending on the dice roll you get, you can get some cool stuff, so... Yeah. Yeah, we're just going to stay here. Sean says, no, winter is relatable. Yeah. Southern Elysium is pretty much a death world, just like Australia. Okay, here we go. Let's get 2 ceremonies to less ceremonies to Baal. Okay, we got some scorpions. That sucks. And we got some bigger scorpions. They're all right. So, I mean, not a great haul there, to be honest, but they're better than a kick in the teeth. Actually, these units are pretty good when you're... These are really, really good for sieges. One of the reasons why I class the High Priestess as an S-tier class in, you know, kind of a low S-tier class in Conquest of Elysium is she's like, castles just mean nothing to her. She's got so many flying and crawling units that, you know, defenders just get swamped. Thorin Elleneman says, the game over trap of overextending too soon because of impatience is also why I had trouble with getting into Conquest of Elysium 4. It takes a lot of experience to get a feel for when to attack, yes. And there's an ebb and flow to the game, and every character class is different. This is the scariest power scaling class in the game, I think, The High Priestess is horribly strong. I think she's probably going to be a good one for multiplayer if you play multiplayer, because they've got this ability that can eat villages basically. So you're one of the only character classes that can attack and destroy enemy economy, and you can turn that economy into troops basically. So they're very, very strong. Okay. Let's go and get... I'll go and take these guys out first, and then we'll come back for the battle mode. Oh, sorry. Philippe Moras. Battle mode. Are you thinking of making a new tier list video anytime soon? I discovered a lot of bangers thanks to your last one. Do you mean the 4X video tier list, or do you mean the Conquest of Elysium power class list? If you mean the 4X game list, I don't know if I'll do one anytime soon. What I might do, if people like those tier list videos, and I love doing them, because they give me a chance just to talk, basically, and I just like talking about games. So yeah, 4X tier list you mean? Okay, so I don't see why not. What I might do is be like, or do something like top fantasy 4X games, and then go into the games in a little bit more detail, rather than just doing another tier list. Because I mean, I did miss stuff on the tier list, but I don't think I've got, like, this year I didn't actually play that many 4X games, so I haven't really got anything new to add to it. Although, I mean, some of the stuff... Ooh. They've got prayers. And these are strong. But this is... Oh, there's a spider tribe village. Oh, he's got a magic item, look. Oh, Staff of the Magi with an extra range bonus. Oh, I really want this. I'm going to go and get that. It's going to hurt, but let's do it. Let's just see what Gabriella's got. Let's put Vengeance in there, I think, just so that we can try and kill these whatever's in here faster. Yeah, so I'm interested in doing tier lists. If people like doing them, I reckon that they're kind of going out of fashion a little bit, but I don't really care about fashion. I like them anyway. Yeah, this is going to hurt. Look, we're going to lose a lot of troops here, I think. That giant spider is doing a lot of damage. Okay. Yeah, I lost 7 troops, including 4 Barlight Spearmen and an archer. But we did get the Staff of the Magi, which is going to turn Gabriella here to a bit of a powerhouse in terms of magic. So look, this is giving us extra range here. Alright. Ah. This is a really great start. Let's get some... Oh, there's a scout available. Super important, because that will enable us to see any ambushes before they happen. I'm going to move on to here, and next turn we'll use the desert summoning, or the ceremony to Baal, lesser ceremony to Baal. So my buddy Imperialis said something really interesting on my server the other day. He was saying basically that Conquest of Elysium is kind of like a 4X game at the start, in the sense that you're more constrained by needing to be at your what's the word? Be at your cities and stuff to be able to make armies, but then you kind of turn into like total war horde mode because you're starting to actually create units from your characters as they're on the move using spells, and that way you basically just you become a moving unit generator. So you're like in a horde, and that's when you go on the offensive. Drexy's saying, right, gonna go and watch some more Gravity Team Tactics tutorials and never play it. Then get some sleep before work. Hey, have a good one at work, Drex. I'll see you tomorrow for the podcast, mate. Take care. Sean's asking, is Gravity Team complicated? Yeah, it is a little complicated, that one. It's like it's like another flavour of game, like Combat Mission. Oh, hey Aaron, how's it going? Vash or Vaish? Oh no. Okay, yeah, I wanted to do that ritual. Never mind. Let's just get that done. Okay, there's another scout available, but I don't think I want to. Okay, let's get this ritual. Lesser ceremony to Baal. Okay, I've got a couple of giant scorpions. Not the best units again. What's Milkar got? She's got the Blood Feast. Okay. So I suppose we could be eating farms. Vash is saying, doing good. Happy New Year. Hey, Happy New Year to you too, man. Sean saying, hey, I'll stick to regiments. Yeah, I think Graviteam's like more complex, basically. It's a pretty complex game, but it's fun. I didn't play it very long though. Right, I'm gonna get some more archers here. Yeah, I'll leave these two here, and then I think, hang on. Yeah, I can go and take this out now, and then we've got another sacrifice. Battle in a Tavi tribe village. Yeah, these Makatas are not going to do as much damage. There we go. Okay, yeah, we didn't even lose a single unit. Okay, 5 sacrifices per turn. We lost that coastal hamlet. These ones are dangerous because every single one of these things uses poison, and so you're going to lose a lot of units. But poison's not so annoying on smaller units. Nathaniel says, I just spent 50 hours learning the ropes of Graviteam last month, lol. And yes, I think it is kind of complicated, or at least very opaque. I enjoyed my time though. Yeah, that's the vibe I got of it as well. I think I played it for about half an hour, and I was like, oh, okay, this looks cool, but you know, I'm not that bothered yet. Okay, so these look bad, but I'm actually happy to have small units, because these small units have this tiny ability. So all non-area area attacks will have a 50% chance to miss it. So basically, these are really good against stuff that, you know, like archers and things that use poison, because they just don't really care about it. We do need more units on the front line, though. Now, to some extent, against stuff that uses poison, you might be incentivized to use less units because, and that sounds weird, but if they, like, you know, the random arrow fire hits and wounds a lot of stuff, they're going to kill more. Whereas if they keep hitting the same thing with low damage poison, it's kind of less of a problem. I am actually going to go and take this unit out here now. I think we can, also this one out. Blow your mind. Oh, sorry. Sean says, I'm sure it's cool, I'm just a bit too much of a casual these days. Need something I can sort of figure out on the go. Yeah, I get you, man. And Blow Your Mind saying, I put about 25 hours into Combat Mission Normandy, and Graviteam just seems beyond my scope of understanding. I'll stick to Combat Mission for now. Brutal, but having fun. Cassie Jankowski says, hey BattleMode, just wanted to say I've been really enjoying the Shadow Empire videos this week. Happy New Year. Hey, Happy New Year to you too, man. Thank you, I appreciate that. I might play some Shadow Empire in a bit. I just wanted to play some Conquest of Elysium for a little while, because I missed this game. This is one of my favourite games. And I feel like I've been cheating on it a bit with Shadow Empire for too long. Okay, there we go. Look, that was very, very manageable. We didn't lose a single troop. Most of the poison that they have is kind of low-level poison. Okay. Yeah, we're starting to get enough. We're getting enough sacrifices now that I can actually get one of these summons quite regularly. I'd like to get. I think I might have Milkar. I would stick her in a desert and just have her auto summoning at some point. But she's not got the. She's only got lesser blood feasts at the moment, so we'll just keep her with the main group at the moment. Alternatively, we could just move. We could take all of the units with Milkar, and I could have Gabriella. Her just summoning. Problem is, she's my main mage, and I kind of want her to be fighting. Everyone's just saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year, guys. Okay. I was actually going to do a live stream yesterday, but I fell asleep early on New Year's Eve. We didn't end up going out or doing anything this year, and I wanted to spend a bit of time with the missus. So yeah, I just sat and did some Shadow Empire stuff yesterday. All right, let's go and get some more units. I actually want some Barlight Spearmen on the front line, I think. But let's get some. Yeah, we need a stronger front line. Okay, there's just large spiders over there. And those giant locusts. Maybe bit annoying, but I think I can defeat those now. Yeah, let's go and clear this, and that might be a good way of getting some more resources. Okay. This is one nice thing about Conquest of Elysium, the turns are over really quick, especially in the early game. Okay. There wasn't actually any Atavi in that Atavi tribe village. They just had spider guards. Okay. My next job will be to clear out those Empire troops who are down in the bottom left. I do wonder if there's if the capital's nearby. Let's go and kill those giant locusts now. I think we can do this. Now, one nice thing about the High Priestess is the Bar-like troops are very, very good. These are better than average troops. The reason being is they've got high strength and they've got high morale as well, because they're cultists. So, and they got javelins and they've got a shield. They're just superior quality troops. So that's one thing that's really, really nice about them. Oh, okay, we've got a whole bunch of stuff up here as well that we want to grab. There's an assassin. He's a leader. I think he's worth getting to. So let's just pop the assassin down there. Sean's saying, "Oh, the fast turn thing just reminded me. Got to try Gladius with that new unit pack." I'll be honest with you, man. I feel like Gladius has got too many units now. I think it's bloating the game out, and I don't think they need any more. But that's just my opinion. I'm sure people will disagree with me, but yeah, I'm not that bothered about more stuff in Gladius now. I haven't bought that DLC. I kind of feeling that they're just adding stuff for the sake of it now, just to keep the cash cow going, rather than to make, you know, cool stuff for the game. But you know, I haven't tried it, so I shouldn't poo-poo it, I guess. There's a bear. Okay, I reckon there's more than a bear here. Snow Snoozer. This unit sleeps at every opportunity whenever it is in a snowy location. If attacked, there's a chance of it starting to sleep. This is a recruitment building. Let's hope there's no secret vampires or anything in here. I'm pretty sure I would have seen them though. Yeah, Gladius is an interesting one. Like, I've given up on Zephon though. I don't like Zephon, I've decided. Sean's saying, I'm with Daz on if they ever made a Gladius 2 with whatever engine they used for Zephon, I'd be all over it. Yeah, I would as well. Oh, it's just a bear, look. I don't think the bear will even get past my summoned units. There we go. Okay. So, we can actually get Brigands here. These aren't bad units because they are stealthy. So Brigands are actually pretty cool. Also, this is giving us a... Oh, hang on, where are we getting the trade from? We've got a market village. Oasis, there we are. Okay. Oh, there's an iron mine. I definitely need that too. Okay, I'm going to just get a normal lesser ceremony to Baal. By the way, I was quite surprised at how bad the units I got from the desert tiles are. They're not usually that bad. You usually get better units from the desert. Oh, I've got an old weapon master. Let's get that guy into our main force as well. In fact, let's just go into here and just put him as part of my troops. Okay. I think this assassin, let's give him some archers. Okay, and I'll start forming a second army. Frag Tactic says, is that some kind of prehistoric wombat? Prehistoric, which one do you mean, man? Hold on, I'm getting a bit confused now. Which was the prehistoric wombat? Is that it? This thing? No, this is a bear. Sorry, Sean, I'm not sure which one you meant. Yeah, I'm actually going to kill that. I'm going to kill that, then I'm going to kill this, then I'm going to jump into the desert and I'm going to do a ceremony to Baal, a better one. big ceremony. I'm going to save some money. One of the tips that I'll give you for Conquest of Elysium is don't always spend your money as soon as you've got it. You want to save it because you will get offers for cool stuff that you will miss if you're always spending all your gold. Brad Tactics saying, oh yeah, the bear makes more sense. Yeah, you don't have bears in Australia. Nathaniel's saying, I love the sprites design in the Illwinter games. Yes, I do as well. You have good taste. It really bugs me when people say that the graphics in this game's bad. Like, this is not... This has got beautiful, beautiful handmade graphics. All of these are hand-drawn by Christopher from Illwinter. He does all of these, all like 10,000 of them. There's literally about 10,000 units now. I'm not joking. It's absolutely insane the amount of work that's gone into it. So I really appreciate how much, yeah, just how much effort they put in. I think I'm going to get a couple of brigands here. This might lure enemies in, but these guys have actually got bows, so they are decent stealthy defenders. I do need to go and get this mine, I think. I also feel like we need to be clearing these guys. They don't seem to be moving yet, but look at this city. They've got bishops. They've got temple guards, which are the blessed ones. They get +1 morale. Yeah. Okay, that's where these guys come from. Look at that there. There's 5 sacrifices in there. That is going to be my first target. Now, this is going to be a little difficult because I got the crossbows, but if I get enough wall climbers, look, those crossbows are going to get swamped. So that's why you don't want to discount the little swarmy units, because they're actually really good. Okay, I'm going to go and take out... I'll grab both of these. That guard tower is worth getting as well. Yeah, I love the graphics in Conquest of Elysium and in Dominions. I think some people, I'm not going to talk for everybody. I don't want to insult anyone too much, but I think some people don't understand the difference between old style stuff and bad. Vaish says there feels like a significant difference in quality when you go to the combat screen with the sprites. Okay. Do you mean like this? By the way, I've got a CRT filter on here because I think it just makes the graphics look a little bit nicer. But yeah, so that's one thing that might be affecting things for you guys a little bit. Alright, this guy, I'm going to give some spearmen. And I'm going to start building... Yeah, I want to start building up an army here. You want 2 armies as quickly as possible. By saying the backgrounds, yeah. Well, the backgrounds are... The backgrounds are there for clarity as much as anything. Oh, like trees and stuff. Do you mean better quality or worse quality when you see that stuff? Yeah, I think this is more about readability than kind of like pretty aesthetics. This was very basic in earlier Conquest of Elysium, by the way. These are good graphics for Conquest of Elysium. Believe it or not, Illwinter actually put the graphics up. they upgraded the graphics in this one. Okay, so we've got an iron mine here. I'm going to put... Let's just put a couple of... Guy with Battlefront. I'm just going to put a couple of units here. And I want to take this guard tower here too. Okay. Just keep him there. So Joel's saying, what do you need the sacrifices for? I should watch an actual tutorial of this. So every character class uses different resources basically, but this one uses sacrifices that you get from villages and towns. And you use them in rituals, and the rituals are what give you, you know, you get like new units from them, you get new commanders with new spells. It's got this amazing unfolding gameplay where you'll be like, okay, by the way, don't use spoilers when you play this game. This is such a great game for finding new stuff, just in being delighted by it. So like you'll do a ceremony to Baal, and then you'll get like new units, but occasionally you'll get like a commander, and that commander has got its own spells and its own things to unlock new units. So it's like this kind of like cascading, you know, content machine. It's so good. Okay, let's go and grab this, and then I'll conquer this. I'll try and get an army up here, just like we've got one down here. Look, oh, we've got a Hyrule. Okay, great. Leia, she's got pain. and Blood Boil. Okay, good spells. So this guy now, these are actually in a position where they could go and take more stuff, but I need more troops, I'd say. A few more troops first. Vash is saying, oh, the backgrounds, the trees and such worse in here. I think the map visuals look a lot nicer than their screenshots indicate. Yeah, I think... Okay, we're going to lose some troops on the front line here, but look, we've got stuff that's going to be summoning in, and these are wall climbers. Look, so these units will climb over the walls. And this is why, one of the reasons why this character class is so scary. Because she's got wall climbing summons. And look, they just make such like short work of towers and things. There we go. We lost 3 Barlight Spearmen, basically, and a few spiders. I don't care about the spiders. Okay, we've got another Hyrule available, but I don't think I can afford her. Oh, there's a labyrinth there. Look at that. That will take you out for 3. You'll be stuck in there for 3 rounds. Now, I forget if you get anything out of that. You might do. Oh, that's not going to make me fight a captain, is it? Barsh is saying, I kind of wonder if maybe they should go with a drawn map style for the combat. Maybe. I think that, you know, like, they're just, this is like, imagine it like a Dungeons and Dragons paper tabletop map. I think that's what the intention is. In fact, that's been telegraphed by the fact that, ooh. Okay, they got gelatinous cubes here, which are dangerous. They got big hit points, but yeah, I don't know. I might just leave those. One of them's disease, look, and I think I'd rather that died before I tried to fight it. Yeah, so Illwinter have actually made one of their other pieces of software that they've got on Steam is called Illwinter's Floor Plan Generator. And that is actually for people who play role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons to create floor plans for their, you know, to use as a tactical combat thing for their role-playing games, pen and paper role-playing games. So that's their kind of, you know, they play a lot of RPGs. They're very much into RPGs. Like I'm friends with Christopher and Johan on Steam, and I often see those guys playing various RPG games. They're really into them. Particularly Christopher, but I think they both love them. Okay, I got a load of summons now. I probably should use some of these. Getting 8 per turn. I kind of want to get down to a desert to do it though, because you will get better stuff. This town is really nice as well. Let's get some more wall climbers. Yay! Oh, there we are. Go on, let's use the normal ceremony. Okay, I got a Lamashta. These are invulnerable, so they can't be killed basically by normal weapons. So this thing is, you know, it's 75 summons. It's quite strong. It's got quite good magic resistance, and it's got a death blade, which means when it kills something, it will reanimate the victim, and it flies. So you got to be a little bit careful using it because it flies ahead. It will fly and die on anything that's got magic weapons or spells, but. Yeah, watch this. Watch this little sucker go. Sean's saying, yeah, right. Now I know. I prefer going in blind. So good call. Yeah, you don't need to. If I would avoid spoilers with this game, spoilers will ruin this game. Okay, we get some Barlight Zealots finally. There we go. Look. These are only crows, so I don't think we'll take too many casualties here, but I do need to take this village back. Vash is saying, I can see that. We do a lot of pen and paper ink maps, pen and ink maps for D&D. Yeah, that's right. That's what that software is designed for. I don't play any D&D anymore. I don't have anyone to play it with, unfortunately. I'm kind of a bit too busy for that. I do like D&D though, a lot. Oh, I used to like it. So this thing's invulnerable now. Look, so this thing's just going to fly ahead, and it's going to bash this door down, and then it's going to go in there. Provided there's anything left, it's going to reanimate all the corpses. So here we go. What? Can she get in before? Yeah, she just flew over the top. Okay, so we did actually get a unit out of that. We got a soulless soldier. We did lose a few troops, but that's to be expected. So, oh, there's a werewolf available, which we're getting because we can recruit that in this fortress here. They're really good. They're worth getting. Okay, that soulless is actually slowing us down. The soulless is a zombie basically, so just gonna get rid of that. 14 crossbowmen. This is gonna hurt. Oh, we got a library. Alright, so I've actually inadvertently kind of moved away from where I wanted to be. I don't really want to be too far away. So I'm glad that I've got the second army down here, which is why I built it actually. It's one of the things, you've got to be a little bit careful because in Conquest of Elysium, it's hard to hold what you've taken, especially when other AI players come in. So you have to be a little bit, you know, don't just rush off and grab everything. It can be tempting and valuable for the resources that you get, but just be careful that, you know, you will attract the attention of the AI. Thorin Element says the soundtrack is also so good, especially in Dominions 4. I think the soundtrack that Illwyd picks for all their games is good, man. I actually like the soundtrack to this. I think Adrian von Ziegler is an amazing musician, great composer. He's also very kind that he allows people to use his music for their, you know, YouTube videos. And as long as you credit him, he's happy. He doesn't like charge you or anything. So I think that's really good of him. What a legend. Alright, this is going to be a little bit too hard for us at the moment. Got a green enchantress. I'd better come back for that. Okay, so let's get back down. Oh yeah, I want some archers here. I'm going to grab a couple of those. And then we want to move the... I think we can probably take this. Yeah, we can do that. We will lose some troops, but that's okay. Gosh, time always flies when you're having fun. When you're live streaming as well. Okay, I'm going to get some more archers because we need some more Barlight archers on the front line here. And then I'm going to start heading back down this way to start picking up some desert troops, I think. Because I really want some of the desert stuff that you can get for this class. Oh, alright, we've bumped into one of the AI players, Purple. Lauren Element says, Battle Mode, you talked about the Russian free game on the podcast the other day with the New Horizons mod. I can't find a link to that. The ones that I find are blocked because Russia. Ah, okay. Yeah, so use a VPN, basically. Just use a VPN. If you've not got a paid VPN, just use a free one, and you know, connect. Yeah, it's Eodor. Eodor Genesis is the name. But if you just type in Eodor Genesis, New Horizons, with a VPN, and then you can download it basically. If you email me at battlemode@protonmail.com, I could probably help you out. 4 green oozers in this iron mine. Oh, I'd like that. But those things will kill my Lamashta. So I don't want my Lamashta going anywhere near those. Let's go and take out this elephant, which feels a bit sad because elephants are cool. I had a dream about an elephant the other day. But I need more tea. Yeah, Eodor Genesis is one of the best games that I've played in a long time with the New Horizons mod. It's absolutely amazing. And like, I don't, you know, I know that it's easy to kind of like play a game that you've not played before or you've not played for a while and then get, you know, super enthusiastic about it and claim that it's the best thing you've ever played. But like, I think I'm getting better at analysing like the tightness of games and game mechanics, and I tell you, man, that game is so good. It's so good. There have not been any... Oh, come on, Lamashta. No. I wanted her to turn it into a carcass, into a zombie elephant. Fractax is saying, wait, you can't download a mod? Not to be rude, I didn't realise they'd restrict something like that. Yeah, so yeah, some countries are restricting Russian websites and stuff. Excuse me, guys. Oh dear. Is that a thermos of tea? Yes, it is. Battlemode's battle tea. Okay, so okay, we've got another serpent tribe here, but we've got plenty of troops on the front line now. Lamashta poison resistance? No, I don't want her to get. I don't want her to die poison. They've got poison javelins as well. Hang on. No, she's not. She's not immune to poison. Philip Moraz says, if you guys are ever in the market for a new 4X, try the We the People mod for Civilization 4 colonization. Okay, I'll check that out, man. Chrome Drake Gaming, hello, says, yet another game I own that I need to play. Thanks again for your Shadow Empire UI tutorials, still going through them. Yeah, they are long, but they are very, very comprehensive. I did miss a few little things, but nothing like really serious. So yeah, I've got a lot of good feedback about those. I'm really pleased that people like them. Oh, what's happened to her? Oh, she's got a never healing wound. Alright, oh well, that's not the end of the world for a mage. What rituals has she got? She got the less ceremony to Baal. Okay, I'm going to use that now. Okay, that's nice. That was a better roll. So, for those of you who don't know, the dice rolls in this are randomised when you... Oh, we got a Monkey Maharaja. Frag Tactics saying, I take a thermos of tea to work every day. British heritage going strong. Yes, of course. This is the best thing about the British Empire. We took tea from people who were good at tea. Okay, there's a lot of Markatas here. Is that a Bandar Raja or is that a secret Monkey Maharaja? Sorry, is that a secret... Wait, that's a Bandar Raja. I don't think that's going to be a Raksha Raja in disguise. Ah, there we go. We got a Sayer. These are really strong. And we got some Marzik as well. Now the Marzik don't look that good when you first get them, but if you save those little things up, they are really good in sieges. They are like your siege, you know, your best siege unit, because they just fly forwards and kill stuff. They are really, really useful. Okay, have we got a? No, let's. I'm gonna get some Barlight. Oh no, not the heavy infantry. I want the Barlight Zealots here. And we're going to go and pick some of those guys and put them on the front line. I want to go and kill that Monkey Maharaja and take him out of the game. Nathaniel's saying, gotta go, my dog has zero patience about his walks. Have a nice stream, battle mode. Bye all. See you later, man. Yeah, don't let the doggy wait. Take him for his walk. Okay, let's get some more of these. Okay, there we go. Now we're starting to get the good units. These Sayer are absolutely brilliant. Look, strength 6, high morale, high magic resistance, 36 hit points, 2 hits, a claw and a gore. So that's slash damage and that's slash damage as well. So it's got 2 different attacks and desert move, and it's banishable, unfortunately. So you don't want it to go anywhere near anything with prayers, but very, very good. And you only get them from deserts. That's not the only thing you can get from deserts as well. Yeah, look like Monkey Maharaja moved away. Oh, halberdiers are really good. Let's get those guys in my home base. No, let's get them here. And we'll have those as our backline troops. I might actually eat this farm, so let's go to Milkar and she could use Lesser Blood Feast. There we go. So we killed that. We basically sacrificed everybody in that farm, but we get a couple of Gibbors. Which is a funny name for me. But yeah, these Gibbors, these are really, really strong. I mean, well, that's what Gibbor means, doesn't it? I think Gibbor means strength, if I remember right. If I know my Hebrew. So... yeah, I'm getting 20 of these a turn. So Lair can pretty much stay here now and just start summoning units. And this is where this class starts getting really, really strong. Because you can, as long as you can get to a desert, you can get loads and loads of like units out of it. Keezy says Gibor means hero. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm getting mistaken with. So I learned some basic Hebrew stuff when I was learning some old ritual magic stuff, and it uses Hebrew words. Hebrew. Very, very interesting, lovely, very, very interesting, lovely language. Oh, you're Israeli, right? I wasn't expecting Hebrew in Conquest of Elysium. Well, yeah, I mean, I got it wrong, didn't I? But Gibor is one of the names that is used. It's one of the many names of God, I believe, in Hebrew. Now, understand that I do not speak Hebrew. I know all the letters. I did some, like, you know, I was really, really into Western occultism and ritual magic. And so they use Hebrew, they use some Hebrew words, but that doesn't mean that I can speak Hebrew. I can't speak any Hebrew. I don't know, you know, very much more other than the basic alphabet, or the Hebrew alphabet, and some of the words that they use for God. But I find it fascinating. I think it's really interesting stuff. Okay, what do I want now? Yeah, let's go and take this Oasis back, because I shouldn't have lost that. Oh, actually, I didn't realise I had trade. That was silly of me. So we want to buy... Actually buy iron, because at the start of the game you can make some good use of iron for the High Priestess, at least until you've got some better units. Yeah, that's cool, man. So how's it going over there in Israel? I've never been to Israel. It's one place I've never been to. One of my best friends went recently and he loved it. He had the best time. Like, he absolutely loved it. He just said the people were great, super friendly, and really excited to, you know, to show him around, and he just had the best time. Okay, I got loads of sacrifices. I need to be using these. Okay, but I want to pick up these units that I got here. So I got myself a werewolf. That's really good. Now I don't want too many units because kind of want to keep your armies a little trim. I do want some more zealots, I think. So let's get those guys in the front line. Start taking these wounded units out. Sean's saying it's cool when real-world languages pop up in games or books, etc. Like June using Arabic for the Fremen language. Yeah, it's fantastic, man. There's so much stuff to learn from around the world. You keep an open mind. Okay. Can we take this? I think we could, because we've got some nice CG units like these Mazik. Thing about Mazik though, they really work better when you've got lots of them. Oh yeah. So anyway, by the way, this High Priest class, this uses this has a kind of ancient kind of Hebrew inspired, you know, like from Hebrew myths and legends, and so you have these giants basically that you can summon. Now they've got a bit of a dark vibe in this game, so don't take it as a. It's not supposed to be. You know, I think Ilwinter would be very upset if people thought that they were making a statement about, you know, anything to do with the Hebrews. It's just inspired by those guys, right? But they have got quite an evil vibe in them in Conquest of Elysium. Keezy's saying, still cool that you learn the letters. I always find it so cool when foreign cultures uses Jewish stuff as their occult. Like when anime has random Hebrew words. Yes, so I've been, me and Battle Queen, we've been watching Neon Genesis Evangelion recently, and I'm quite well schooled in the occult, in Western occultism. I don't know loads, but I've got a firm foundation, I'd say. And there's loads of symbolism in that series, in Evangelion. There's loads of it. There's loads of Kabbalic stuff in there. It's there's pictures of the Tree of Life, the Sephiroth, the stations and the Sephiroth. They're all on the. That's all in the introduction to Neon Genesis Evangelion, and the fact that you've got angels as the main protagonists. So it's very it's very, very occult. The guy who wrote that knew what he was doing, and used a lot of interesting symbolism in there. Let's get some more Barlight Zealot. Oh, have I already got those? Oh yes. I can't move out of that. I'm going to get some more of those while I've got the money. But let's get some more zealots here for this army too. I'll leave the Mazim here. I think the Mazim are good, but they're only good if you use them like a big glass cannon, basically. So you want lots of them to all use at the same time. And then we're going to go sit in that desert. Keezy Keezy's saying, we're fine here in Israel. Weird to go back to normal. First year in a long time with nothing special happening. Not used to it. Yeah, I can imagine, man. That must be shocking. Like, I can't imagine it. So, yeah, hang in there, man. Fun fact that I just noticed. The Baal is a god from the Bible. One of the gods that biblical Jews fought. Yeah, that's right. So, there's a lot of stuff from the Old Testament that they've kind of taken and used as inspiration. So, you know, there's the Anakites. There's different giant types, the Rephaim. There's like, they are really strong as well. Very in this game at least, they're like very scary, blood drinking giants from another land. And then you can summon Baal as well, who's like an evil dark god. Okay. Alright, let's keep going. I'm going to stay there one more turn and grab some more Barlight frontline troops. Yeah, so the Barlight Zealots, there we go. We've got a frontline of Barlight Zealots now. Then we've got these halberdiers in the back. And then we've got a bunch of other stuff as well. These chaffee units are actually a bit more useful than they look. And I think we can probably go and take this quite easily now. So let's go and do that. And here we want to be getting... I wonder if we do the Ritual of Mastery with her. No, let's just get the smaller units first. Okay, we're just getting the base units at the moment. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick those into a... I'm going to actually take them and put them aside now. Anakim literally means giants. Like, Anak is the word for giant, so it's kind of funny. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, so look, we've got this... Oh, sorry. We've got this werewolf here. So this werewolf is a regenerating character. And so we'll just jump into combat. It's got a decent hit point stack. And it's got two decent attacks. Yeah, so you want lots of those. But the Lamashta is just flying in now. She's going to bash this gate down pretty quick. Get into the back lines. I'd actually prefer her just to fly over the walls. But because she's in the front lines, she's mostly just kind of charging at the gates. The game has a satisfactory but rudimentary game AI. It's not too complex. It has some very basic algorithms for how everything works. Oh, got an old battlefield there. But we don't do any summoning. At least not of undead. Okay, let's try and get some more of these things. Okay, I'm going to go and put some of these smaller units back into my... It's one of my recruitment buildings so that we can use it for a siege when we need it. Okay. We're doing well. Doing well. I'm going to eat this. So let's get myself some more... Oh, there we go, look. We've got some more Gibors, but we got a decent amount of them. So... Now these guys will... There's an interesting thing with the High Priestess. You don't want to eat all of your economy buildings too soon, right? Because you need your economy. But eventually you'll get to a point where you want the giants, because the giants at the start of the game are they're easy to kind of like take down by lots of chaff, right? So you don't want to turn your economy buildings into these giants too early. But they're really, really good for taking on late game stuff, because they're like kind of base units, but they're just really strong. Look, 21 hit points, 6 strength, got good morale, some magic resistance, high armor, and they've got like really strong attacks as well. And these are just like these are the littlest giants that you can get, the Gibors. There are much bigger ones, but you don't like. So you've got to be a little bit careful. The best giants come from the villages with the sacrifices. So you kind of got a time when you start, you know, eating your own economy. You can also go and raid enemy economy. That's one way of playing. Now I'm playing very cautiously, but you don't need to play quite as cautiously as this. In fact, it's actually usually want to play a little bit more aggressively with this class, I'd say. Alright, I'm going to take this guy. I don't want the Mazim. They'll get killed in a siege, but let's go and deal with this now. So we're going to go and take these guys out, I think. I don't know if I'll manage this actually. These are pretty strong. And they've got blessed. And they've got... Yeah, in fact, this is a bad idea. Because the bishop here could probably banish Sayir. If we get unlucky and they've got a banishment spell. Keezy's saying, it's so annoying when flying units attack the gate instead of flying over the walls. Like, you're just getting shot for no reason. Yeah, I think you really, to use flying units well in sieges, you need to have them en masse. And so that, you know, you've got enough so they go around. That is a bit annoying. Oh, there's a murder of crows here. Yeah, let's go and take that out. That disease is finally killing that that thing. I'm going to risk this. We might lose a few Sayirs here to being banished, but I think we'll probably be okay. I just want these guys off the map, to be honest. Okay, the battle in a graveyard. Oh, we killed the... We assassinated the bishop right at the start of the match. Moreb El Yassim, the inner turtle in me can't get the grasp of playing classes like High Priestess. Economy destroying in video games makes me sad. Yeah, it's I get it. I get what you mean. I'm also an inner turtle. I like to turtle in these games, but I've had to force myself to kind of change my playstyle. She can play turtling just fine. Like, you don't need to eat your own economy. What you can do is in fact, really what you should do is keep your territory quite clean, you know, your economy quite clean, and then you go into enemy territory and you if you can't hold a village, eat it. turn it into giants, and then you're going to come out with some really, really strong stuff. We're going to go and take this now. All right, I think we can probably kill... Oh, that's quite strong though. These camel riders are really good. Not really good, but they're good. So are these desert warriors. But if we grab this gem deposit, yeah, I don't know if that's worth it actually. I think we'd lose a lot of troops just for no real reason. Let's go see what we can find over here. Oh, we've got a Hyrule available. Okay, let's get Sariel the Hyrule up. Yeah, I think she's going to go here. And we've also got some... Oops. We've also got some halberdiers to go with her as well. So actually, what's she got ritual-wise? Got the Lesser Blood Feast. Pain and Blood Boil. Okay. Keezy's saying, is the Jelly Cube a vanilla enemy? First time I've seen it. Yes. I don't play with any mods at all. I do not mod Illwinter's games, generally speaking. Okay, so one of the AI players has been eliminated. And we've got a hero available as well. Oh, look at these bears. These bears are going to die to this Lamashta. And hopefully we can get a zombie bear. If we're lucky. If it doesn't get killed by arrow. There we go, look, we've got a zombie bear. A carcass beast. So it's lost an eye, but other than that, it's... I mean, these things are really clumsy anyway, so it never hits. But that's quite a cool little thing to get. So we're going to grab... Yeah, we'll grab that carcass beast. I think we're going to do the ceremony to bargain. Ah, look at that. Some large giant spiders. Let's go and take those and we'll catch a small keep. Keezy's saying Sayir could potentially supposed to be Sayir instead. It's the sacrifice offered to God and sent to Azazel, both hell and an actual place in the south. Oh, okay, right, okay. Yeah, so it's Sayir. Yeah, it's probably... I've noticed that Hebrew translations sometimes get A and E mixed up. Not mixed up, sorry, but people translate it differently. Okay. Yeah, we've got a hero here. Let's get this hero. Oh, he came with a wand of acid. That's pretty cool. The nice thing about the wand is as well that this magic weapon actually puts him back in the rank. So now he's a mid-rank player. So what that means is he will actually not just charge into combat, which is one of the bad things about the heroes generally. Chrome Drake... Oh, sorry, Keezy's saying, yeah, like a sheep sacrifice offered every year. Yeah, okay, I get you. So that's Sayir. Chrome Drake Gaming is saying, I imagine the decision making in Conquest of Elysium is quite dynamic. Seems like you have to roll with what's thrown at you. Looking at this with a noob with only passing experience, yes, it's heavily randomized. Not only the map, but also the summons that you get, the offers of recruitment. There is some stable stuff in there, like, you know, you always get certain, you know, recruitment choices pretty much, but there's a heavy randomized element to the game, so you do have to make use of what you get and learn how to you know, like, treat your units like resources. They're not always all good in every circumstance. Ooh, look at that. That's a very difficult building to destroy, but this one is easier. Let's go grab this. Okay, we've got another army starting here. I'm going to grab some Barlight Zealots. Oh, I've only got 7 gold. I thought I said 70. One McClack. Hey man, how's it going? Ilminter has a lot of nations loosely based on mythology from around the world, and even more so in Dominions, which is a faction based on Jewish mythology, a faction based on Jinn, and so on. Yes, that's right. Yeah, and they've got, so yeah, they I think it's Christopher is historian and interested in mythology, and I think he was is it comparative religions? I think that's what he teaches. He's like a university lecturer, a professor or something. He's like, they're both him and Johan are really interesting guys, and so they mix, you know, real world mythology and history and religion, and also with fantasy stuff. That's why Dominions is just like, Dominions and Conquest of Elysium are just such amazing games. This is like the less serious one. This is more inspired by Dungeons and Dragons than it is by real history, but they've transferred a lot of stuff over from Dominions too. Okay, watch these spiders just crawl over these walls now. I think we lost a Sayer there though. Yeah, I did lose one Sayer. That's okay. That's what they're there for. Oh, we got Ballista in here, look. That's going to make short work of our giants if we're not careful. So we need to get over here pretty quickly. Okay, she's just going to get tied up on this wall. A zombie bear goes in, look. And then the spiders are going to climb over the wall. These are good units, these are. 28 hit points, look. And a venomous bite. Really strong poison. Well, good poison. They'll kill things pretty quickly. They do tend to take a lot of flak coming in. Are we going to lose any though? Look. We just lost a couple of zealots there. Okay, now these guys... Ooh. There's a Colossus here. That might be fun to set off. Have we already got a scout? No. But that's a good thing to get. Let's activate that Colossus. The enormous statue comes to life and will fight for your cause. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, we've only got a few troops here, but I'm going to send her just doing a little bit of scouting. Alright. This guy is going to go back this way, I think, because... Yeah, we should probably look at taking this. Now, I haven't seen much from the AI yet, which is unusual on a map this size. Okay, we've got another scout available. Yeah, so that's got... See, the Colossus is now... he's going walkabout. That's what he's going to do. He's going to wander around, find stuff to kill. Go stomp on it. Oh, there's a mountain spire in the distance, look. Oh, and an oasis. Okay. Oh, an iron mine with kobolds. They've got a Wyvern Knight and a kobold chief. Doesn't look like they've got any spellcasters. But that's too much for us to deal with. Okay. Ben Power, hello. Just stopped in to say Happy New Year and hope you had a brill 2026. Thanks so much for the content and looking forward to even more, even non-wargaming 8-bit Do controller and tracker music. Hey, yeah, man. So, oh, tracker music. I might do some music. But yes, the 8-bit Do controller review. God. Right, so I've got a load of equipment to do that with because I need to be able to show, like, well, you guys can't see this, but like I've got a lot of stuff now in terms of really high-tech like extendable arms for putting stuff on. So I've got my missus actually bought me some stuff for Christmas for my studio, and so yeah, I've got the capability now to take camera. Yeah, I've got really good cameras as well, so I can take camera angles from all sorts of places. I really want to make a good job of that 8-bit dough review. The problem is, I think they really were hoping that that review was going to be done, you know, like in October, in November. They wanted me to do it, like they were hoping that I was going to do it for Thanksgiving, but they didn't really give me enough time to do it for Thanksgiving. I don't want to do just some crap video. I really want it to be good, and the script I've written is good, and I did a really thorough review of the controllers. They are here, look. So there's one of them. They are really beautiful controllers as well, man. These things are really, really nice. If you know, obviously they're not going to be great for playing Conquest of Elysium on, any more so than any other controller really. But for arcade and action games, they are really nice. I did find a few little issues with them, so I'm going to be talking about that when we do the review. Oh look, there's a troll in here. Okay, right. The reason why I've jumped onto here is because I want to get Leah doing. I might give her the ritual mastery now. So she's actually a high priestess. Look, so we've got 2 high priestess. Ah, she's got Hellbound Heart. That's a nice spell. A reference to Clive Barker's original novel or novella that Hellraiser was based on, of course. But this casts Enslave on your enemies. Very, very strong. Word of Power is really good as well. Magic resistance negates, but with great difficulty. This is a strong thing for very, very difficult enemies. But I would actually have, yeah, maybe Hellbound Heart and Word of Power. The reason being is because you want to use this as much as possible, because this will capture enemy troops. Okay. Okay, we've got some more Mazim. I'm going to send her back here, I think. Keezy's saying, can you show the Colossus's stats? Yes, if it's still in view. Let's see here. It's just me killing some snakes. So, okay. The Colossus. Sorry, the Colossus has gone out of view. I will grab that. I'll go have a look at that in a minute. I found some dwarves here. Oh, there's 2 mines. Now this is a market village, so I don't really want to eat this one. In fact, I might actually leave a couple of troops here to guard this. Let's just leave some stuff. Okay, so yeah, we've got an iron mine here. We've got a. All right, this looks like it's undefended, but I bet it's not. I'm too wary to walk into that with my eyes open. So let's send her back now. Actually, what's she got here? Okay, I'm gonna get her to be able to. I want some of the desert ritual stuff there. No controller. Moreb Al Yassim says no controller works well with Brachydactyl Type D. Oh, I'm not. Is that some kind of hand issue with your hands? I think that, yeah, controllers are, yeah, they're definitely designed. They're designed for normal hands usually, or for, you know. Okay, Sariel. No, I want her to do the letter of mastery. There we are. Short thumbs. Oh, okay. So, yeah, I can see how that might be a problem. So, the 8-bit dough, by the way, they've got a lot of different controller types, and some of them are quite. They look, you know, a little strange. So you want to go and check it out because they've got all sorts of stuff. Do you have a problem with arcade sticks? Hang on, let me show you. What are arcade sticks like to use? So I would imagine if you've got a short thumb, you could probably at least use. Hang on, let me just try and get this into the shot. So, can you you'll be able to control this, right? Now these are ideal because you know they're not. These are designed for fighting games and arcade games, really. So they're not great for if you're playing something like a 3D action game. They're not always that great for that, but yeah, there's loads of controllers out there. But yeah, I'm not a controller expert, but I've actually really enjoyed doing this review because I got to use so many different things. Like I got to use my Mr. FPGA, I got to use the PC, I was trying it on Nintendo Switch, so I got to actually record some stuff from consoles that I don't usually cover. Morabel Yassim said that should work indeed, but thanks for the tip, I'll check it out. Yeah, I mean, arcade sticks might be the way to go. Just be aware that a lot of modern games now require you to So you've got this kind of control pad here, right? Often they're needing you to hold buttons down in order to do certain actions like running and stuff. And the arcade stick's not great for that, I'll be honest. So they don't translate across. It doesn't translate across perfectly. Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh, a large spider familiar. This is nice. This is better than it looks. So the large spider familiar is will eventually become a spellcaster if you level it up. Okay, we got lots of spiders now. Chrome Drake Gaming says, is the lack of second stick a potential problem as well? Yeah, it is. But then again, I suppose that's the 3D aspect you were talking about. Yeah, so I mean, the problem is with the arcade stick, they have a toggle so you can switch between left stick and right stick. So it's only really useful for, you know, if you've got, you might have to use a right stick for some, to like select certain things. If you're having to use that, left and right stick together constantly, it's kind of out the question, unfortunately. So I don't know if that's going to be a particularly useful thing, but oh, these dwarves are going to be a little tough to get. Okay, well, let's go and get these guys. I think now we've got so much iron, we can actually buy sacrifices instead. We don't need any more iron. I think I've got plenty of iron now. Okay, we've got plenty of money too. We should be using some of this. So let's get some more Barlight Zealots. Oh. Ah. Here comes the purple player to come and take my economy away. There's been a battle in the hills. Here we go, look. So here's the Colossus. Keezy. So, 174 hit points. 12 strength. It's got basically a bunch of resistances, like, it's really difficult to hurt with anything but blunt. It's poison resistant, cold and fire. It's got some cold and fire resistance, but very, very powerful fire and cold attacks will still damage it. It walks underwater, but you can't control it. But it's got this big attack, look. So it will do between 41 and 42 damage, basically. And it's got really 9 magic resistance. Yeah, it's just scary. Although these things can damage it, look, because these have actually got acid attacks, and they can give it. Look, these can give it a inflictions. So this is one of the worst things that it could have run into. Well, there's worse stuff than that. Now I don't think these things can heal either. Yeah, they don't. These things don't heal, so any damage that it takes is like permanent, basically. This Lamashta is going to have fun amongst these dwarves. Now, you'll notice how our archers aren't doing much damage to these dwarves at all. But look, it's creating armoured soulless, the Lamashta is, which kills them. Yeah, another armoured soulless. So these are actually quite useful. Like, soulless are kind of bad, but armoured soulless are actually quite good, because they will tank, they'll tank a lot of damage. Yeah, the Lamashta's a really, really good unit. So you'll see, look, we actually gained 4 soulless troops there. We didn't lose anything either. And we got an iron mine. So I kind of want to get rid of the slow troops if there are any ones. So I'll just leave those slow. We'll leave the slow troops and a couple of guards here. Yeah, we're moving quite far out now. What's he come with? Okay, he's got some heavy infantry. We probably want our own heavy infantry to deal with that, I'd say. But the problem is with those is they're really slow. But they do have the broadsword. Mind you, these got the broadsword as well. Maybe we just get the zealots and we just try and overwhelm them with numbers. They've not got a lot of those. Yeah, I think we can take these guys out. So all right. Hell's Our Strength is saying, hello there, Battle Mode. You got me back into Shadow Empire, you rascal. I got myself back into it, and that's even more dangerous. Because I've been really lucky. Battle Queen's been kind of busy with her own little projects over the last few days, and so I've had loads of time. Basically, she's been quite, no, you can go do what you want to do, man. And we're pretty independent anyway. But over New Year, I try to keep myself open in case she's wanted me to take her out and stuff. But she's like, no, I've got my stuff to do, so go ahead. So it's been great because I've just been able to play Shadow Empire and get back into it in a big way, and I'm back into it in a big way as well. I'm having so much fun with Shadow Empire at the moment that it was actually quite hard to bring myself to play Conquest of Elysium. But I really wanted to play this today. You know what? I might... Yeah, I think I'm going to take this. Let's just get this out of the way. I'm going to lose a bunch of troops doing this. I've got a few too many of these things as well, but we can thin our troops out attacking these. Always use human wave attacks in Conquest of Elysium. There are people who play it better than me who know that you kind of want to keep your armies constrained, because if you've got too many melee units between the front lines and your archers and your spells, you'll lose a lot of troops on the front line. It's just inefficient, but I don't care. I just don't care about efficiency. Okay, look at this though. The Ilmashta is actually on the wing here. That might actually do a little bit more. Might be a little bit more useful. Okay, yeah, she's flown around the edge. Look, she's straight in. Spider's also going around the edge. Look at these Gibbors. These have done really well. They haven't picked up any afflictions. I usually don't bother with these early on because they tend to attract too many casualties. But actually, these guys have done really well here. Look at that. I lost one Barlight Zealot. That was it. Okay, this is a battle where I am going to take more casualties, I think. Let's just speed the battle up a little bit. That Sayer is going to die before it gets into combat, unfortunately. But really, my most powerful troops here are going to be my Scorpions, believe it or not. So they'll die in droves, but they just cause poison, and they'll whittle the enemy numbers down. Okay, we're in spell range now for Blood Boil and Pain. Is it? I think she's got. Oh no, she's got Word of Power and Hellbind Heart. If I could Hellbind Heart a High Lord, that'd be nice. Oh no, she went for the archer, and the archer just got immediately killed by his comrades. High Lord is really strong though. Although he's poisoned now. He's only got one poison. It's not going to last too long. Hopefully we can Hellbind Heart him. Oh, he got paralyzed. There we go. So that is Word of Power. That has saved us a lot of casualties. Very good spell. Oh, we managed to capture ourselves a troop as well. So we lost a lot of troops there. Oh look, but it's mostly cheap summons basically. So not worried about those. We've got a Hierodule available. I think I want. Let's get a Hierodule here. Look. Look, there's the Colossus. He's just hanging out in the mountains like it ain't no thing. We'll get some Barlight Zealots here too. This is Anat. She's got the Lesser Ceremony of Baal. There we go, look. Instant army. Okay, one. Yeah, I'm going to go and fight that guy now, I think. Let's leave the Solus here. Make some archers too. And I'm going to leave... Yeah, we've got a few too many units. I'll just leave a few of these behind. One, two... Oh, okay, yeah, this is a Monkey Maharaja army. Look, we've got a Yogi here. We can't fight that with what we've got. Let's just get some units up just so we increase our army size, because increasing our army size will... Oh, she's got a familiar at least. Increasing our army size will make it so they are less likely to attack us. Dark Funk says Happy New Year. So says David8157. Hello guys, Happy New Year. I like your content and insights on games and gaming. Hey, thanks man, I appreciate that. Like I like talking about games. I'm getting better at games design analysis as well, and I'm starting to put it to some use because I've started doing some of my own games design again. I've been toying. I've got a game that I've been messing around with that I wanted to make for the Commander X16 computer, which is an 8-bit computer. I wanted to have a strategy game on there for people, so that computer's a little bit more attractive for people, you know, strategy gamers and stuff. But I'm gonna make it in Windows first, I think. It's kind of a text-based game, but there will be some graphics too. But it will be a cool strategy game. And right, so with the game that I'm planning, I've got a couple of games that I'm planning. One is a multiplayer-oriented game, I guess, but it's very much like Emperor of the Fading Suns in that it is built around this really elaborate and interesting diplomatic and resource trading simulation. But that's in the early stages of design right now. But with the other game that I'm making, which is tentatively titled Hunter Killer, that's a game that I've had in my mind for about a decade, and I've been slowly iterating on the ideas for that game. One thing, by the way, that I've found artificial intelligence really useful for is just talking design ideas with. It's proven really useful for that, because I'm able to just go, hey, what do you think of this idea? And it will kind of bounce ideas off me. I'll bounce ideas off it. So I've been talking to AI for a little bit and just, you know, kind of getting ideas. Now I'm stepping back from that process and actually just working on games design for it. And I decided to start working back on it for the first time again a few days ago. And now I'm at that stage where I need to pick a programming language. So I think I'm going to program it in C, because that will translate over to the Commander X16's assembly language a little bit easier. Like if I program it in procedural programming rather than using object-oriented stuff, that's going to be a little bit better. Okay, let's continue this way. Now while we're here, I'm going to get Leia. Oh, she's only got Blood Feast. I really want the Greater Ceremony to Baal, so let's just... Oh. This army's too big for me. What I might do is I might actually use Blood Feast here. I don't think they'll attack me, by the way, because I've got a mage, and I'll win that battle. But we'll see. It's going around me. I thought so. So what I'm going to do is I might use Blood Feast and get some Anakites. I think it's Anakites we'll get from that. I think there's a bunch of different giants you can get. There we go. So we got Ishmael, the Anakite captain. Oh, that was a good one. Look how many Anakites I got. 45 hit points, strength 8, magic resistance 6, 2 armor, big scary damage between 11 and 6. Between 1 and 16 damage, that is. And they got a shield as well. High morale. Monstrous unit. And Ishmael himself, look, he's an army on his own. So now we'll go in here and make short work of these guys. We'll probably pick up some afflictions on those giants. Okay. This is nice though. Look at this one. This is another town where we could potentially do a blood feast, but I want the sacrifices first. One McClack is saying the most human wave faction in Conquest of Elysium is the Druid. You can fill 2 screens with bears, moose and random animals. They die by the droves when sieging a city. I know, but it's fun, isn't it? Just imagine this horde of animals coming out of the mist and then just assaulting the walls. It's just ridiculous. Morab Al-Yasim is saying, that ain't human wave, that's animal wave. Human wave is Priest King. Yeah, I guess. Crane Drake Gaming, a wall that bounces back. Yeah, it does. One McCluck says, Priest King is so weird. Summoned cats at the front, then 100+ weak slaves, and in the back a few mad priests setting both yours and their army on fire. Yeah, Priest King's great though. Like that's a really, really interesting class. It's really fun. Okay. I've got a few too many armies on the go, I think, now. Let's go do a little bit of exploration with an art there. I don't want her to get into any combat, really. Okay, battle in the farm. So this is where these Anakites might get a few afflictions as we fight in the front line here, but they're just going to yeah, look. So this one got a chest wound. That was a big damage by that heavy infantry. Look, heavy infantry attack with a broadsword. The shield parry reduced the damage by 1, but it did 25 damage. That was a big DRN roll. He might die, actually. Now, giants will make short work of heavily armoured troops like this. But yeah, he was it chest wound it said he got? Yeah, chest wound. Come on, hopefully he survives the battle. Come on. Oh, no, he died. Oh, what a shame. So we did lose a giant, unfortunately. Oh, it was the Anakite captain we lost. Oh, no. Okay, wow. But there we go. So he actually had a very short, unlucky run. Lost a market town, by the way. Where's that? Here. Okay, let's get Anat up here to deal with that. Let's go back to the messages, sorry. And we were attacked in the market. Oh, yeah, sorry, we saw that one. Okay. No, I want archers here for this one. We got a couple of lines of archers, and then she is a viable army again, I think. Oh, yes, let's take these giants with us. Yeah, careful doing that. I've made that mistake a few times when your leader's killed and you forget to take your units. Chris is... Hey Chris, how's it going? Hello Battle Mode, Happy New Year. What are we playing today? Looks like Wizard Warfare. No, this is Conquest of Elysium 5. Wizard Warfare is cool. Very cool little game actually, but I like this a lot better. This is a very... This is the game that all the other games want to be. So there's a game called Path of Ashra, if you guys know that. I originally did not like it very much because it was marketed as a roguelike, and it's nothing like a roguelike. It kind of looks like a classic roguelike, but it doesn't play anything like it. It's a very heavily automated game, which was why I didn't like it originally. However, it turns out it's actually quite a good game if you like that kind of thing. But the developer is based, and what I mean by that is the developer recently came out and said, right, I'm making a game that's inspired by Conquest of Elysium. And I thought, oh, that is going to be cool, man, because I don't like Path of Ashra much, but I could see that the developer's clever. And the fact that he's such a fan of Illwinter, by the sounds of it, I'm just really excited to see what he's going to do. And I might even try and get into Path of Ashra, because it's not a bad game. Just not my thing, really. Let's do a Lesser Blood Feast here. Actually, can we get them... Yeah, we can get a ceremony to Baal here. Oh no, hang on. I'm being dumb. It's the lesser blood... It's the major blood feast we want here, I think. Okay, so we've got some Gibors on the front line. There we go. Why am I doing that? The reason being is because I can't really hold this territory. So I think when you can't hold stuff, you're better off just kind of swallowing it. Let's get some zealots on the front line, and then we're going to get some more archers in the back. Then we've got a decent army here. Just have her out here killing stuff. Anat. Okay, let's grab this lookout here. The lookout of this tower, and then we can use that as our western outpost. Dembo's been saying, Happy New Year Battle Mode in chat. I need to give COE another spin soon. Played about 50 hours so far. Still very much in learning mode. Yeah, do it. It's just a great game. I think that Shadow Empire takes more of my brain power than this does. Now that I know the game, but this is just like one of those fun games that you don't need to... Like, once you know it, you don't need to think too hard about it, but there's still plenty of depth. Dornithinia, the witch, has been eliminated. The last citadel was conquered by Hukam, the monkey Maharaja. Okay, that's good. I do not like fighting against witch players. Okay, yeah, let's go and grab this as well. Looks like we're eating into a yellow player now. Albert. I wonder who Albert is. What kind of class he is. Okay, you need some more action points. I'm going to bring her... I'm not moving this way, I think. Yeah, and then we've got... Oh, this guy's got some swordsmen. That probably wasn't the best thing for him to get. But this we might lose some... We might get some injuries going in here. I think Leia probably wants to do a ceremony to Baal. Just get some more units in before we... Yeah, that's better. We just want something that can climb over those walls. One McClack says, there are quite a few factions destroying towns and stuff. Enchanter, Witch, and this one. Yeah, so those are the ones that can... Let me think, are there any more? Yeah, I think those are the only ones that actually destroy economy. Like, an Enchanter is quite cool, because the Enchanter also turns it into units. And so... Oh, hang on, the Witch. The Witch has got like a sort of terraforming thing. Is this like Dominion 6? It uses some graphic assets from Dominions, and it shares a theme. Like some of the classes are like the nations from Dominion. So this has got like a Hinnom vibe, if you're familiar with Dominions. But gameplay-wise, they're very different. Yeah, I agree. So one McClark is saying, this is made by the same dev. The factions are a little similar, but Conquest of Elysium is easier to get into and faster to play. Yeah, that's basically it. But it's got equivalent content. So they both got massive content. By the way, guys, are you getting a really low stream setting? Sorry, a really low... Oh no, it's saying it's okay. At least on my video, it's looking like it's really, really low quality. I'm sure you guys will tell me if it looks bad. Here we go. Okay, really these spiders wanted to be on the wings, and the Gibors wanted to be on the front to knock this gate down, but... Here we go, let's see what happens. Oh, look at this. So these guys got struck by fear, look, from the Lamashta. The Lamashta causes fear, and those guys are basically going to run now. And she actually zombified one anyway. The spiders have been doing their job. Lamashta's come around the side. Okay. So, we lost just a couple of spiders. Alright, let's get rid of the Solus. I don't want to be slow. And there's a coal mine here. She's got enough units, I think, hasn't she? Probably do with maybe some more archers, but I think after that she's about done. Gonna take that one out. Okay. Sariel. If we can get some good units. Okay, we got some Mazim. Hiru Mushuzen says, it's made by the same company as Dominions. Yes, it's Illwinter Games Designs. One McCluck says, Scourge Lord also turns terrain into deserts. Yes, that's right. Scourge Lord's got a really cool playstyle. When I interviewed Illwinter for Explorminate a few years ago, they told me that they based the Scourge Lord on Dark Sun. So if you know the Dark Sun campaign setting from Dungeons and Dragons from the 90s, I think it was, they based it on that. That's what Scourge Lord is. I don't know how to say that. Is that D Thicid? I'm just going to call you D the one. Oh, cool. Conquest of Elysium. Love this. I find that if High Priestess ever gets a ziggurat, it's basically a world-ending threat. That's interesting. So do they get... Yeah, they must get better units from the ceremony to Baal. Alright, so I don't know. Is there a ziggurat around here? I haven't seen one. There's a labyrinth, and we've got a colossus, but I haven't seen a ziggurat. I don't remember actually getting anything great from that. Does it just increase the amount of desert units you get? Is that what it does? I think, by the way, so you obviously know this class well. I think this is an S tier class. Hiru Mushizen says, I started with Conquest of Elysium 2, which I'm pretty sure you can download for free from the dev site. Yeah, right. I actually had a look at the original on the Atari Falcon as well. That's a really old game. That's from 1993. This game's been in development for 30 years. One McCluck says, another end of the world is Priests of El breaking all 7 seals. This summons Riders of the Apocalypse, Angels, opens the gateway to hell, and turns everything into a desert infested with demonic locusts. Yeah, it's great though. I've actually won a game doing that. I actually used the chaos that it caused in order to be able to win the game. So it's a viable way to win. It's a bit like, you know, you're rolling the dice though. Hirimushi Zen says, you can use the portal they enter through to go to the Celestial Realm. Yeah. One McCluck says, one way you can win as a Priest of El is to cause the apocalypse, stay in forted towns and wait for everyone else to die. Yeah, exactly. Chris is saying, it's on sale for 50% off on Steam. Worth it at $12.49. Yeah. This, like, if this is on sale, or any of the Illwinter games are on sale, like, don't buy the older versions. Just buy buy Conquest of Elysium 5 or Dominion 6. They're both no-brainers if you like strategy games. Now, Dominion is complex, and I think some people find it a little too complex. But it's actually, like, don't feel you have to play it like multiplayer gamers play it. That's the big mistake that people make with Dominions. They go and watch, you know, the multiplayer channels like Lucid Tactics and stuff, and then they think that that's how you got to play it in single player. It really isn't that way. Illwinter don't design Dominions specifically for multiplayer, believe it or not. According to, you know, contrary to popular belief, that it is a game that is made for it's made for people, like, they make it for themselves, I think, pretty much. And, you know, they try to balance it for multiplayer so that, you know, because they know that most of their players play it in multiplayer, but it is an incredibly good single player game, and it's clear that single player is their primary, you know, is the primary design well, I think they make it for both really, but I've heard people say, oh no, you know, it's not designed as a single player game. That's not true. There is so much stuff design-wise that's in there that shows that it was designed as a single-player game. There's loads of story stuff that completely unbalances multiplayer, for example. So that's one, you know, there's loads of stuff in there. It's Dominion 6 is a very, very good single-player game now. It's really good. D the One says, when High Priestess gets a ziggurat, I believe all your rituals are leveled up by 1 tier. Oh, right, okay. Oh wow, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. They won't spawn on every map, but man, that sounds cool. One McCluck says, there are some rare buildings, ziggurat included, and they don't do much for most factions, but maybe some factions can use them, yeah. Morabel Yasim says, one can enjoy Dom 6 both in multi and single player. Yeah, right. I've got about equal hours in both. I've got about 1,000 hours in multiplayer and about 1,000 hours in single player. Between Dominions 6 and 5. And a little bit of 4. Chrome Drake Gaming says, and you've just given me the motivation to dig into Dominion 6. This is going to be a good year for strategy. Yeah, man. Dominion 6 is like, it's the king of fantasy strategy games. It's a big, complex war game with lots of micromanagement, but it's a fantastic game. Like, it's, now that they've made diplomacy a lot easier to understand, and, you know, they've given you some controls for diplomacy for the AI. It's gone from being like a B tier sort of single player game up to an S tier one now. And the game AI is good as well. And it uses thematic armies. It doesn't just send armies full of weird stuff at you. Still not perfect, but it's pretty good. And you can add in pretenders now that you know, like play like community made pretenders, so that it doesn't always just play with weird pretenders. You can get it to play with pretenders that are actually really strong. Right, we found a horror helmet, and I want that. Where should we get this horror helmet? Give it to do we give it to her? She's kind of an... Yeah, I don't know. I might grab it... Might grab it here. She can't reach it yet. So let's just put it on one of these guys. One of these bar-light spearmen. Guys, can you just wait like 2-3 minutes? I'm just going to run to the bathroom a sec. I'll be back in 2. Yeah, both Dominions and Conquest of Elysium are pretty easy to mod. I don't play any mods with either of them though. Whoa, everyone's favourite Conquest of Elysium faction. I'm either between Pale Ones or High Priestess. Do I have a favourite faction? I don't really know. I've got some that I like better than others. So I'm not a big fan of Dwarf Queen. I find her playstyle a little bit too slow. And she got a big nerf recently. Which kind of, yeah, I wasn't a big fan of. Oh, look at this monster scarab. Wow, 4 armor. But our Anakites could wreck that. But I don't think I will. Who do I like then? I like the Warlock. I think Warlock is like the quintessential magic class in Conquest of Elysium. I'm not saying it's my favourite necessarily, but I think Warlock is notable for being really, really good. It's a strong class. It's really fun. It's got so many different unit types. It's the perfect example of, you know, this ever unfolding, cascading, content that comes out of a single class. Just great. I think that's one of the best ones. Yeah, I wanted to stay here and get some more troops actually. For Dominion 6 there is... Oh, sorry, Den Bonesman saying, for Dominion 6 there is some single player content on YouTube. There is one channel where he has a pre-game video for every nation in Dominion 6 and has also done a 4 to 8 hour live stream for each of those nations. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm one of the only people I know who does single player Dominion stuff. I'm halfway through a series on Ermor, Early Age Ermor, which I played with on Dominion 6. And Ermor are a really, really cool nation. But yeah, I need to finish that actually. It's been a while since I played Dominions. Hirumushu then says Necromancer. Yeah, Necromancer's just really good. Necromancer's probably the strongest, is one of the strongest factions in the game, I'd say. Is Necromancer stronger than this one? I think so, yeah. I think High Priestess is kind of dependent on whether you can get access to deserts and whether you, like, you know, I guess it depends on how much pressure you get, because it depends on, like, this is really strong. If a High Priestess started next to a Necromancer, I think the High Priestess wins. Because the High Priestess just eats all his economy and then he can't, you know, he doesn't get any Hands of Glory and then he's kind of done. But I think if, you know, in a longer protracted game, when the Necromancer gets to the top, you know, it gets to the highest tiers of stuff that it can get with the leash, the demi-leash, the, you know, the carrion, yeah, just all that ridiculous stuff. Like, utterly ridiculous stuff that the Necromancer gets. God, that's a strong class. And I love that Conquest of Elysium... I love that Illwinter have left specifically strong classes in there. Because, you know, I don't like balance in single-player games. There should be some balance, you know, like reasonable balance, but not multiplayer balance. I don't want every faction to be equally viable. Like, that's just crap in single-player games. There should be some that are slightly weaker. There should be some that are really strong. That gives you the ability for different players to be able to challenge themselves, you know, with different classes. Like, oh, I want to do a class, you know, I want to play a game with a weaker class. Some of the classes are better on some maps as well. Hiru Mushuzen says, been using the extra class unlock that lets you play as Archmage, Beholder and Goblin King lately. The Goblin King makes for a good challenge. I've still not used that one yet. That's probably one of the only mods that I would consider using, to be honest. I kind of keep away from the mods, but yes, that does look like it's a lot of fun. All right. Oh, I don't like going near to the fog of war with a small army, so let's just pull that one back. Those giant ants I want to keep away from. I think I'll just take them out, actually. The giants will take them out. They'll probably get damaged in the process. Necromancer would be the best if Hastur didn't always spawn next to me. Yeah, the King in Yellow can be a huge pain, says Hiru Mushuzen. Sorry, I find that really hard to say. Hiru Mushuzen. And Selkuk Mur-DRM. Sorry, again, I can't. I'm going to be mauling these names, guys. My favourite one is Scourge Lord. Only using Scourge Lord's wreck whole Inferno army. Yes. The Dark... Is it Dark Blessing? Really, really powerful. Look at these guys melting through the armour of these Anakites. I managed to Hellbind Heart one of them, but I did lose an Anakite there. I did think I would lose some troops there. And here goes the Colossus look. Bonk. Just stepped on that bear like it was nothing. Neither one says, my two favourite Necromancer units are Tartarians and Vampires. They're so destructive. Yeah, like you can kind of go one or two ways, can't you? Well, there's multiple ways. You've got the Ghost King, you've got the Vampire, and then you've got the Leash, and they're all pretty different. And I think the Leash is probably the strongest, but the Vampires are good as well. I do like the Margraf Vampires. The Margraf Vampires are arguably even better. Okay, let's go and take this now. Ah, got an army of heavy infantries. I think we need more troops here, so let's go and... Oh, okay. We might get jumped on here, but we'll see. I don't think I will. Yeah, they're probably going to move around me. Hirumi Shuzen says, the AI can usually... the AI can always use Archmage, Beholder and Goblin King, but it's rare to see them. Yeah, they're really, really unusual to see. I've seen the Beholder more often than the others. There's been a battle in a coal mine. I think Archmage, Beholder and Goblin King tend to come on mostly on the Dark Ages. I might be wrong there, but you don't often see them on the others. Okay, Bakemono's been eliminated. Killed by a Demonologist. Oh god, is there a Demonologist in the game? Alright. This is a bit of a difficult battle for us, because we're going to lose a lot of giants here. I think we need more wall climbers to take that without losing too many troops. Yeah, I'm tempted to do a blood feast here. Let's go and grab some more of those guys. I'm going to save the ceremony of Baal. Now, if I walk into this, if it's a vampire or something, yeah, okay, what is it? Ambush is nasty. I kind of knew that was going to happen. All right. Let's go and kill him. Take that guy out of the game. Let's just look down here. I've not looked down here for a while, and that's always a bad idea. I'm going to put some Barlight archers in here as well, just in case you get attacked. Chrome Drake Gaming says, I've noticed units and items turning up for sale on some terms. Is there a suggested gold cushion to keep? Yeah, you want about 100. It depends on the class, because, like, I mean, if you've got the income for it and you've got no immediate use to spend, if you've got a library or something, you want to be keeping about 200-300, because if you get an old mage or something, that can be really good, and they're really expensive. Will this stream? Zerafael is saying, will this stream last until the new year? Let's see how it goes, eh? Depends how much money you give me. I'm only joking, by the way. But you don't have to. Please don't give me any money. I don't do these for money. Okay, so Mr. Renan says, join the channel after watching your How to Enjoy Complex Games video. It was a good video. Thank you. Do you know that's one of the rare videos that I did where I actually bothered to edit them? And yeah, I probably should do more of those. It's hard for me to find the effort to do them because in my job I'm a video. I make videos basically. I do video editing and video production, and I can't really be bothered to do it outside of work. Look at these giants just chopping through these heavy infantry like they're nothing. And I didn't get an unlucky hit like I did last time. Oh no, he's picked up a never healing wound. Yeah, giants tend to pick up a lot of afflictions. You're ambushed in Fort Sentinel. Oh, ghosts. Yikes. This is not looking good. Oh, if it was not for that hero basically saved our commander there. Yeah, this ghost is... These ghosts are doing a lot of damage. But I got lucky there, I think. And we found a Mace of Unlife. Okay, so I'm going to give that... I mean, really that would be better off going on the hero. But I think I'm going to put that on one of these frontline troops. I think it was... Yeah, this guy. So he's going to use the Mace of Unlife. Magic, so he gives him a drain attack basically. It's not going to do a whole lot of good on him, to be honest, but might have actually maybe better on her. Then again, she's got spells. There's kobolds there. Oh, right, I need more archers in the army. Ah, there's a magic library with a pyromancer and a sorceress. Got a wand of sleep. Got an infernal torch. Kind of funny. They're swapping each other's spells. Magus as well. With a scroll of Coquitos paths. Just in case you thought that you would like to suicide your army into the cold parts of hell. Yeah, so Miss Renin, how to enjoy complex video games. That video, I made that a few years ago, and it kind of went viral, I guess. Not viral, it's probably not the word, but it hit the algorithm and just, it sprouted a pair of rocket engines and flew off into the stratosphere. And I hadn't made any videos for about 6 months because I was just kind of burned out on YouTube. And that kept my channel going. I got thousands of subscribers just for basically sitting on my bottom and doing nothing. And it just showed me how hungry people are for that kind of content. Because I think that, you know, people want to play like the more sort of complex games, but they can often be a little bit unapproachable, I guess. And I'm very much an advocate for games, you know, games should be made for their target audience. I think one of the problems with modern games is that developers are having to, because of, you know, financial constraints, they're having to make games that are made for more people because they need to make more money, because the companies are very big and they've got a lot of mouths to feed, let's just say at the companies. And unfortunately that kind of makes bad games because you have to water your games down. So there are, but the companies that don't do that tend to, you know, like the indie developers, like the guys who make this or Shadow Empire, or, you know, and older war games and stuff, they're kind of relying on people being interested enough into the game to actually do the hard work of learning them. And there aren't that many people who kind of have any general advice on how to generally approach that sort of game. And so I just thought I'd, you know, pick up some stuff that I thought that was just kind of transmit some stuff that I'd picked up that I found useful. Let's get another ceremony ball. Oh, is that all I got? That's such a bad dice roll. That's better. Okay, so we've got some scorpion beasts there. I'm gonna go and take that out. Ooh. So yeah, we've got this is a warlock. We've got a warlock in the game. Okay, I've conquered a lot of this map now, and I haven't seen much of the AI either. Dida1 said, I believe the Baal archer you can recruit is better than a normal archer, but I can't exactly remember in what way. They got higher morale. That's one reason. High Priestess recruitable units are actually really good for their costs. Yes, they are. It's because of the morale, and they have the Baalite spearmen and stuff. The Baalite, oh, hang on, here we are, look. Baalite zealots and the Baalite spearmen have got javelins. Sorry, the Baalite spearmen have got javelins. They're really, really good. The Baalite archers have just got high morale, look. And I think they've got higher magic resistance as well. I might be wrong about that. They're just generally good. They're just like really, they've got more hit points as well. So they've got higher hit points, they've got a shield, a javelin and a spear. They're just solid, really, really solid base units. Hiramushu Zen says, Old Wizard is awesome. Sometimes has great spells. Can cost around 300 to 400 to recruit though. D1 says, Old Wizard is only good in theory because he only shows up when you don't have the gold on hand. Yeah, you gotta save for him. I'll do that. I'll grab myself a library and then we'll see if we can get one. Thorin Element says the Warhammer Fantasy mod for Dominion 6 is amazing. Yes, I was talking to Somber about it, and I said I'd have a look and cover it, but I looked at it and it just still felt a bit too unfinished for my liking. So I'm going to wait until it's finished, but I will. That's a mod that I would like to play because I love Warhammer. I'm a big Warhammer fan. But what it really needs, it needs the spells changing so they're thematic to the Warhammer universe, and like, how do you do that? That's the one thing. There's a bit of a disconnect between, you know, the spells in the game and then the Warhammer theme. So I kind of like, while I appreciate the work that he's put in, there's part of, oh gosh, I'm losing this battle, look. There's part of me that kind of thinks, maybe I'd just rather play basic Dominions. This High Lord is going to do me some damage. Yeah, I think I'm going to lose this, guys. Oh no, what a shame. Okay, well, that was the first bad battle. I don't often do that. I thought I'd be okay though. I thought I'd probably be able to go over those walls, but I underestimated things there. Sometimes it happens. Okay, these guys are going to go in here. Ah, there we are, look. There's the demon. Oh, so sorry, it's not the warlock, it's a demonologist here. His army's way stronger than mine, so I'm going to get the hell out of here. I probably should have swallowed that town if I could. No, she's only got the best ceremony to Baal, so couldn't do that. Okay, I'm actually, yeah, I'm being a bit crazy. crazy here. I really need to go and get more troops. I've overextended and I've lost one of my armies as a result, so... Yeah, so Mr. Rennett's saying, it feels like what Hooded Horse is doing lets the devs make what they want. They can get pretty interesting. So yeah, Hooded Horse are like a kind of like an investment firm crossed with a publisher. That's basically how they work. They finance the development of games that are already well along, and that, you know, that are going to be they don't pick up bad games basically. And Tim is a gamer himself. He really likes games. So it's the guy who owns Hooded Horse, and so he's smart about what he picks up, and he makes so what they do is their business model, I think, is they try and keep games in early access as long as possible until they're really ready to go. Do you know what I mean? That's why Terra Invicta's been in early access for years. It's only just come out. So I think that Hooded Horse have got a good model there, and they've got this amazing ability where they just don't seem to have generated any bad any bad sentiment at all. Although they got close, I think, with Manor Lords, because Manor Lords has not been making the progress that I think people wanted it to make. Here's a big battle. Yeah, and I get that. I think Manor Lords has been, it's just moving a little bit too slowly. Look at these Die Bakemono, by the way. These guys are absolutely mulching through these scorpion beasts, as I expected they would, although they're taking tremendous damage in the background. So they're taking tremendous damage in return. Chris is saying, thanks Battle Mode, that's cost me $12.50. I hope it's good. Never intended to buy a new game for a while, so thanks for breaking my New Year's resolution. Well, you did that, mate. I didn't do that. Yeah, but this is a great game. And Dominions, I don't know which one you mean, but if it's this you bought, or Dominions, you're going to have a great time. Both Dominions and Conquest of Elysium are games where you will get, if you get into it, you'll get thousands and thousands of hours out. There's no doubt about it. Like it's just tons and tons of content. More spiders, yeah, go. Okay. Okay, he's still on that mountain. Just have an art moving around here and just exploring. What are these? Oh, okay, these are desperate need of archers. I think we're going to get... By the way, if you just press R, you can move around a lot faster for recruitment. I'm just lazy and don't do it. So get some archers up here. Okay, just want to be defending some of my territory. Oh, there's a problem with my green screen. That side. Oh, I see. Yeah, thanks guys. It's just still doing it. Is that better? Yeah, I should have fixed it. Mr. Renan says games are complicated and take time. Surprise. Yes, they do. I was talking about this on the Shadow Empire video I did. The one where I was talking about, you know, Shadow Empire has got a lot of depth in multiple systems, and I was kind of saying, like, because I work for a developer called Stardock. Stardock make good games, man, but I was saying, like, I think Stardock wouldn't really be financially able to make games like this, because you have to develop them for years and years before they can be released. And like the way that games are really expensive, developers are expensive, engineers are expensive, and so you've got to get your game out of the door like as fast as possible, really, in real games development. And so they're, you know, like Stardock, it's more difficult for, I think, for them to make a game like this, because, you know, it's expensive to have a game sat around not being released, basically. So what they try to do is they make the game. This is my opinion, by the way. I'm not talking for Brad or anything. This is my opinion, but my opinion is, I think what they do is they make the game to the best of their ability. They get it out so that they can, you know, start bringing the money in so that they can pay everyone, and then they do the development as they go. And Stardock are really good for that. It's one of the reasons why I was attracted to that company, was because Stardock have got a track record, a proven track record of continually working on their games. They sometimes release games before they're ready, and you know, so they've released a couple of games where they just, like Galciv 4 was not ready for release when it came out. It was a mess, but it's actually a good game now. But yeah, it took a while to be a good game. So Stardock, like, but they are one of the better companies in my opinion for, you know, releasing games. But AAA companies can't make it. They can't take risks on stuff like this. Games development is expensive and it's really difficult. And how do you make a game like Conquest of Elysium or Dominions, which both have had like 20-30 years of development? You can't do it. So you, like, nobody, you know, no big developers or even medium-sized developers or smaller studios like Stardock can really, you know, hope to make something of this kind of quality today without releasing it, you know, in a state before it's going to be fully ready, if you follow me. It's just not possible. You can't do it. At least that's my opinion. Brad might tell me off for saying that, but I don't think he will. I think he'd agree. Like, it's like, you know, you have to find your market, and you've got to figure out what you're good at. Like Stardock make super polished games considering they're, you know, like graphically, and they've just got really, really talented people in the company who have just, they punch above their weight in terms of the studio size, because they don't make a big deal about it. But Stardock's actually quite a small company, but the quality of the games they make is like as good as people, you know, companies that have got 2 or 3 times as many staff. Isn't Heroes of Might and Magic Olden Era published by Hood and Horse? I think it is, yeah. Chris is saying, actually, Stardock are my new heroes. I'm loving Galciv 4. It's pushed Stellaris off my drive. So good. So good job. Yeah, like, I like Galciv 4 a lot. Like, and I play it outside of work as well. Like, I think it's just an excellent game. It's a divisive game, though. Some people just do not like it at all. I think, you know, like, and Stardock, Galciv's got issues. It's not perfect. It's not a perfect game, but it's, you know, it's pretty damn good. It's as far as sandbox games is, you know, sandbox 4X games is concerned, I think it's really solid. It's a lot better now than it was as well. Like it's been through a few iterations, I'd say. Oh, another assassin. Okay, here's Gabriella. Let's get this assassin here. Look at this assassin with a whole bunch of soulless. No, I was gonna take on those moose, but I realised that's such a stupid idea. Yeah, I mean, so Chris is talking about Stellaris. I try not to talk too much about Stellaris now because it's been such a long time since I played it. I met. So do you guys know Montu Gaming? Montu's a cool guy, man. I met him at Stardock headquarters last year, and I like him a lot. He's a very interesting, entertaining person in real life, and very, very intelligent. And I had a good time with Montu. But Montu is a big Stellaris person, and like if you want to watch somebody play Stellaris, so it's fun, that's the guy to watch, because he knows, like, Montu knows how to play Stellaris, so to make it fun. Because I don't think, you know, not everyone agrees with me here, but I don't think Stellaris is a particularly great strategy game. But what it is good at is it's a fantastic story generator. So I think Stellaris, like, if I was going to play Stellaris now, first I'd have to, you know, catch up with all the DLC and stuff, and I just, you know, I can't get into it for some reason. I don't know why. I just struggle to get into Stellaris now. However, I don't think it's a bad game. I used to think it was a bad game. I used to slag Stellaris off a lot and talk about how crap I thought it was. But I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's just, if you go into it, it's kind of like Path of Atera. The reason why I didn't like Path of Atera was because it was marketed as a roguelike, as a classic roguelike, and it's nothing like one. It superficially looks like a classic roguelike, but the gameplay is utterly different. It's like saying Minecraft is a first-person shooter. It's kind of that stupid. And the same with Stellaris. Stellaris looks like a 4X, but it really doesn't play like one. You know, it's not a great strategy game. Maybe it's a great strategy game, but it's not a great 4X. it's a role-playing game with a, you know, it's like this. It's like a role-playing game with a strategy element wrapped up in a 4X wrapper. And does that mean it's a bad game? No, it doesn't. I think it's a good game. I personally don't get on with it that well. Look what we found here. Cloak of Displacement. Gonna keep her alive, hopefully. We won't be able to take that on. Okay, I'm going to have this guy go out to meet her. So we'll have this assassin here too. One McClack says, Paradox games tend to be bare bones after release, good 3 years after release, and 7+ years later there are too many DLCs and they make the game worse. Yep, based. I completely agree. Like, for example, I don't know, like, Crusader Kings 3 launched really strongly, in my opinion. Like, way better than their other previous games. And I think Europa Universalis 5 has released really strongly as well. You know, okay, people are going to argue, say, well, no, actually, it's a bloody mess. And, you know, you'll be able to give examples of why you think it's a mess. I actually think it's a really... I think EU5 is actually a really good game already. But... is it perfect? No. It's got problems, you know, like I'm sure, but it will be fixed up. The problem is, I want to enjoy it now before the DLC comes in. I think Crusader Kings 3 had some DLC that people didn't like at all. Chris is saying, Stellaris is a DLC mess. I feel sad I was sucked in so far, because Stellaris is on its surface not a complex game. Yeah, like, I've talked about this a lot recently, and this is... So, I've been doing a podcast occasionally with a guy called Mark MSX from the Electric Underground, and he very kindly came on the podcast, and he's been coming back. So, and I talked to Mark a little bit, and I like Mark. He's great. He's a really cool guy. But Mark focuses on action games and retro games, and he's really into stuff like fighting games and beat 'em ups like Streets of Rage. And things like, you know, he likes Final Fight actually, and, you know, bullet hell, shmups and that kind of stuff, shoot 'em ups. And so Mark would be like, he's talking about this concept of, at least in the action game, you know, modern action games, where game development now seems to be making games that they're adding more mechanics at the expense of losing depth. I'll give you an example of this that he talks about that I think is bang on. So, you know, like every modern game now seems to have this parry mechanic. In 3D games particularly, the parry mechanic, where, you know, you hit a button in order at the right time in order to block an enemy's attack, it's completely destroyed the depth that you used to have in 3D games where you'd position. You know, so positioning and yeah, like spacement of, you know, like managing enemies into certain spaces, getting yourself into the right position, and then distance, it's all gone because now you just got this parry thing. Yeah, so that's what he means. Like, sometimes when you make games, try to make them cleverer by putting in more mechanics, actually you lose some of the organic depth of the game. And I'm seeing that all the time with strategy games now. Like, if you go and I haven't got Civ 7, and so I can't really talk about it too heavily, but from what I've seen, Civ 7 is a perfect example of this, where they've added more stuff and changed the game to make it like more appealing to more people. And, you know, they've added, like, you know, what seem like clever mechanics, but actually they've just turned it into a very basic numbers go up game. And, you know, that's not cool. Like, so that's the reason why Civ is bombing at the moment. Civ 7's failed, which is a shame because the Civ series was great at one point. Mr. Mellon saying, do you like Terra Invicta? Probably my new favourite game. Okay, so if you'd have asked, look, honestly, no, but that's not because I don't think it's a good game. I just did not get on with it before release. I found it kind of just boring. I really like complex games. Like, that's my thing. But I didn't think that the complexity really did. Like, I didn't really know what I was supposed to be doing, and I was playing for like 5 hours, and like, okay, I'm doing this with these guys. Why? I don't know. It's not telling me why I've got to do anything. I didn't see the end result. Like, there was no kind of, like, all the best complex games, you know what you're doing, you know why you're doing. For example, Shadow Empire is complex, but I know what I'm doing in a 4X game, yeah? So I've got to take more territory, engage enemies, I know how to do war game stuff. I've got an idea of how to build city, city management, get more gold. Terra Invicta, like, you've got no reference at all. What the fuck are you doing? And you've got to watch like Perun or someone play it in order to enjoy it, and I just did not find that entertaining. I just couldn't get into it. So, but I'm willing to give it another shot. I honestly didn't think that was ever going to come out of early access, to be honest. I'm surprised it did. I'm surprised they got it out of early access. But yeah, fair enough. So no, I don't like it, but I do need to try it again. I reckon if I could get into it and figure out what the fuck you're supposed to be doing in it, I'd probably really enjoy it. But it's long, and I like long games if they're fun, but I didn't think the gameplay in that was fun. It was just busy work, like constant busy work. Queen Kobold, hi, hello, how's it going? Queen Kobold says, Stellaris is very guilty of this. I want to like that game so much, but they add stuff without considering balance and synergy. I don't like, so Stellaris has got a big multiplayer scene, and I think if it's balanced, that's why. They have to consider the multiplayer, guys. Like I said, go and watch Montu. Montu plays. Montu shows how to make Stellaris really fun. Okay. Deether One says, I think the essence of a strategy game is a decision-making power fantasy, and feature creep often hurts this by... Sorry. I think the essence of a strategy game is a decision-making power fantasy, and feature creep often hurts this by adding a small set of options that are always optimal to do. I think that's part of the problem. I think, yeah, you know, feature creep's more of a problem with like getting games out the door, really. But I guess, you know, if you're adding more stuff on later on with DLC, then it can overcomplicate stuff. I guess, like, yeah, maybe. I don't think like, adding more stuff makes it so that there's more optimal, that there's less optimal options. Oh, sorry, there's obvious optimal options that lessens the amount of decision making that you have necessarily. I don't know if I agree with that. I think that so like I talk about, you know, tight games, yeah. So what that means is games that have no extraneous mechanics, really. There's not stuff that was just added to because it was cool or because they needed to tick a box. So for example, there's quite a lot of 4X games that have diplomacy in them, but they add diplomacy basically because they know that 4X games have to have diplomacy, but often that diplomacy system is what breaks the game and makes it suck. But they add it anyway because it has to, because they've got to tick the 4X box, you know, they've got to have diplomacy. And there are 4X games that did diplomacy well, like, for example, Master of Orion, the first 4X game, or at least the one that was first tagged as 4X. You know, that stupid kind of 4X joke was kind of made for. Master of Orion, the original, is an amazing game, and diplomacy is that's an incredibly tight game. Like, everything that you do in that game affects everything else, and that's what I mean. I think modern games don't seem to do that. They often add stuff just because... For example, you know, they'll have a focus group, or there's a guy, you know, sat around on a board of, you know, the board of directors, and they go, we've got to have crafting. Crafting's popular at the moment. Okay, but, you know, this is a first-person shooter. How do we get... it doesn't matter. Just find a way to put crafting in. That's basically what's going on. So, RPG mechanics are the worst for this. Like, every game seems to have, like, progression systems now, and experience and leveling up. That's fine, but I just don't think it needs to be in every game. And I'm starting to see it more and more in everything. You know, like, for example, think about RTS games before things like Company of Heroes and Dawn of War. I think Company of Heroes was probably the first one that I remember where you had, you know, units in an RTS leveling up and getting more abilities and stuff. I guess maybe Warcraft as well. Did the original... No, I don't think the original Warcraft had units leveling up, but Warcraft's a little bit different because it's a fantasy game, so I think fantasy stuff, you know, holds RPG stuff a little bit better. But, you know, yeah, the creep of RPG systems into games that didn't really need it, I think that's one example of stuff that I feel that makes games less tight. Action games are really bad for it now. roguelite, roguelike mechanics have got to be in everything now, because it's like, you've got to have permadeath, you've got to have, and like I love classic roguelikes like ADOM and NetHack, and I suppose parts of Dwarf Fortress, I suppose, are kind of technically classic roguelikes. I love classic roguelikes. I play them on the channel, but now the term's been abused so much, and it became a buzzword that they could use to sell games on Steam. That's another big problem in games design, I'd say. Marabel Yassim says, true. Love Civ 1 simplicity. Now, even nowadays, I go back to it. I played Civ 1 a few years ago because I did a video for Stardock. In fact, it was one of the first videos I did for them, and I was talking about the history of 4X games because because we were doing a video for GalCiv. And so I went and played Civ 1 to get some footage, and it's still a great game. I played the hell out of Civ 1 originally in the 90s. One McClack says, depth is hard to quantify. Breadth of features is a checklist and much easier for bosses to force on their team. Yeah, I agree. Depth is like you can have the deepest games with the most simple mechanics. You really can. One of the things that I'm liking about Ashes of the Singularity 2 that the Oxide are working on and Stardock are publishing is, at least right now, it's quite simple, and it's like they've got the unit balance quite nice. So you're playing this kind of like really grand scale RTS game with tons of units, but there's not like all these fiddly active unit abilities and all that stuff. Right now it's really pure. It's like all you build your units, and the units all interact in different ways. It's so I really like it. I think they've made an excellent job of it so far. They're going to put more stuff in there without a doubt, I'm sure. I hope they don't, just speaking personally, I hope they don't put too much extraneous stuff in it, like too many active use abilities. I don't really feel like it's that kind of game, but but at least as it is right now, I'm really liking it. I think it's going to be a banger. So yeah, but depth, like the reason why I think that sometimes simplicity can create more depth, because if you've got really clear game mechanics that all interact with one another really, really well, but without overcomplicating things, so you've not got too much to manage, especially in action games or real-time games, I think that can create more depth than just having, that enables players to, really get into those crunchy mechanics and figure the meta out and have a big space to play with. When you just add more extra stuff on there, I kind of see what, actually, I do see what, who was it? D1 said. I guess when you do add more stuff, yeah, I guess it kind of feels like there might be less optimal, or more optimal decisions and less sort of space for or less headspace for decision making. Okay. Morab Al Yassim says, maybe people in games industry should play them instead of selling them as an end goal. Yeah, I mean, it's when you're working in a games development environment, you need to be playing your games a lot. You've got to be playing your games a lot. But it's easy for me to say. I'm just a video guy. But yeah, the more you play, look, the more time in development, the more time in design, the more time in development, and the more time you've got to play test stuff, the better. But unfortunately, for very big companies, I think it's the marketing. They have to spend a lot of money on marketing, and you have certain marketing deadlines to make. And if your game ain't ready for that market, you can't miss your marketing deadline. You can't miss releases. It costs millions. Yeah, it costs millions. So I think with the very big AAA companies and that, you have to give them a little bit of leeway. If you want those fancy graphics and the big game, like Total War and all this, you want these, really super, big, expansive, complex games with the fancy graphics and that, you've got to accept that you're trading the ability to have those games thoroughly play tested, because they have to get them out the door, because they've got to make money. And if there's a problem comes up in development before release, tough shit. Sorry, because you can't lose those millions in marketing. That's kind of how it works, I think. I'm guessing there, I don't know, but I'm guessing that's how it works. I'm pretty sure that's how it is. Dave Fleet's saying, how about Ara History Untold? What do you mean about it? Yeah, I like it. I like Ara. I think it's a better game than people give it credit for. But I do work for Stardock, and they have been affiliated with it, so just take that with a grain of salt, obviously. One McClack says, for me, Civ 5 is greater than Civ 6 because it's faster and you don't have to agonize over district optimization. I didn't play Civ 6. I bought it because I like Sean Bean. That's basically it. I bought it in a sale for about £5. Mr. Renan says, right, I get that regarding Terra Invicta. Yeah, like I felt with Terra Invicta, for too long I was making decisions and I didn't know what they were supposed to be doing for me, and I just didn't find the decisions were interesting. I didn't think it was interesting gameplay, but you know, maybe I do need to. I'm willing to accept that I haven't played it recently. It could be a lot better now, and maybe it's better explained and stuff. So Chris P saying, I actually love diplomacy. Sorry, Lewis Bonakic is saying, it's more jumping the shark, where they have to constantly outdo themselves and get weirder and randomer. Yeah, maybe. Chris P saying, oh sorry, Chris is saying, I actually love diplomacy, and you'll disagree, but I prefer Zephon over Gladius for that. Okay, I got a lot to say on Zephon. I probably should play my game a little bit, but yeah, like, I don't know. I don't know. I just don't. I don't think Zephon works. Oh, how do I do the enter? There we are. I don't think Zephon works. It's like twice or 3 times now I've got to the end of the game, and I could basically just hit end turn and win because I picked the right side in that end, in that end game thing, and I played the diplomacy, to the point where there's just no challenge. Like the diplomacy system in that game undermines the combat. It undermines the warfare. Oh, look at this. This is a nasty situation to deal with. Markata are going to climb straight over these walls, look. Oh, they didn't even need to. They just bashed the door down. Okay. Okay, we've got a Monkey Maharaja character to defeat here. Where is Gabriella? Okay, so let me just... Oh, there she is. Okay. Alright, I need to immediately get down here. Let's get some more troops. I think we leave we'll leave the spiders here now, and any slow units. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk about Zephon and diplomacy in a minute. Like I've got a lot to say, and I love everything about Zephon other than the gameplay. Like I think the graphics are amazing. The music is the best in any 4X I've played. I think that the music's phenomenal. The writing is phenomenal. I think that everything about that game is so well done. I love the setting. I like the unit. Like I'm like other people. I think the unit design in that game is pretty good. I think it's really great. I just think the diplomacy breaks the game. It's just stupid. I keep getting to the end of the game and going like, I can just hit end turn now and win, or like I think they've tried to make the diplomacy not quite so easy to cheese, but in doing so, it just does weird things. It's like I don't know. Mr. Renan says it works in Crusader Kings, but I mean, there's almost more of that's almost more of an RPG than a strategy game. Yeah, Crusader Kings is its own beast, man. Queen Kobold says CDDA Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is my favourite roguelike. I contribute sprite work to it. Oh, do you really? Oh, that's cool. Oh, nice. Yeah, Cataclysm's... I kind of keep up with that a little bit. I heard it's in a bit of a strange place at the moment because there's people... so my understanding was that some of the designers were putting stuff into the game that not everybody liked. So there's been a bit of a backlash recently against some of the content. I don't know. Like, yeah, I won't talk about it too much on stream because I think some of it kind of veers into the political stuff, so I can't really be bothered with it. But what I will say is, what I've played of Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, I think it's great. Great game. Chris is saying, I think Beyond All Reason is my current favourite RTS. Yeah, Beyond All Reason is great, man. But it's, it's a fan-made game, so it's like... I think everyone's trying to compare modern RTS games to that, and it's not really very fair because developers can't really, spend 8 years making a game without making any money. Do you know what I mean? It's just, you can't really do it. Beyond a Reason's not perfect either. It's got some issues. Astrofox says, what do you think? In what direction could the 4X strategy genre like Civilization evolve? I mean, what new things could be brought to the genre? Because I don't think it's enough these days just to remaster Civ 5 with modern graphics and the same mechanics. I agree. Like, so I think that, especially with computer hardware getting more expensive now, like, you know, we've got this thing with RAM at the moment where RAM's just outrageously expensive. I think that, let's hope that doesn't continue, but you might find that, you know, gaming with high-end hardware is going to start pricing most people out, and then the industry is going to have to learn the hard way that it's actually gameplay that people want. You know, casual gamers who like the whole like art form of people who like the art form of video games, like me. Like, I've got a really powerful graphics card. Like, I've got a 4080, which is not the best card, but it's pretty high up. It's very expensive. And I only justified it because I work in the industry and I need a good graphics card. So I like playing games with great graphics. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm not a Luddite, but I'm not fooled by graphics at all when it comes. Like, you know, I can see when graphics are covering for poor, shoddy gameplay, or when they're just, that seems to be the main focus. And so, to answer your question, I think the 4X genre, in order to move forwards, we need to have a real serious discussion in the, you know, amongst 4X players about what they want. Yeah, do they want RPG systems? Do they want strategy? Do you want fast to play games? Do you want slow games? Do you want all of it? Like, what do you want? Because I think that the 4X genre is getting watered down in a big way at the moment. It's getting watered down, you know, to kind of, because developers have to appeal to more players, so they have to appeal to more casual gamers who don't necessarily want to be managing thousands of units like in Shadow Empire or something. So, you know, in order for a game to be considered to be marketable now, it's got to be simple in some ways. It's also got to have a lot of, you know, whatever's faddish at the time. So, like, crafting was the big one a few years ago. Everything had to have fucking crafting in. Now it's like roguelike stuff, RPG systems, everything's got to have, like, you know, meta progression. And like, I just think that we need to figure out what it is in the, you know, in the genre that people enjoy. And it's easy to get distracted with conversations about what a 4X is. I think that's a distraction. I don't think it goes anywhere. I think what we need to be looking at is, what is it that people who enjoy 4X games, what part of the game is it that they're enjoying, and really have a discussion on that, and then try to figure out how to make games that scratch those itches without making the same mistakes that we've been making for 30 years. Because I'll ask you this, for those of you who are interested, go and play Master of Orion 1, or go and play Remnants of the Precursor, because it's an easier way to play now, really. Because I'm trying, and if you can detach yourself from, oh, this game's old, so therefore it's bad, yeah, go and play Master of Orion 1, and I mean really play it, like play 40 hours of it, play and win the game like 4 or 5 times, play all, you know, different factions, really explore the mechanics, get your head around it, and then come to me with a straight face and tell me that there's anything that's come since that's better in terms of tight games design, because there isn't, in my opinion. How is it a game that was made in 94? The only game that's older, by the way, is Galciv 1 on the OS 1, and that was because Brad actually released the first version of Galciv 1, a beta version, to the public before Master of Orion 1 came out. So Galciv series actually older than Master of Orion, technically. But really, that was the first, and by the way, that's why Galciv is so different from Master of Orion, because it was not inspired by Master of Orion. It came out before. So like Galciv really is one of the Galciv series, for all its flaws and stuff, it's still its own thing. That's why it's so different to Master of Orion. It's not inspired by Master of Orion at all. Brad's like just doing his own thing with it. But yeah, like Master of Orion's the best one. Like, why is that? Why is it that Master of Orion got stuff right when other modern games just seem to be, you know, at best, like they get a few hundred players generally. So to continue this, just in terms of like Civ, I think that Firaxis tried to do something new with Civilization. The problem is that modern design principles are, you know, like I think there's some real bad ideas in modern design, in modern games design. So it was always going to be, you know, I don't think they've got Firaxis have got the talent anymore. Or if they've got the talent, they've just got bad ideas. I think. I don't know. Morabel Yesum says, the end turn being different shortcuts between Dominions and Conquest of Elysium is one of my most confusing issues. Yeah, I keep hitting E to end turn, but it's not, it's Y in this one. Like, yeah, I agree. But, you know, you can always do this, look. All of the shortcuts in the game are here at all times, just like in Dominions. So, there's no excuse. Yeah, this army's too small for this. I want to keep them well away from this, what is he? Demonologist. The other one says, I've gotten game overs before because the Monkey Maharaja was actually a Raksharaja king. Yes, that's one of the Maya Veil of Maya or whatever it's called, the cloaking technology that the Raksharaja has. It can catch you out. I think it's a really cool mechanic actually. We kill these guys now. I think we need to go and get some more troops. Oh, we got another assassin. Okay. Where do I want that assassin? Oh, Monkey Maharaja might take this. So let's get some archers up. We'll get the assassin up. Because if we can kill... I don't think we'll assassinate a Monkey Maharaja, actually. Oh, he's got a horror helm. Look at that. Nice. Has he got... No, he's got assassination, but he might wound him, though. Vic Warberub, hello, happy new year, sir. Chris is saying, my first 4X was a game called Ascendancy. Do you remember that? It had very unique alien factions, no humans at all. So my buddy Delta V has been getting me trying to get me to play Ascendancy for a long time. I actually missed it the first time round. I think it's one of those games there's a lot in there and it's fun, but it's not a very tight game, if that makes sense. But I don't know because I've not really played it. That's my view, my understanding of the game. Juan McClark says monkeys are pretty fun in COE. Not so much in Dominion 6. You get swarms of easily replaceable monkeys climbing walls while Bandar archers do the damage and elephants trample around. The summons are Hindu. Yeah, I really like them in Dominions. I really like Lanka. I think Lanka's a really powerful faction in Dominions, at least in Dominions 5. I haven't really thought about how the changes to you know, the new illusion magic, I forget what it's called now, the illusion magic in Dominions might have affected Lanka, because it changes their magic. So yeah, that's something to think about. But I liked Lanka. I really like that faction. By the way, guys, I'm just going to close my window because it's like -2 here in the UK, and the lamps are hot, but finally it's got to the point where it's getting a little cool. Juan McClark says, in Master of Orion 1, my least favourite part was the ship stacks. Master of Orion 2 was an improvement. I don't know, because I can finish Master of Orion 1 games, whereas I get bored in Master of Orion 2. I don't know why. I like some of Master of Orion 2. I don't like the building system, you know, the building construction system that they imported from Master of Magic. I don't think that works anywhere near as well. But it's more immersive. Like Master of Orion 2 traded immersion for tight gameplay. But it doesn't mean that it's a bad game. It's a great... Master of Orion 2 is an undeniably excellent game. But I think Master of Orion 1's better. The other one says, the summons are so expensive for what they're actually bringing. Love the troops, though. Which one's that for? Sorry. Oh, yeah, Monkey Maharaja and Raksharaja. Yeah, they're both really different. They're both really different. Like, the Raksharaja gives you all those crazy titans. Hirimu Shuzen says, Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is one of my great... one of my favourite roguelikes. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a work of art. It really is. Well, I don't know if they get, you know, I'll say this. I don't know if the game needs like, 50 different dildos. I think that's just... I think some people need to be a little bit careful about the content they're putting into that game now. Because I saw that and I was a bit like, come on. What kind of game are you making here? I know it's supposed to be a simulation game, but that's just, it's just too much. I think that, I'm not a prude, by the way. I think that it's absolutely fine to have sexual content and stuff, but it just kind of... I just got a bit of a skeevy vibe off it recently. But I don't think that damages the game. I think Cataclysm's a great game. I think it needs to be forked, because I think if some people want to take it in a certain way, I don't know, kind of maybe do a fork and not the main branch. One McClack said, I find there are wrong ideas in modern web design too. Mobile first, low information density, overuse of animations, stock photos, loading the site piece by piece. Yeah, I agree. One McClack says, Dominion 6 glamour magic, good defensive buffs. Yes, that was it. D1 said, Lanka is crazy good. Kailasa is not in a good place though. Although I pretty much exclusively play Formoria in early age, so I might be out of touch there. Kailasa's always been a bit, C tier. I think Lucid had Kailasa as a C tier nation on his list. I think they're very high finesse. You've got to be good to be able to use Kailasa well. I like Kailasa. I thought they were a really, really, really fun nation. They're really thematic. I like monkeys. I think the monkey nations are really, really fun. But I don't... Yeah, they're really, really difficult to use well. I'm losing a lot of territory here, by the way. I'm going to have to start getting Gorilla on these guys. One McClack said, Master of Orion 1 was faster to play and immersion was good, but you didn't get bogged down in the details so much. Yeah, it's a tighter game. Everything really made sense in that game. Oh, look at this. Frost Fiend. What's he got? Oh, it's got a Mirage Crystal. Okay, we're going to die. Got loads of monsters here. Okay. Yeah, we need to... I need to retreat a little bit, I think. Or I could go and hit him in the back line, but there is I don't think he's... there's a war... demonologist around there somewhere. I should burn this forest if I can. Hiromushu then says, I like to play as the Gimp from Pulp Fiction and Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. You'll probably like that new content then. There was some controversy recently. It was like, yeah, somebody put a load of sex toys into the game, like loads. Like not just one, because I think it's okay to have one or something, because they've got mechanics that actually support that kind of thing. But then like 15 different dildos. But then they took out a load of guns, so they removed the amount of guns that you had. And the argument behind why they'd removed the guns was kind of interesting, but still it was like, yeah, I don't know, it just felt a bit strange. I don't want to get too involved in that because I don't really know enough about it. But I did think that it was, I don't know, yeah, it didn't. I think you got to be a little bit careful about what you put out into the universe. Mon McClack says, in Dominion 6, the easier to play factions tend to have stronger, at least mid plus infantry and okay mages. Yeah. Neither one says, is there currently an identity crisis between 4X titles becoming simulation games as time goes on? I think there's more simulation games now than ever. Alright, so... simulation games and tight games don't tend to go too well together. One that is kind of simulation based and is also tight is Shadow Empire, believe it or not. Shadow Empire is actually quite a tight game. And it shouldn't be. Like, I don't see how usually you could make a game that is that big, that complex, with that many mechanics, that still is tight, where every decision kind of, is important towards your victory. But Shadow Empire manages it. It's not perfect, but like in terms of simulation games, that one's pretty good. I think Distant Worlds is also very good in that respect. To answer your question, is there an identity crisis with 4X games becoming simulation games? I don't know, because I think that there's some argument to suggest that, this is my theory. So don't think that this has come from anything remotely scientific but my theory is that kind of 4X games they're like they were a step up from classic sort of war games or you know, kind of old tabletop games, I guess, and what we now know as grand strategy games. I think that they were an attempt to make, you know, like an early grand strategy game, and it was so fun that it stuck, right? So it was like a weird mutation of war games into this sort of grand, you know, into this sort of like empire building thing with procedural generation. And so the early games in this series, you know, in the genre, were less simulation based, obviously, because of computer game constraints, right? But they were still very much based on board games. So Civilization, Master of Orion, Master of Magic, they had some simulation like elements, you know, like Master of Magic's combat's actually quite complex if you actually look at what happens in Master of Magic, and you know, you need a rule book in order to understand the combat in Master of Magic. Most games have like reduced the complexity of combat now because they want it to be easier to understand, but unfortunately they reduce in doing so they reduce the depth, right? But in terms of like simulation games being, you know, as an identity crisis, I think you've got sandbox-like games and you've got pressure-based games on one side. The pressure-based games, like, you know, are what I'd call things like Gladius, or Master of Orion 1 and 2 a little bit, and older Civ games. They were more like pressure-based games where you had, you know, within the tool set that you've got to use at any one time, there's kind of like fewer winning moves out of all the set of potential choices, right? Whereas sandbox games tend to be, you know, they give you a lot of tools and you can kind of approach victory however you want. Sometimes they don't even have very strong victory conditions. Like at the very extreme end of the sandbox polarity, you know, the sandbox pressure polarity, as I think of it, you've got kind of like city builder games like SimCity, where there's really no kind of victory condition. They're like Lego games, basically. Some have got like some loose pressure, you know, like SimCity had some kind of pressure. Theme Park was a better example. Theme Park was a city builder game, you know, like a city builder style game, tycoon game, whatever you want to call it. But then it had pressure because, you know, you had to still try and win. But I think 4X games have always had simulation elements and pressure-based elements, at least after the first wave. Okay, Mama Clark says, I like 4X having simulation elements. It makes the game more real. And those guys are just talking about, yeah, agreeing that they like that. Mama Clark says, oh right, there was a board version of Civilization, and some computer games start by implementing a board game. I'm really interested in board games at the moment. I've been playing more board games on Tabletop Simulator and stuff. I don't really have any friends where I live. I do actually. One of my very good friends lives quite close. Well, he lives a drive away from me, and he's into tabletop games. So I'm probably going to play some stuff with him when we get time. But we're both kind of busy. But really, I don't really know that many people where I live in Scotland, and apart from like I say, the one or two other guys who have emigrated up from the Midlands. You know, for some reason, there's a few of us up here now. There's 3 people from 2 bands that I was kind of hanging out with. Anyway, so I've been playing more board games, and I think board games are interesting because you have to get your design right early. You know, you got to get like every part of the game has got to be good early on. You can't just add more systems to try to make the gameplay up. So, you know, the gameplay comes first. Video games are different because I was having a really interesting discussion about this with my boss, Brad Wardell, and Brad was saying, like, you know, you have to remember that games are software as well. Yeah, they're not just games. Video games are a piece, you know, an engineering product with gameplay. You have to build the game as well. It's not just because I was like, why don't you just, you know, make the design first and then blah. And he was like, no. He's like, listen, noob, you don't know nothing, Jon Snow. And he really schooled me on like how games have really developed. And I think he's right. Like, I think that with video games, particularly with the expense of how they're made and how expensive it is to hire programmers and engineers to make these games, you have to make the software alongside the game's design, and often the game's design comes in at a later date. That's just the way that it is. You have to get your game engine and then the game's design comes in afterwards. That sounded backwards to me. I thought that, you get your design right, then you build the game. No, it doesn't work like that. Iterative games design has never worked like that, actually. And that was a bit of a, so I had a real misunderstanding about how video game development was done. And it was interesting to see, like how it is really done. I mean, I still maintain that I think in an ideal world, you do your design first, then you make the game. But it's not how it works in reality, unfortunately. It's a pipe dream. Queen Cobalt says, I love board games. You should try playing Burning Banners. It's fantastic. It's a bit hard to find at the moment, but they're doing another release. I've not heard of that one, actually. So I'll tell you the game that I've been playing recently, and that's Mage Knight. You know Mage Knight? I like it because you can play it solo, but it's based on an old kind of failed miniatures game, I think, that was apparently very good. But it's a tabletop game. It's kind of like an exploration adventure game where you have an objective to conquer these cities. But it's so good. Like I just kind of want to rub my thighs in autistic anticipation. Like, oh, I want to play Mage Knight. It's such a good game. It is really that good. One McClack says, Queen Cobra says, no, but I'll check it out. Yeah, there's a version of Mage Knight on Tabletop Simulator you can go and try. It's very expensive to buy the board game version. I think it's over. Like, I was looking to get a copy. Not only is it huge, you got to have a lot of table space or floor space, but it was like in UK money, it was £130 was the cheapest I could find a copy of Mage Knight. It's expensive. One McClack says, well, Kingdom Dungeon and Hero has nice graphics and gameplay, but some game design and balance problems. Yeah. So I like Alvaro Souza, the guy from Kraken's Games who makes Kingdom Dungeon and Hero. He's a really down to earth guy, and he's very much, he's just super honest when you see him talking. Like, people are like, why don't you put this in? And he'll be like, he'll just be like, well, either I don't think it'll work, or I've tried and I can't, or like he's just there's no pretense about him. He's just a real dude, and I think he knows what he wants out the game, and I think he gets his feedback from people who are playing and wants to make it as good as he can. But I think, like, I talked to Al about Shadow Empire, for example, and he said to me, he goes, I like the idea of Shadow Empire, but it's just too complex for me. I like simpler games, so I wanted to make something that was more like Warplan. Warplan's a really good game, by the way. Al Souza, I get the impression that he's not like a super experienced like programmer in games. That might be completely wrong, by the way. Sorry, Al, if you ever hear this. I don't know, but I get the impression that, like, he's like like he's not been doing it that long, maybe, but he's like, he made Warplan. Warplan's a bloody good game. I don't know if you guys have played that. That is super tight. Like, he's made a game that is super tight. Warplan and Warplan Pacific are absolutely amazing. I mean, I think Warplan's pretty much flawless, and it's really rare to say that. I think Kingdom Dungeon and Hero is a much looser game than Warplan. I'll tell you what, let's have a look at Kingdom Dungeon Hero. I'm going to save this, guys, because I'm not really playing now. I'm just kind of talking. Let's call this live stream. Oops, there we go. All right, guys, just give me a minute, and we'll put Kingdom Dungeon Hero on. Just look at that. I'm not going to play it for long, but I might need to adjust the volume in this. Queen Cobalt says, I'm considering scanning in my copy of Burning Banners to Tabletop Sim, but don't know the legality of it. Yeah, I don't know either, so be careful with that. Yeah, you don't want to get in trouble. But but why not? Go ahead. Yeah, let's turn this volume down a bit. So yeah, I like this game. I think Kingdom Dungeon Hero... Oh, sorry, you can't see it. Hang on, guys. Let me just bring it up on... Hirimushu then says, waiting on Light No Fire to come out before getting into a new game. Really enjoyed No Man's Sky. I've not played No Man's Sky yet. I've heard it's really good now. What I will say is about... I don't really... I don't really get on that well with survival games, you know, like kind of crafting survival games. It's not that I don't like them, I do like them. The problem is that they're so time consuming to play. I think the last one that I played that I really did like was the one, what's that one that's water based where you're swimming? I played that in VR and that was really good. What's that one called now? Anyway, yeah, there's a you guys will know. It's a famous survival game that's set in the water. You're set in the sea and you're swimming. I thought that was beautifully well done. There's also an indie game that I covered as well. You're in a space station. What's that one called? Anyway, yeah, this is like where you're in a space station and there's a nuclear war going on Earth, and and you've just got to survive on the space station. That's a cool game as well. Okay, Hearing Me Shoes and says Subnautica. That was it. Subnautica's I like that game. I thought it was really good. Shadows of the D1 says Shadows of the Forbidden Gods I think is my top simulation strategy game. It's so hard. There's absolutely no rush, so everything you take at your own pace, so it ends up being easy to learn. I've got that game. I like that. I think it's it was half finished though when I was playing it. Right, guys, I'm gonna have to slow down speaking because my voice is starting to go a little bit, so I'm just gonna try and take it a little bit easy. Let's see what Al's done with this game. I think that this is a superb little game. What I will say is, like, yeah, not everyone loves it. Like Daz passed on it for some reason. Daz said he felt it was too simple, but I don't think Daz played it. I don't. This is what I mean about games that have simple mechanics but have deep complexity because of the interactions of those mechanics. There's nothing in this that's that complex to understand, but it's really quite deep. He's put loads of new stuff in, so here we go. He's got this Scourge of the Four Cults. This is a new one that it's been added recently. There's a Song of Fire and Ice thing, look. So yeah, if you like Game of Thrones. There's a Lord of the Rings one, Middle Earth look. Yeah, I had a look at this. I'm fussy about the Lord of the Rings. It's my favourite thing, basically. I listened to the audio book, or I've actually read the physical book probably about 50 times in my life. It's my favourite thing ever. I'm listening to it again in my spare time, like literally every day. You know, listen to it for a bit, or I read it for a bit, and so I'm really fussy about Lord of the Rings stuff. If it's not done well, then I'm kind of not interested. But like, this is the main scenario, the Realm of Erde. Let's go and have a look at this. This has had a lot of development, by the way. Al's been working on this kind of fairly steadily ever since it was released, I think. He's now working on this new Total Victory game, Total Victory World Conflict. But I'm going to plug Al's games, right? So if you like war games, go play Warplan. Warplan's absolutely brilliant. It's like a World War II game. Warplan Pacific is like the Pacific Theatre, but Warplan is the sort of European, the start of World War II. It's got America in there as well. But yeah, these are really, really tight, quite simple to understand, but really, really solid war games, man. Like, he made bangers. They should have done way better than they did. I don't know what happened there. I don't know if like Matrix just didn't really promote them properly. I think they've done okay, but like they are really good games. I actually fancy playing Warplan at some point. Who should we play as in Kingdom Dungeon Hero, just to look at it? Okay, now I want that music to come back. Let's play Skadi. Yeah, okay. So these are the sort of weird plague ridden people. Let's just take a quick look at this. Curses on, incursion off. No, we want to put that on. Yeah. Opportunistic allies. Large adventures. I don't know. I'm not going to play this for long, guys. Just think I'm going to have a quick look at it. I think you want to put the computer production bonus on this game to make it challenging. Make it more challenging. Okay. D1 says, I had an eye on this game. Yeah, this is an interesting game. I'm not going to play it for long. I'm just going to I'll give you an overview of it. One of the great things about this game, by the way, is that it's got an incredibly nice user interface. It's really smooth. It's one of those rare war games that's like, It's got a really great it's got a really great user interface, man, and a really lovely great looking map. Look at this. Like, he's nailed it with the way that this game looks. I think it's fantastic. It's just really easy to play and fast. So we are Scardy. We're somewhere around here, isn't it? Yeah, there we are. Is this Scardy? Yeah, I think this must be us. No, we're the jungle one. There we are. We're down here. That's it. Okay, so here are your units. So this is like a fantasy war game, basically. Muzzle Paint says excellent game. Yeah, this is really good. So basically, you have a territory. You've got neighbors. They've got different alignments. You've got towns that generate kind of resources, and then the resources you spend on more military units. And then the military units, you go and attack other players. But there's also this other element to it, which is there's some basic research in the game, but it's very much like a war game research system. So don't expect it to be like a 4X. It's not really a 4X game. It's more of think fantasy war game. If you played Warplan, it's fantasy Warplan basically. But it's got this dungeoneering element to it as well. So you hire heroes, and then you go into these dungeons, and then the dungeon is like an old blobber. It's kind of like an old blobber style dungeon thing. So what do I mean by blobber? I think Wizardry or Might and Magic, the original. Muzzle Paint says, I wish more Hex and counter games looked like this. The UI is superior to Shadow Empire, and certainly we go Stalingrad. Can you imagine Shadow Empire having a user interface like this? Because I can't figure out how you do it, man. I know I'm a bit of a shill defender of Shadow Empire's user interface, but I don't think it's bad. I just think that it's necessarily large and complex. Now, you might not be sold on the idea that Shadow Empire's user interface has that kind of reports-based system, but I like that. I think that's really important because I think it's really immersive. One McClack says, as Skadi, you have lots of wood, but shortage of iron and stone, so they use a lot of archers. Yes. So, simple mechanics, but deep. So, for example, if you, if you're these guys, I played these a lot, Ammonon. If you're Ammonon, you don't get any wood. So you tend to want to go and invade Skadi first. Thing is, though, Skadi isn't a possible ally for you as well. So this game's interesting because if you try to invade too many people, if you try to map paint in this game, you're going to come unstuck because the AI will eventually all turn on you because they start seeing you as a big threat. So you've got to be careful about who you invade, and you have to. There's a sort of like ebb and flow to the game where you're sort of safe to invade, but once you get a certain amount of victory points, the rest of the world realise you're starting to win, so they will start turning on you, even your allies. One McClack says, yes, the look and feel is similar to Shadow Empire and Conquest of Elysium. Muzzle Paint says, it's not as clean and fresh as this. It looks and feels like something from the 90s. Yeah, maybe that's part of why I like Shadow Empire, because it has got that old style sort of vibe to it. But yeah, Shadow Empire's user interface is really good. I think that Vic, I gotta be careful what I say because I'm NDA'd on Shadow Empire because I've done some work for Vic and stuff. So yeah, I won't talk about this too much because I think that, yeah, but Vic has heard your user interface complaints is what I'm going to say. I can't say any more than that. Well, McClark says, well, lol, when I first saw Shadow Empire, I thought it was a game from the 2000s. Yeah, so did I, man. It doesn't bother me, but I do get it, Muzzle Paint. I agree. This is a really lovely looking game. And I think if Shadow Empire was able to have the same, fast, look at how nicely it scrolls and stuff. It's a really lovely, it's a great looking war game. It's a really great looking game. And I think Al Souza's knocked it out of the park with how it looks. I think it's really, really good. And it plays fast as well. It's been a while since I played, by the way. But the first thing you want to do is you want to hire some heroes. Then you'll pick a target, I guess. Start lowering your relations, a little bit like you do in Shadow Empire. And then go to war, take some territory. And then you've got to watch what's going on around you. But then there's also this, this is the main campaign, by the way. You've also then got to go do some dungeoneering. You'll find magic items and stuff that can help your heroes. And then you will you'll complete a bunch of objectives in dungeons that kind of eventually help you to win the game. It's a little incoherent because I think that, you know, you don't really need to do the dungeoneering. You don't really need to, like, you can just do the dungeoneering and win. And you can just do, but you know, obviously if you lose your empire you're going to die, so you can't. I don't know, I think it's probably tighter than I think, but it's really fun. This is like a really fun game. Okay. Alosha's Dream says, this game is on my wish list. It looked really interesting, but I haven't seen it in action. I don't really have time to play this game right now, and I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't be the best person to show it off because it's been a while since I've played. But I have done some YouTube videos if you're interested to see it. I didn't finish any of the campaigns, but you can at least go and see how the game plays. There's also a demo you can download, which is you can there's a demo scenario. Can't save the game, but it shows you basically how it works. It's not the best comprehensive demo in my opinion, but I think Al was a little bit worried that people might pirate it and stuff. So Muzzle Paint says Shadow Empire has the operational AI, the best. Yeah, it's got amazing game AI. There's no doubt about it. One McClack says, in Kingdom Dungeon and Hero, the more severe anti-blobbing mechanics is corruption. You can spam council halls and it's still a huge limit on expansion. Yes. So like, you've got to plan your victory quite carefully. You got to figure out who you're going to be at war with, you know, and plan for being at war with them, because they've all got different, like, they've got different units, and different units work different, you know, better against certain units than others. So some armies you're going to have to fight them in different terrain. You want to be looking at where you're conquering, because all the different resources are really important. It's got a sort of seasonal thing where in the winter you'll get less food. So if you've got large armies and stuff, it can be hard to feed all your troops. It's not super complex, but you can play a game of, I reckon you can play a game of this in about 12 hours. Maybe not the big campaign, but like some of the smallest things, some of the smaller settings you can play in like probably one play session. So it's really fast to play once you know it. Blow Your Mind says, I love blobbers, but I can't really imagine how that is in this. Well, maybe I can show you. So let's just recruit a bunch of heroes. Where do they go? There they are. And then we want to gather rumors. Okay, so we didn't find any this turn. I'll go to the next turn. Is it Wizardry 1 style? Yeah, kind of like that. It doesn't look like Wizardry, but it's basically the same kind of game mechanics. One McClack says, Dungeoneering in this is not optional. It's the main source of magic shards. Okay, that's fair enough. I think you can. Can you automate it? Yeah, you can. You can automate it. You can automate the dungeoneering. Let's just get these guys gathering rumors. Okay, so there we go. So we've got a couple of dungeons here. Also, we want to hire just 3 more heroes. I'm not looking carefully who they are, by the way. Oh well, we run out of gold, so let's just go into this and we'll sell some stuff. Right. So get another hero. I'm not playing this seriously, guys, but okay. So we've got all 6 heroes. Send these guys out to. Well, there we go. So here's the dungeon. So you can get a choice to auto explore it. I would not do this, generally speaking. Well, this is the chance of people dying. But anyway, so here your wizards look. Sorry, here's your characters, I should say. You got like all the RPG stuff. So wizards, clerics, warriors, and then you dungeoneer through. So here we go. We're in the ancient ruins. And we've moved into a ruined passage. This stuff's like mostly flavors, just for flavor, really. Yeah, so one would like to say, no, split your heroes, have them gather rumors separately in a different towns. Yeah, you can do that. I don't think you really need to, maybe, but if you want to min-max it. Okay, so we've come into a battle now. Here's one of the battles, look. So, you can, for all your characters, you can pick an action. So whether it's an attack, you can defend, you can try to evade. The wizards can do like spell binding. All these monsters all have their own statistics. So that's got quite high magic defense, but this one hasn't. So for example, if you want to try and spell bind stuff with your wizards, that's often a good idea. Defense resist bonus. Yeah, I want those guys to melee attack. Magic attack also does work. This wizard's actually got 4 melee attack as well. So if we go fight, and then it just plays through a round. So it's kind of like a blobber. Okay, so we did manage to spellbind this thing so it didn't attack this turn. Let's try again. Oh, okay. We've got a couple of characters that are wounded. Okay, so we managed to kill one, and we got a couple of golds and some shards. These are both spellbound now. Actually, spellbound looks like it's fixed. It never really did much before, but it seems like it's working. The cleric can now use heals. I'm going to fight again. Healed the wizard. Okay. These guys are just dodging here. I'm going to use the heal again. So yeah, it's kind of automated. You can do it faster as well. If you don't like this side of the game, well, you probably shouldn't be playing Kingdom Dungeon Hero, to be honest. But oh, that guy can use slay. That's interesting. The warrior can try and slay this spider swarm automatically. Okay, these are missing here. These guys just did a couple of hit points each, or 1 hit point each. But you could quick fight it as well. Look, if you want to just go through it quick. There we go. So that's how the combat works. And then you just move through the dungeons. When you get, like, you have to. This is really cool because you have to kind of you have to manage your resources. Your parties aren't always strong enough to fully clear a dungeon in one go. In fact, usually, we got injured here because we went into a trap. We don't have a thief in the party, or somebody with a spotting ability. We got 19 enemies to kill, by the way. So there we go. We got some more. These Vizlos lurkers, the Velox beasts, and spider swarms. Chris says, do you have a tutorial to Conquest of Elysium? I just fired it up and already lost. Cheers, battle mode. I would just watch one of my series for maybe 1 or 2 episodes. That will teach you how to play the game. Axioms of Dominion says, this game really reminds me, aside from Dungeons, of Sovereignty, Crown of Kings. I never played that, so I don't know what that one is. Oh, I lost a hero. 2, 3, 4, 5. But yeah, one of my heroes died in that quick combat there. So, like, now you've got to decide, right? Is it worth losing your heroes for, or do you want to retreat? So, yeah, this is pretty close, though, look. I think we retreat here. Like, we don't want to lose any more heroes. Oh, no, we can't retreat. We've got to fight. Okay, so let's have the wizards blocking or doing evasion. The ones that are dying. I'll have those evade. We'll have one of these guys on slay so we can get rid of that Velox beast. And the rest... I'm going to do a magic attack, I think. Let's try and stun one of these. So the combat in this, it doesn't look complex, but it's actually really tactical and, very much like an old blobber game. Anyway, you get the idea. So I'm not going to play this much more, but this is basically how this plays. You find loot in here, and the loot can make your heroes better. The heroes can do other stuff as well. They can affect the game campaign map as well. Okay. Just there we go. All right, and then we leave. So you can camp, or you can leave. You can, when you come back in, you can still like complete the dungeon. So you've got to sort of like plan, because there's only 180 turns. So you've got to be able to figure out, you want to be able to complete these dungeons as quickly as possible. You can't take up forever because the enemy's going to be doing the same. Conquest of Elysium gameplay very heavily depends on your faction, says One McClack. Yes, I agree. Blow Your Mind says, okay, this looks cool. Confirmed. One McClack says, unless you know what you're doing, it's easier and faster and safer to auto-explore. Yeah, but you might lose heroes, and so once you know what you're doing, yeah, you kind of want to do it manually. Anyway, I'm not going to play Kingdom Dungeon Hero now, but I just thought I'd show you that, guys. It is pretty cool. All right. What else can we do? I've run out of coffee. I've run out of tea, so I might make myself a cup of tea. One McCluck says, min-maxing the inventorying is having an A team for raids, 2 heroes you gather and verify rumours. After that, you can use the other 4 heroes to command armies or build more adventure skills. Ah, but sometimes you want two parties going around. Yes, it's an RPG. It's also got RPG elements thrown in, but it looks great. Yeah, so, I mean, look, when I said that I don't like every game having RPG elements, I just mean in genres where it's not really needed, you know? Like, does a first-person shooter really need leveling up mechanics? One McCluck says level 1-2 heroes dying is no big deal, but losing a level 4 plus in a balanced party is a problem. Yeah, I guess you can, like, it depends on how much money you've got. I don't like to lose heroes early on, really. Right, guys, I'm just going to put my backdrop up. I'm going to be back in about 5 minutes, and I need to go make a. I'm just going to use the bathroom and then make a drink, because otherwise my throat's going to die. But I'm intending to stream for a little bit longer because I'm enjoying this today, and I've got quite a lot of viewers. So if you don't mind, I'm going to be back in 5 minutes. Oh yeah, by the way, folks, if you want, just leave questions in the chat while I'm gone, and I'll answer any questions when I come back. Cheers. Okay. Get rid of this backdrop. So, thank you for sticking with me if you've stuck around. It's always a bad idea to disappear off while you're doing a live stream, but I really needed to rest my voice for a few minutes and get a drink. Excuse me. Okay. Let's see if I can catch up with some of the comments. Slice the Elder was saying, what was that game? It's Kingdom Dungeon and Hero. One McClack says BattleMode has a let's play from a year or so ago on his channel. Yes. By the way, guys, I apologize in advance. I'm going to do something that you should never ever do on a live stream, which is eat. But I am really hungry and I've got some biscuits, so I'm gonna do the English thing and dunk my biscuits in the tea while I'm doing this. But never do this, all right? Especially if you're a web thought. Okay. So I'm just really, really hungry, but I want to carry on. I did actually have some real food as well, so I'm not just eating biscuits. But D1 says, anyone else looking at Strategos releasing this month? Strategos. Let's have a look at that one. Strategos. Why the fuck was that up on my screen? Okay. Real-time tactics war game set in classical antiquity. Okay, so, I mean, oh, why did that do that? Sorry, guys. Yeah, Strategos looks similar to Total War series. If you like that, you might also like Oriental Empires. I didn't play Oriental Empires. Strategos, it's microprose, so it's probably going to be good. Generally speaking, microprose have just released banger after banger recently. Okay. One McClack says, BattleMode, there's a guy from Scotland called McMusty, and he's making a game, Drone Commander, that's part VN, visual novel, part RTS, part RPG, and has furries. Are you interested in taking a look? Not a big fan of the furries thing, I'll be honest, but let's have a look. So what is it called? Drone Commander. I don't see it. It's not on Steam. It sounds like the sort of thing that would be on itch.io. Hiryu Mushuzen, been playing Soul Ash 2 lately. Sort of like Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode. Yes, I have this game, but I have not played it. It's one of these... I tried to stop buying games that I don't play now. Yes, it's Soul Ash 2 I've got. I heard good things about this. It's got pretty good reviews. Yeah, I remember this. So I can't remember what it was about this. I think I tried it and didn't really get that far into it. I'm not a big fan of the graphics, actually, even though I'm not that bothered about graphics, generally speaking. They're not that bad. I've seen a lot worse. Yeah, this looks like the sort of thing that I would like. Yeah, maybe I need to take a look at this one and have a better look at it. Blow Your Mind says, Battle Mode, I know you're into wizardry. Have you tried the 5 Ordeals? It's extremely good. I'm blown away by the tightness of what is, in essence, designed from the 80s. So is this a... Oh, hold on. I think I know which one you're talking about. Or Wizardry, the 5 Ordeals. Classic Dungeon... Let's have a look at this. Okay, so this is one of the, it looks like one of the Japanese versions of Wizardry. So Wizardry is interesting because Wizardry, it hit Japan like, like a sledgehammer, and the Japanese loved it. And they took Wizardry and then turned it into JRPGs. But there's also, people still in Japan liked the original Wizardry game. So the Wizardry franchise kind of fell off after Wizardry 7 originally, but I think the Japanese were just making like knockoff Wizardry games for ages, and some of them are really good. I haven't ever played any of the Japanese Wizardry games. I'm familiar with I played the first one, not very much though. I've mostly played Wizardry 6 and 7. I think Wizardry 6, Bane of the Cosmic Forge, is an amazing game. Very, very, very cool. Yeah, it's a classic blobber style. I like these kind of games. I think they are of their time, right? So I think if you were there at the time, like I was, at least, I started playing these with the Bard's Tale. The very first Bard's Tale. Now, this has been re-released. Oh man, it's £2. So what? I mean, what's that? Like $4? $3? $4 for this? This, if you like RPGs, man, this is a no-brainer. I mean, it's a very old style of RPG. It's a blobber CRPG, but this is a beautifully well done version of the Bard's Tale. Now, I don't think the Bard's Tale are the best of those kind of games, honestly. I think they were really good at the time. I played Bard's Tale 1 when it first came out. Or at least I played the ZX Spectrum version. And I think it was a demo that I had originally. I didn't play the full game until much later. I just had the demo, but I played the hell out of that demo. I loved it. I thought it was great. But these are they're of their time. I think the best one of these, by the way, is Grimoire. It's Grimoire by the legendary Cleve Blakemore. Grimoire, Legend of the Winged Exemplar. Oh, sorry, Herald of the Winged Exemplar. Oh, this is on sale as well. This is like, okay, it's only got mixed. But the reason why this has got mixed reviews is because people don't like the developer. Cleve is a very, very interesting guy. You can go and look him up yourself. I'm not going to talk about him here. I personally, I've actually spoken to Cleve Blakemore. I've had some interactions with him. I really like him, but he is very controversial. I don't think he's a hateful man like some people think, but he does not hold back his opinions. Let's just say. So if you've got an open mind, he's a very interesting guy. But yeah, he's one of these preppers. He's a real prepper. He builds nuclear bunkers and shit. Like he's mental. But I actually I really like Cleve Blakemore. I think he's really interesting. But he's made this. This is the best wizardry style game that I've ever played. It's so big, and it's so long, and it's difficult, and it's like, you know, look at it. And it took him 30 years to make or something. I think it was like 25 years it took him to make it, but he finally finished it. The story behind Grimoire, by the way, like he's sort of saying, you shut your mouth when Cleve Blakemore is talking. He's like, so yeah, I'm not going to comment on Cleve too much, man, because he's a divisive person, and I know like some people might get very offended because he said some stuff that have pissed people off in the past, and he can be, you know, he's controversial, let's just say. However, I'm not convinced he's a bad guy. I think I've spoke to Cleve. I think he's okay. I think he's just very, very convinced that the world's going to end. But the story, like, by the way, the story behind this game is way better than the game itself. Actually, the game's really good. This is a really good game. It's a beautifully made game, man. And you know what? Regardless of what you think about Cleve, none of his politics or anything are in the game. He's just made this for everybody. He's made this game for everybody, and he's made it with a love of video gaming. There's no like, there's no mad Cleve Blakemore stuff in this. It's just really beautifully made. It's a wonderful game, man. It's a wonderful game, and but the story behind the game is even more mad. He worked for Surtec, working on the original Wizardry 8. And it's like they tried to memory hold the whole experience, but anyway, you can go online and there's a video that tells you exactly what happened with this. But it's one of the best stories that you'll ever like hear on the internet. It's one of the internet's best stories. The development of Grimoire, it's mad. But yeah, anyway, so I got a bit distracted there. But yeah, this is my favorite Blobber. It's absolutely amazing. It's really, really good. It's very long though. But anyway, back to the Bard's Tale. This is the first Blobber that I ever played, Blobber RPG, and not the remake, of course. You know, these remakes. But this is like really nicely made. What's it? In Exile did an absolutely amazing job of this of these ports of you know, of the Bard's Tale. They're beautifully done. They're very much like the original game. They've just made it a little bit easier to play. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna have to catch up on all the comments. Let me put some of Adrian. Oh, sorry guys. Let me put some of Adrian's music on in the background, because we'll just put. This is the guy who does music for Conquest of Elysium, but making sure it's not too loud. Gosh, that is really loud. Hang on. Look, I'm using Winamp. Yes, I do use Spotify as well, but is that okay? That sounds okay. Guys, let me know if it's too loud. Oh, it's a bit loud. Battle mode. I know you're into wizardry, but have you tried the... Okay, so we've done that one, sorry. D1 says, is Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode any good? I never thought pre-generated DF areas were that interesting. I mostly just focused on my own fort. Well, the whole point of Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, originally... Ah, this music got loud. Hold on. Okay, the whole point of Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is that you're supposed to go into your destroyed fort afterwards and then kind of loot it for all the goods. That was the whole point of adventure mode. It was the whole point of Dwarf Fortress. But yes, it is good. It's not very tight. It's a big, expansive sandbox game. But yeah, I think Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is really damn good. Is the volume okay on this, by the way, guys? Just let me know if it's too loud, because it's looking a little bit loud on my monitor. Adrian's music sometimes gets a little loud. There we are. Let's turn it down a little bit more. Okay. Oh man, there's so many comments to catch up on. Okay. Okay, Toei Andano says, yeah, it's great, but you need to seek out quests. Nobody will tell you what to do. Yeah, that's right. So Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, you've got to make your own fun. Like, you've got to figure out what you want to do. So it doesn't work without that amazing So yeah, let me start again. Dwarf Fortress is a game of like 3 parts. You've got the history generator that generates the world and all the history. Then you've got the the fortress mode for which is the city builder colony sim game, and well, it's more than that really. But then you've got the adventure mode, and I think if you like the history or the history simulator and all the histories that it creates, and you're interested in visiting these places in real life, and you read about some dragon that's taken treasure, and you want to go and hunt down that dragon, Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode is absolutely brilliant. Chris is asking, Battle Mode, have you ever played Hex of Steel? The name rings a bell. Is it on Steam? No, but was it you that mentioned this before, Chris? I need to have a look at this. It does actually look very cool. Yeah, I'll come back to this. Here you Mushu then says, you can visit your forts. Aside from that, becoming a vampire necromancer and enslaving the entire population is neat. Yeah, if you want to break Dwarf Fortress Adventure Mode, play as a necromancer. You can't actually easily play as a necromancer. You have to go and, well, I was playing as an elephant man, and I went into a necromancer's tower and killed the necromancer and became a necromancer. And then I was a necromancer elephant man, and I was killing loads of stuff, because you can just kill stuff with one punch with an elephant man, because he's literally an elephant man, not like the elephant man. Yeah, and you will slow your game down with so many zombies following you around. Blow Your Mind saying, I'm now playing Hex of Steel. Tight. Okay, that was a question for someone else. One McClack says, Strategos looks similar to Total War series. If you like that, you might also like Oriental Empires. It's not on Steam yet, it's in development. Oh yeah, sorry, that was your friend's game. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Toe Andano says, Soul Ash 2 dev shot himself in the foot by being a POS. Yeah, I vaguely remember some controversy. I don't really care about that stuff, to be honest. It's like, I'm not that bothered about what people do in their spare time, and I'm not easily offended, and I don't think other people should be easily offended either. I lament the days when we all didn't have to argue about politics. But if he's done something that's offended you, I'm going to make a comment on that. The other one says, I never got the whole Oriental Empires is like Total War thing. It's more like Civ 5-6 than anything else. I've never played Oriental Empires, guys, so I can't comment on that. Hirumu Shuzen says, I play a lot of Tome 2. Reminded me of that with some town building mechanics. So my friend Ollie Coffee is trying to get me into Tome, but I've played it a bit. It doesn't feel like a roguelike to me. It feels more like a tactics game. Do you know what I mean? It's like all the abilities are all like cooldown timer stuff, and I think it's really cool. Like, my mate's telling me, he said it's like, this is the best game. Like, you got to play Tome. It's like the best game. But I don't know. There's something about it that doesn't quite work for me. Like, I think I've been spoiled by ADOM, and I think I love ADOM because it just feels like an old RPG. And a lot of these I know Tome's not modern, but I think a lot of the more modern designed classic roguelikes, are going a little bit too far away from the RPG feel and a little bit more into like sort of streamlined tactics games, which is one of the reasons why I passed on Path of Ashura, to be honest. Even though I know that's not really a roguelike. How about Caves of Cud, says Chris. Any good? Yes, Caves of Cud's really good. And Toe Andano is agreeing. Yeah, Caves of Cud is great. It is great. The thing I don't like about Caves of Cud, and I've talked about this before, is that I don't really like they've got this really interesting lore generation system. So like everything in that game is procedurally generated. Well, it's got curated content like Adon. It's got an overland map which is curated, but then it's, you know, everything around it is procedurally generated, like the dungeons, characters and stuff. Many of the characters. But it also procedurally generates like the lore. And it's this crazy, it's like using Markov chains or something. So it's really like clever mathematics that they're using to put this stuff together. But it kind of makes gobbledygook, and I just don't find it very inspiring. But mechanically, Caves of Cud's a great game. I think it's superb. Okay, Blow Your Mind's talking about that wizardry game. He said it's Wiz 1, but with very long and hardcore scenarios. It's not very anime, the art is great. Old school. Yeah, it looks like either Beholder on the Amiga, said Chris. Blow Your Mind says it's basically an engine in which you can make Wizardry 1 scenarios. Anyway, those guys are just chatting away. One McClack says, if you want a more modern Eye of the Beholder, try Legend of Grimrock. Yes, I have... Have I got that one? No, I don't know if I've actually got that, but I've heard great things about it. That was a relatively modern blobber. I think it's got cool puzzles in, that's what I heard. Blow Your Mind's talking about Grimoire. Yeah, I got that, but it has a slight, let's say, learning curve. Yes. Grimoire is a... Man, Grimoire is so good. Let me show you that. I've got 2 copies of this. I like it so much. Let me just turn off the music. Oh. I might have cocked up here because I've just tried to alt-tab out of this. Where's Winamp? Okay, let me just figure out how to shift it over to my other window. Come on, Winamp. Open. Okay, I'm just going to close it. There we go. Alright, so yeah, this is Grimoire, look. This was a game that was started in 1990 something after Cleve finished working at for Certec in Australia in a squat by the sounds of it. Here we go. Oh. And I might have messed up by moving the mouse. Let me reload this. Sorry guys, it was because I had to come out of Winamp. It's a bit janky. Try one more time. Like as you shut your mouth when Cleve Blakemore was talking. Cleve Blakemore was like, okay, regardless of what you think about him as a person, you cannot deny he's funny. He is the funniest person on the internet. Like as you know, people have made a game of trying to like wind him up, and he's the funniest person when he like replies to people, but he is offensive. So if you're easily offended, don't look Cleve Blakemore up. You'll be offended by him. He's an offensive person. but I'm not easily offended, and I think he's very funny. Okay, so here we go. Look, so let's load a game. Where was I in this? Oh look, I was playing this a couple of years ago. So yeah, look, this is an old school blobber basically, but you can have like 8 characters, which is quite unusual because you don't usually get that many. Maybe Wizardry 7 allowed you to have that many, but you can do some cool stuff in this. Like it's got a really nice UI in some respects. In other respects, the UI is a little bit kind of bad. Well, it's not terrible, but it's like the inventory management in it's not very good, to be honest. It could use a bit of work, but it's got some really nice features like auto mapping. You can auto move as well, so you can go to set path. So we're here, for example. If we want to go down here, and then you click Pathfinder, and then you'll just click exit and walk, and it will automatically move you to where you got to go. There's a lot of like backtracking and stuff in this game, so this is really nice. It saves your hands having to kind of like constantly move. But look, there's NPCs in the game, and you can talk to them. I'm trying to remember how you talk to the guy. Oh yeah, so there we are. Who's my character who would be talking? Who's better at talking? Is that a bard or something? I think it's her. I can't remember which one any of my characters do. Oh yeah, anyway, you can talk to him. So you can say like, okay, oh, I've spelt it wrong. But you can, it's like one of those where you kind of like, you type in clues. I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, okay. What about magic? Magic! Ah, it's magic you wish to know about, the stuff of dreams, the mystic energy that permeates the universe. Visit the museum and you won't be disappointed. So, like, there's loads of clues in this game that come from talking to people. It's a proper role-playing game, just in a blobber style. I think this is very much like Wizardry. Let's not spoil this moment by talking. But yeah, then you can fight him if you want, and you can get into a battle. So this is what the combat looks like. There's a lot of combat in this game. It's like really, really... You'll fight a million times. I don't think I'll be able to win this fight, by the way. I've just started a fight with an NPC. Okay, one of my characters is dead already. Yeah, we can't even hit these guys. Look, they're too strong for us. One McCluck says, why is this guy dancing? I don't know. Yeah, look, this is old school gameplay. Oh no, Garrick's dead. So yeah, we picked a fight with one of the local NPCs and he's going to wreck us. But yeah, you can just hold down the spacebar, or is it the enter key? I forget which one it is now. There we go. And like, you know, and it's got loads of nice things. Like, for example, there's a lot of battles you'll get into where you just know you've lost. So you can just end the game at any point. And just reload and stuff. It's like, you can't do that with a lot of these old games, so this one's particularly nicely made in that respect. It's got a really deep and engaging character creation system in it. Yeah, Grim, and it's massive as well. Like the training scenario, which is, I guess, you know, the first part of the game, it's like 40 hours of gameplay. It's like 40 hours just for the training scenario. So it's big. It's really, really big. Okay. Grim Harbinger Gore Gaming saying hello. Toe Andrew says good, looks great. Grim Harbinger is saying what on earth is a blobber? Yeah, it's a Peter Oskov said blobber refers to how your party is blobbed into one entity. Yeah, so all your characters move together as if you're one. That's basically it. It's a sort of first person game. Toe Andre said, people expect DF adventure mode to have quest givers with icons above their heads. Instead, talk to people and find out what's been happening. Dragon has stolen an artifact, go get him. Yeah, that's right. And so I think there's going to be more. I think they're working on, they're working on quests a little bit more. Where they've done the magic system, apparently. Hobo Elf said, I put cash down for the Grimoire physical copy, never got it, didn't expect to, but it's such a nice and soulful game. Right, you need to get on Cleve's case. If you want to talk to Cleve, he's on Substack. He's using a different name, but if you look, you'll be able to find him. I've spoken to Cleve. I think he's an interesting guy. I do not endorse all of his opinions, though. Just before people start trying to get me cancelled or upset, I don't endorse all his opinions or whatever, or anything, or the stuff that he said. But at least the few comments that we've exchanged with one another, I think he's an all right guy. Actually, the impression that I get of Cleve is that what you see of him on the internet is very much like this inflated thing that he puts out as a sort of defense mechanism when he's being attacked, because a lot of people attack him. But he's but I think he's genuinely a good person at heart. I think but yeah, he can say stuff that can offend people without doubt. Grimoire Let's Play when? Oh man, I've been thinking about it, but it's such a long game. Like, I just don't think I'd ever get it finished. Hiramu Shoes then says, I have provided $4.99 to his Doomsday Fund and purchased Grimoire. Great stuff. Make sure you play it. It's really good. Like, Grimoire is one of those things where when it clicked after, because it's hard at the start, just like Wizardry. Like Wizardry 7 is the closest game to Grimoire. It's like a, you know, Grimoire's made in the style of Wizardry 7, but it's got more, the world feels more lived in than in Wizardry. Wizardry, like, is really sort of, Wizardry 7 was really bleak and quite empty at the start, and you have to play for hours and hours before you start getting characters to talk to. But in Grimoire, there's characters to talk to right at the start, so the world feels really lived in. It's definitely, out of all the blobbers, it's the one that feels the most lived in, I'd say. Maybe Might and Magic's pretty good for that as well. Blah 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 blah. Hirimu Shuzen says, I remember playing a game of this style on the Sega Saturn, but I can't recall the name of the said game. That's cool. I've actually got a Mr. FPGA system, so there's a Sega Saturn core on that, so if you can remember the game, let me know and I'll have a look. Hobo Elf says, Ark Island is the next blobber I'm really looking forward to. Fans of the genre should give it a look. It's still in early access, but I think it'll release this year. The dev has put out consistent updates. Is that on Steam? Ark Island. Let me have a look at that. Oh, there we are. Oh, okay. Here we are. So it's an early access game. Oh, it's got 3D graphics. That's fancy for a blobber. Wow, this looks great, doesn't it? Oh, it's got tactical combat. I don't know why it keeps doing that. I'm moving over here. Oh, wow, that looks fantastic. I like how it moves into, you know, tactical combat with sort of spatial, you know, this kind of tactical combat, I guess. Top-down tactical combat. Yeah, look at this. This looks awesome. I'm actually really interested in that. That looks really cool. I might, how far along is it? I wonder, who's I talking to about it? Sorry. Oh yeah, Hobo Elf. Yeah, Hobo Elf. How far along is this one? One McClack says, this Grimoire may deserve a Seth video. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's quite janky enough for Seth to cover it, actually. Like, was it Wizardry 8 he did? Wizardry 8 is janky, man. Supreme Plague, hi all, hello. Supreme Plague says, yeah, Ark Island reminds me a bit of Wizardry 8 combat style. Yeah, it looks like that, except I think Wizardry 8 was done from a first-person perspective, even though it had, like, some positioning stuff in it. I quite like the idea of the combat in Wizardry. I didn't get very far with the game though. Wizardry Adventure Shining the Holy Ark. That might have been it. Blameye says the combat looks like SSI. Yes, it does a little bit. Hirimu Shuzen says, I bet it was Shining the Holy Ark. Kind of rings a bell. I wonder if I've got that. Right. I can do this now. Right, so let me see if I can get my Mister on. Ah, yeah, I need a different scene setting. Can you guys still see me? So I'm just going to make sure that this is still working. Okay, can you see that? Yep. Nope. Can you see it now? Let's send this. Send it to my other monitor. Okay. Wow, being able to see myself is a bit weird. Right. What did you say it was on? Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn. Oops. Sorry, guys. Saturn. And I've even got a Saturn pad, look. Saturn style pad. This is a 8-bit Do pad, by the way. 8-bit Do make really good pads. Okay, it's been a while since I've used this core, so... Oh, no, I won't have it. That's a... Oh, yeah, of course. So I don't have every game on this one, so I was like, oh, I'm sure I'll have that game now. I ain't got it. But, okay, Crispy's saying, do you know how far along Elemental Reforged is battle mode? I do, yes, but I'm not allowed to tell you. Sorry. I'm not allowed to tell you, I'm afraid. I'll tell you what, I'm going to play a quick game on here while we're messing around. Oh. Let's just come out of the mist for a sec. Combat looks kind of like Ultima. No, not really. I don't think. Okay, not sure how far off it is. Arcilland is a solo developer effort. I think the plan was a 1.0 release in 2026. So far, he's kept good with his roadmap scheduling. Okay, that's cool. All right, so yeah, this is my Mr. FPG. Like, you know, while I plug this in, I'm going to actually show you this because you might like this. This is so for those of you who like old games. This is a emulator, an FPGA system emulator that emulates old consoles and computers. So it's got all like, look, you can emulate the Apple II on here if you want to play the old Bard's Tale. It's got the Commodore 64. It'll do. I've got some Commodore 64 games on here actually. ZX Spectrum. It's basically loads of the old MSX systems. This has got like everything on there. BBC Micro. But yeah, consoles are kind of what I got this for. So, for example, let's put on PC, something you people might not have seen before. So I never had a PC Engine. This is a console that was not really available in the UK. You had to buy them. You had to buy these kind of like on, through magazines and stuff or import. Very, very rare to get them. But yeah, look, so let me see if I can find a good game for the TurboGrafx. There's some cool games here, man. Dragon, what's Devil's Crush? Is it? Yeah, Devil's Crush. This is a classic. This is a classic game. Here we go. Look. Oh, and we've even got a CRT filter on this. So this is like an old pinball game. I'm just going to play this just for 2-3 minutes, guys, because I want to show you how cool this game is. This is one of the old games. Yeah, this is an old pinball game. This was on the Sega Mega Drive as well, on the Sega Genesis. This is the original PC Engine version, or TurboGrafx if you were in the United States. I think it was called PC Engine in Japan. Okay. I thought early Ultima made that top-down party combat. Maybe my brain is wanked. Oh no, you're probably right. Like I didn't. I've played some of the old Ultima games, like the really old. I played like Ultima 1 and Ultima up to Ultima 4 or something. I bought them all on GOG. I did not play the Ultima games the first time round. I just didn't. I didn't do it. I don't know why. I don't know why I never played the Ultima games. I think by the time I had a computer that could play them, because I don't think they were on the ZX Spectrum or the Atari ST. There might have been some Ultima games on Atari actually, but yeah, by the time I had one of those computers, I'd been absorbed by JRPGs by that point. I had a Japanese friend, and he had Super Nintendo or Famicom and Super Famicom. So I was introduced to Japanese games way before they came out over here, because there was He had a Super Famicom before the Super NES was even out in the UK, and so I got to see stuff like Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest, those old games, and that was it. I wasn't interested in Bard's Tale or Wizardry or stuff anymore. I just really wanted to play Japanese games. Blow Your Mind saying, I got a roll, it's been great, have a nice evening. Oh yeah, thanks for coming along, man, see you later. So anyway, what is this? This Mr. FPGA system basically is a way of emulating old consoles, and it emulates them almost perfectly. It's way better than like software emulation. It's almost exactly like the original hardware. So this is what I've been spending a lot of my time on this year. Last year, 2025. Because I think there's something about older games design that really appeals to me, just because I guess games were really a lot simpler back in those days, and so yeah, I've been playing like a lot of old games, a lot of old arcade games, and like when I've clocked off from work, I kind of don't want to play strategy, so I tend to play like arcade games and stuff. But this has been kind of fun. Anyway, that was just an excuse to show off the Mr. FPGA. Oh, I'm just going to play this just for 2 minutes because I never get very far on these bonus stages. This has got everything on, by the way. It's got old arcade machines on, like original arcade cores are in here. Okay, anyway, let's get back to what we were doing. So I'm just going to switch over. Sorry guys, you won't see anything for a minute while we're just sorting this out. I'm just going to turn the mister off. I'm going to be doing more videos on arcade stuff, but I'm probably going to make a second channel for it, because I think if I mix the strategy gaming and the arcade gaming channels a bit too much, I think people, well, for example, like hardly anybody will watch the arcade stuff, and then it will kind of tank my channel, you know, in the algorithm a little bit. Anyway, I'm interested in continuing looking at stuff. So ADDD, Ada, I'm going to call you that. Oh man, I love pinball. Random aside, there's a great pinball museum in Krakow. Okay. Where all the tables are on free play. Got proper classics there like Adam's Family table and a point blank machine. Right, so when I went over to, the last time I went over to the Stardock office in Michigan, they took us out to a arcade in Ann Arbor, Ann Arbor, Michigan. And it was amazing, and they had so many pinball machines. And actually, if you so you guys know Nucrium, yeah? Nucrium was there as well, and so me and Daz Tactic and Nucrium and Montu and a bunch of other guys who were there. There were some guys that you've probably heard of, but Pravis was there as well, and Winter Gaming. There's a few of us. I don't know if Winter was there actually, but anyway, we went to this arcade and we were playing games. And my missus immediately found that Addams Family pinball machine and was like, she just loves the Addams Family and she loves pinball. So like she was just straight away just playing the Addams Family machine, man. That is a really, really good pinball machine. I'm not a big pinball player myself, but I do like it. Have you guys got anything else interesting that you want to show me before I clock off? If there are any other games that you think you would like me to have a look at, is there anything that's in... I'll look at what's actually in my library. Okay, some stuff about Ashes. Supreme Ruler, gosh. Oh, there was a Dominions update. Okay, so just a bug fix update. That's cool though. Sins 2. Dune Imperium. I've been playing this a lot, by the way. Dune Imperium. I like this game a lot. It's a board game adaptation of the Dune Imperium board game, but Grim Harbinger Wargaming says, I am alas too niche for talking about anything, but then again, you're fairly niche. Yeah, I am pretty niche. I like normie games as well, though. Like I like a mix of stuff, really. I think the biggest normie game I play probably is Metal Gear Solid 5. I still like this game. I don't know why. It's such a broken, crappy mess of a game, but it's just fun. Like, it's just really fun. Games don't have to be super tight to be fun, really. Supreme Blake says, have you tried the demo of The Darkness Below? Just curious if it's good. No, I don't know that. Grim Harbinger Wargaming says, I'm a Wargames design studio nutcase. Are you indeed? You and me will be friends then, because I love WDS. I love it. What's your favorite Wargame design studio game? Mine, I think, is Full de Gap 85. I think that's my favorite one. I also very much like the Napoleonic games as well. Chris says, oh, no, I'm out. I'm going to cook my dinner now. See you around. Cheers. Hey, thanks, man. Appreciate you coming along. I'm going to have to get off in a minute, actually. I think Battle Queen is now about, so I do need to go and see how she's doing and spend a bit of time with her. Hey, Ada says, I told a kid at work I played EU5, and after I tried to describe it, they said it sounded as straight as a roundabout. EU5, I've just not had a chance to play this yet. What I have played of it so far, where are we? What I have played of this so far, I really, really like. I really like what I've seen so far. I liked EU4, but I didn't love it. But EU5, I think it feels, I don't know. Some people think it's better, some people think it's worse. That's always the way it is. Oh, sorry guys, I'm just going to turn this volume down. Good lord, that was loud. Grim Harbinger Wargaming says, I bought 17 this sale. You joking? Man, they're expensive games, even on sale. That's fantastic. Which ones did you... I was going to ask you which ones you got, but I don't need you to list all 17. Let's just turn the volume down on this. Alright. I'm a Napoleonic and ACW person. They are my most played. Okay, yeah. So American Civil War. I don't know anything about the Civil War, but I really like the Napoleonic and Civil War era fighting style. Warfare style. I think it's really interesting. Ada says, I'm loving it, but the latest patch maxes out my RAM and crashes it over and over. Oh god. The one says EU5 clearly has amazing foundations. Yeah, so I was playing... Who did I play as? I was just playing the trading tutorial, and I was amazed at the depth that I saw in the trading. It looks like really, really good. Way better. EU5 was a little bit too hands-off for me in the trading side of things. Where, yeah, here we are, Holland. I was playing as Holland. Yeah, it's saying incompatible, but I'm going to try it anyway. Grim Harbinger said, I bought mostly Panzer campaigns since all I have all the Napoleonic and Musket and Pike and most of the ACW titles, so onto the Panzer campaigns. Well, that's cool, man. We'll have to play a game of one of the Napoleonic games sometime if you want. I'd love to do a short multiplayer. Like, I haven't got time for a massive multiplayer game now, but if you ever want to do a battle, like one of the Napoleonic battles, I'd love to do that. So drop me, if you're interested, drop me a message at battlemode@protonmail.com. I'll just give you the... That's my email address. If anybody ever wants to play any games. Ada says, I've been learning about Irish history, so I've been trying to form a united Ireland, get the Brits out. Yeah, get rid of us. We didn't do Ireland any good. I'm going to admit that. Yeah, look how long this game takes to load. It's absolutely crazy. So I've still not actually played all the tutorials of this. I got so into the trading side of the Holland campaign that I didn't even really do any combat or anything. I think the reason why I stopped playing actually was because somebody invaded me, and I was like, oh, okay, I need to do the combat tutorials now, the warfare tutorials. And I'm not a huge fan of Paradox's combat system, actually. I don't think it's bad necessarily. Ada says, I will say I love England the place, not so much England the government. Yeah, I'm with you there, man. Like, I love England the place, but I do not love England the government. Very much the opposite. Especially right now. England's government are speedrunning their way to a rebellion. I'm telling you that. Okay, wow, this does take a long time to load, doesn't it? Grim Harbinger Wargaming says, yes, Quatre Bras is a great small scenario. Which game is that one in? I'm interested to know. I forget which Wargames Design Studio games I've got now. I've got a few of the... Let me think. I've got the ones set in Spain during the Peninsular War. I've got Waterloo as well, I think. Actually, have I got Waterloo? If I haven't got it, I definitely should get it. Is there a sale on at the moment with Wargames Design Studio then? Yeah, there will be because it's winter, isn't it? Of course there is. I might have to get a copy of... get a WDS game. Again, the only problem with those games, they're really long. Yeah, look at this. This is absolutely crazy, the loading time on this game. So I wonder... So I was actually planning on learning this game to actually play on the you know, like on YouTube, but I think that it's kind of too popular, and I don't think I'd get anybody watching it really. But I do like it. I think it's a really nice game. I've been meaning to play like at least one Paradox game at some point. My favourite game is probably Crusader Kings, but the problem is with Crusader Kings, it kind of brings out the worst in me, and you'd see me be up to all kinds of depraved behaviour, and you'd be like, God, this guy's a sicko. Okay, so yeah, but like Eve, God, wow, the performance is bad on this game, isn't it? Like, I've got a really powerful computer, man, and this game is kind of tanking everything. Yeah, performance is really, really bad. I wonder what's going on there. Yeah, I can't remember what happened now, but I think I got attacked. Oh, there we are, look. Yeah, France invaded me, that was it. So, and you are warned about it, by the way. Like, when you start this campaign, you are warned that you need to keep England and France, like, happy, because if they invade you, you're going to be in trouble. But you can actually, like in this game, you can make a really, really rip-roaring economy. And yeah, the way that the markets work in this, I really like. I think it's a really fascinating trade system. I think Paradox have really done quite a good job of it. It's a little bit... I've seen people complaining about the UI. I think, like, I kind of get it. I see why some of the UI is a little bit weird, you know. But I also don't really understand how you do it in another way. But I just don't understand UI design. I just don't really care either. Like, if the game, provided the game works, I don't give a toss. As long as it's not too common. There are some games that have got oh, here we go. Like Flanders have lost, Holland have won. Okay. What's going on there? Did I invade Flanders? Oh, it's a navy. Okay, that was why. So yeah, I had a navy here. But yeah, anyway, this is a magnificent game. I do want to get into it. Just pause the game. I do want to get into it. Look how big it is. Do you know one of the things that puts me off EU4? Sorry, Europa Universalis. It's this mess. Look at the Holy Roman Empire. It's ridiculous. It's like, look how many states there are. I just can't get my head around it. It's like whenever I always look, like I always want to play one of these Germanic, you know, kind of like the Holy Roman Empire nations, but it just looks so overwhelming. Like how many? I mean, just imagine the real life politics of the time. It must have been ridiculous. Like trying to deal with like so many different nations, all tiny little nations. Look, it's absolutely bonkers. But yeah, look at this. This is a great game, man. Like I think this is the sort of game that if you've not got a job, this is the kind of game for, you know, single people, unemployed people, people who don't have any other hobbies. Like, and you can get really lost in this, because I mean, you know, you can just kind of like you can spend hours just looking at the game on pause. Grim Harbinger Wargaming says, I might or might not own 41 WDS titles. Oh my god. Yeah, I wish I'm gonna have a look which ones I've got. I'm gonna close this now, guys. I was just a bit put off by how long that took to load. It's like, God, that's terrible. Marcus is saying, oh hey Marcus, Marcus says, that's what I love about CK3. When you're reading the forums and player questions and answers, you start to wonder if you're really on Steam or if you've stumbled onto the darknet. Yeah, exactly. I remember reading this, I was reading a Reddit post, and I don't know if it was just an elaborate troll or whether it was real, but it was some woman saying, I overheard my boyfriend or my fiance talking to his mates, on the internet, and they were saying the most disgusting stuff. And it turned out that he was playing Crusader Kings, and they were talking about, oh, I'm going to marry my sister, and then lock the daughter up, and then marry her later, and marry. And he was just coming out with those depraved Crusader Kings crap. But she thought he was like just some degenerate talking to his mates. Because he really can do some monstrous stuff in that game. But it is I actually think that Crusader Kings is a really good game. I'm not going to load that because now I've remembered how long Paradox games take to load. I'm not reading that out. Moreb El Yazim says, in EU4, HRE is one of the most fun places to... Oh, yeah, Holy Roman Empire is one of the most fun places to play. I imagine so, yeah. I just can't get my head around it. It just looks like there's so much to think about. I guess you just start small, don't you? You just see who's immediately around you. But it's like when you start thinking about all the marriage alliances and stuff you've got to do. By the way, guys, I'm going to be back in about 2 minutes. Won't be a sec. Sorry about that, folks. Okay, I'm back. So, okay, so Chris is saying... Oh, sorry, hang on. Ada is saying, how else do you cement a perfect bloodline? Yeah. I think if you play Crusader Kings, right, you've got to just remember that it is just a game. I mean, you don't have to do all that depraved incest stuff, but it's there for those of you who want to indulge. Marcus says, I remember a mega thread before CK3 during CK2 that was just bonkers full of quotes, screenshots, links and whatnot. So the most insane questions and answers. It was hilarious. Yeah. So I think the reason why Crusader Kings worked really well for me, where I kind of bounced off EU4 and Hearts of Iron 4 and 3, is because I think that there's less to kind of keep an eye on in Crusader Kings, because it's very much an RPG. So, you sort of fixate on a plan that you've got. Like, I want to try to get this territory by marrying into this family, and I'm going to, and you're playing all the events. I think it's just easier to play. I think Crusader Kings is the easiest one of the lot to play once you understand how it works. Whereas EU4, I found this one pretty impenetrable. But EU5, I think I can see myself really getting into this because I really love the trade system, and I love abstracted trade systems in games. Chris says, just while I'm cooking, what do you think of Old World? I'm going to answer a couple of the others and then I'll answer that. Deether one says, it's really funny to me devs had to get rid of North Korea mode in CK3 because it was too strong. Marcus says, CK3 is very easy to play, difficult to understand it all, but that's not really its intent, I think. Yeah, I agree. Ada says, CK1 is how I got into Paradox style grand strategy. Oh, that's interesting. My favourite grand strategy game is actually Field of Glory Empires. I really like this game. I haven't got it installed actually at the moment. That's weird. But I usually got that one installed. But I like this game a lot. I've got Field of Glory Kingdoms as well, but I haven't really played it yet. Kind of, I don't know. I didn't really like some of the changes they put in it. Oh, Daz has played this for 200 hours, look. And Rich has played it for nearly 200 hours as well. So, yeah, Daz and Rich really liked it. But I think Richard York and I are going to do a podcast soon on tabletop games, by the way, for those of you who are interested. Yeah, Chris says, yeah. So Old World. So what do I think of Old World? I was on the closed beta before the game came out, um, and I like Soren Johnson like a lot. I think he's cool, man. He's a really nice guy. He's also an amazing games designer. Um, so I was really excited to be on the Old World beta, but I played it a bit, and I just like I like the 4X side of it. I don't like the events. That's basically it. I was really close to buying it because my copy was on Epic because it came out on Epic first. Um, is it still on sale? Yeah, it is. See, this is really cheap. This is like I think Old Worlds is so good that £8 is like £9 is a no-brainer. Like for $10 or whatever this is, like $11. I think this is an absolute no-brainer. But I don't know if I'll. I just don't like those events. And I don't want to play it on Epic. I can't be bothered to have Epic installed. I think that's part of what's put me off buying this is just because yeah, I don't know, but it's only £8 and it is really good. So yeah, so to answer your question, Chris, what I think about it is I think it's a great 4X game, no doubt. I think it's one of the better designed 4X games, but I think there's too much reading in it for my liking, and I find that the events just put me off. I don't know why. But I need to, yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it now, and I'm thinking maybe I need to buy this again. Because I got a free copy, and I feel a bit bad because I didn't really play it that much, and Mohawk gave me a copy, but I didn't really give them their money's worth, so I might just buy a copy. Marcus says, "Oh, I have Empires, but really want Kingdoms. Never go into Empires. Kingdoms is more my. I never got into Empires. Kingdoms is more my theme. I feel like both of them, I think both of them are really good games. Field of Glory Empires I think is an amazing. I prefer that to the Paradox Grand Strategy games. Actually, I really do. It's just turn-based is more my thing. Hobo Elster, thanks for the stream. It was a nice break from an otherwise hectic day for me. Managed to sit down and paint some Warhammer the Old World minis while listening to the stream. Cheers to everyone. Hey, thanks so much for coming along, man. And I've got a bunch of BattleTech models that I want to paint, and my missus bought me some really nice, quite expensive dry brushes, and I really want to get back into my modeling, and I've got like some nice lighting to do it. So, but that makes me think, damn it, I need to play Mega Mech because BattleTech is like one of my favorite games. And talking about tabletop games, here's the thing though, before you go. A buddy of mine, a good friend of mine who lives quite near me, but we don't get to see each other very much because I'm fucking lazy and he's busy as well. But he actually, me and him played Warhammer 40k tabletop on Tabletop Simulator the other day, and I've not played 40k in years, and I mean literally since 1995 was the last time that I played maybe 93 or something. It was 2nd edition, yeah, that I was playing, and so it was mind-boggling to play 10th edition, which is completely different, a totally different game, but actually a really tight game, I think. And so yeah, that was really interesting. So yeah, I'm kind of getting into Warhammer. Chris is saying it's available on GOG too. Grim Harbinger Wargaming says, also, I am a WDS lunatic when I started snooze tubing just for them. What's snooze tubing? I'm not familiar with that. Oh, do you mean YouTubing? One McClack says, have you played Suzerain? It's a political simulator. No, I haven't played that one. Hoverwell says, love Battletech. They have some really nice new minis. Yes, they do. They're really nice. He says, I play that occasionally, but mainly all my free time goes into Warhammer Fantasy now. So if I had friends, that sounds horrible. I have got friends, but I don't have any in the vicinity. If I had friends nearby who played like all kinds of tabletop games, and I had my choice of what I would play, I would play Warhammer Fantasy. I really like that. I like Battletech best. I think Battletech's probably one of the best design games I've ever played. I think it's such an amazing game, and it's been amazing since the 80s as well. Super tight, but I think Warhammer Fantasy would be my favourite. Ada says, can't believe I got a shout out. Real internet celeb now. Morabel Yasim says, what I found works well to play different launches is using a unified launcher like Play Night. Yeah, maybe. I don't like wasting money. But £8, like £9 for Old World is a no-brainer. This is I mean, even I will play it that much. Everybody keeps telling me that I've got to play this. You know, they're like, oh, battle mode, why don't you ever put Old World in your tier list? It's because I just haven't played it enough. And I don't, it was all this stuff. Like, I just felt this was boring. It annoyed me. But I reckon I could get over it. Because I think that, you know, Soren Johnson's an amazing designer, man. Like, he's such a clever designer. And I do think that if I can get over this stuff, I think I'd probably enjoy it. The reading doesn't bother me in Shadow Empire. I don't know why it bothered me in Old World so much. Okay. Oh, Grim Harbinger Wargame saying, it's my name for YouTube. I'll have to check your channel out, dude. In fact, let me just, I'll do that in a bit. Ada says, don't tempt me into getting an Old World army. Yeah, Warhammer the Old World, you mean? Yeah, it's too expensive. Hobo Elf said, just one army? I've collected Goblins, Skaven, and now Warriors of Chaos. I used to have a Dark Elf army in 6th, but threw it away when I got married. Foolishly thinking I'd never play again. Egg on me. Oh, no. You threw it away? Wow. Man, you must be kicking yourself. Mind you, I gave away a Super Nintendo with about 30 games to one of my friends. I wish I'd not done that. I hope he's enjoying it, though. Hirumushizen says, there was a mech game on Atari I remember once. I got used to the graphics. Once I got used to the graphics, was pretty cool. I think I know what you mean. That might have been a Battletech game. One McClack said, Firelock 1980X could be a fun tabletop war game. It has things like werewolves and robots and nuclear pilgrims. Sounds cool, man. Adadad says, Skaven are the best aesthetic. If they were in 40k, I'd be all over that. I think if they put Skaven in 40k, it's just a bit too on the nose, isn't it? Like, just literally copying stuff over. Although, mind you, they went back to the squats again. Squats came into it, like, after being out of the game since, like, 87 or something. Or was it 88 that Rogue Trader came in? Rogue Trader came in, they talked about the squats, and then that was it. They were never done. They made some minis, but that was about it. I like Skaven, though. Yeah, Skaven are great. I had a Skaven army in Warhammer Fantasy Battle in the 80s when I was a kid. I didn't have a big army, but I had a lot of Skaven models. There's a cool third-party proxy army of Skaven AdMech. Sounds bonkers. Yeah, so like, yeah, that's been an interesting thing. Maybe I'll have to get a copy of Warhammer the Old World, man. Right, guys, I'm just going to go to the bathroom. I'll be back in about 30 seconds. Okay, sorry about that, folks. Grim Harbinger Wargaming says, weak. I have High Elves, Dark Elves, Wood Elves, Warriors of Chaos, Dwarfs, Lizardmen, Skaven, and I've not played or collected Games Workshop since before they blew up Warhammer Fantasy Battle. Wow. Just not got rid of them. Well, saying very nice Chaos Dwarfs, especially sublime model design. I envy you. I had a load of Chaos Dwarves for Fantasy Battle years ago in the early 90s. So that would have been, oh god, I don't know what edition, third, I think. Third or fourth, maybe, yeah, third. I think I stopped playing Warhammer in about 95, 94. I stopped playing Warhammer before I left school. Yeah, Chaos Dwarfs have definitely got the best hats. Okay, what else have we got? This is a game that I've been given to look at, by the way. Ages of Conflict World War Simulator. Let's have a look at this. This is a game that I got sent. I don't often accept free keys for games because I don't usually get time to play them. So I always say to people now, like, look, I'll accept the key, but I can't promise I'm going to do anything because I'm just too busy. But I accepted this one, and I was like, I thought I'd have a look at it because it does look actually something that might be cool. Okay, maps, scenarios. Okay, so let's just play, see what happens. See if we can figure it out. Simulation method. You can either create a scenario with manually created nations or spawn a certain number of randomized nations. Let's randomize it. Okay, here we go. Okay, so what's going on? I don't know. Something going off over here. That's it. Yes, attack. And attack those guys as well. Ha ha ha. What do you mean you're losing? No. Fight to the death. Go. Ha ha ha. It sounds like we're playing Hearts of Iron. Yeah, it kind of looks like Hearts of Iron. Guys, music is really loud, man. Yeah, okay, right, that's weird. Alright, so let's just come out of this, guys. That looks sorry, it looks like a very much like what do you call it, World Box. I don't know if you guys know that. It looks very much like World Box. It's basically a simulation game It looks really cool actually, but I don't know how to play it, so I was just like, what? I think what I'll do is I'll have a look at that and see if I can figure out what's going on with it. But it does look like it's going to be quite fun. It's not really my kind of game, to be honest, but I like more sort of hands-on stuff. What else have we got? We could have a look at. This is my favorite games list, but got a bunch of stuff to play. Some of this stuff I put on my to playlist ages ago. This is a game I really want to get into, Nebulous Fleet Command, but I never quite got out. I never quite got into it. I know Daz has played this one a bit. He's played it a bit. Look, none of my friends have played this more than like 30 hours or 40 hours, which is very, very interesting to me. Not even old Daz Tactics played it more than 10 hours. What do you guys think about it? Has anyone here played Nebulous? It's one of those things where I booted it up and then I had to play like a long tutorial before I had to play, and that always puts me off for some reason. Not always in the mood to do that. So, but yeah, Dune Imperium. This is a good game. I've covered this game quite a lot on my channel. So this is one that I was talking about before. This is a board game. But it's a digital board game. It's a beautifully made game, Dune Imperium, I think. It's like a worker placement game mixed with a deck builder. But yeah, very, very fun. Elemental Reforged. This is a game I really want to play. Like this is obviously one that is Stardock, so just be aware, guys. I work for Stardock. Blah blah blah. Look, Brad's playing it right now. So I think that like this is a great game. I think what I might do a series on this one, but I don't know whether to wait for the full release or not. Yeah, maybe what I'll do is when I've got access to the full game eventually, then I'll do a series on that. Perhaps try and release it as it comes out, because I like Elemental a lot. I think this is a really good game. It's one of Stardock's better games, I think. And it's cool that it's getting an update as well. What else have I been playing, guys? I've been playing Total War Warhammer 3 a lot. This is a game that I've played the hell out of recently. Ada says, Dune is such an interesting setting. Did you play the weird Amiga adventure game? I remember playing as a kid, not understanding it and dying in the desert a lot. I did, yes, and I wasn't very good at it either. The one I played the most was Dune 2. I've actually got that somewhere. Where's my RTS? Here we are. I've actually got Dune, the original Dune 2. Let's put that on for the lols. So this is a hard game to play now, because especially if you're used to can you guys see this okay? Yeah, you should be able to see this. Okay, so here we go. This is Dune 2. This is back in the days, look, when you had to hold on. I forget what it is. M to move, isn't it? So yeah, this game you had to move your units individually. This is the first RTS game, I'd say. One of the first. I think Herzog's Y came first, actually. And that's a console game. But yeah, look, if you want to move your units around, you've got to move them all individually. Here's your infantry. There was no nuance in this game, I'm afraid. The infantry were just weaker tanks, basically. I think they could move over certain things. Maybe the tanks couldn't, but there wasn't really a whole lot of difference between these units. Yeah, you can't drag select. There's no attack move. Everything had to be done like manually. Look, the good old days. Remember how you build. Where's the construction yard? Oh, there it is. What's the problem here? Oh, we don't have any credits, that's why. Yeah, this is... so, do you guys remember this? This is Dune 2, also from Westwood, kind of a grandfather of RTS games. Beautiful for its time. I used to play this on Fridays. I played the hell out of this game, man. I actually, I didn't have a PC until a little later on, so I first played this on the Sega Mega Drive, but I did play it on the PC first because my friend Rafiq, he had a copy of this that we got from our kung fu teacher, because our kung fu teacher was based, and he gave us loads of cracked games when we were kids. So I got this. He got TIE Fighter. We had Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. What else did he have? Like some classic games, man. Oh, Elite 2 Frontier. Yeah, that was another one. Hobowell says, I've only recently got into Total War as a series. I love the Warhammer ones, but I gave Three Kingdoms a go and I love it. What other ones do you guys recommend? I'm looking at Troy and Dynasties. So, I don't have Troy. That's one I don't have. I think it depends like what you want from Total War. I mean, I played the first ones, so like Shogun and Medieval 1. So I played Shogun the first time round, and I thought that was an amazing game. The vibe of the Total War games has completely changed, though. I've got a few installed, so I can show you a few if you want. I've got Warhammer 3. Have I got Medieval still? No, why did I uninstall that? That's a shame. Have I got Attila? No, I've uninstalled these, but so yeah, I think the only one I've actually got installed is Warhammer 3. Yeah, look, I got a lot of these, so I can rank these for you if you want. I didn't really play. I've not played this one much yet. I bought this just to play a Lord of the Rings mod, but Attila's meant to be okay. Empire I've not played yet. I must have got this one free. Medieval 2 is a good game. I think Medieval 2 is the last really, really, really good Total War game. I think Shogun 2 is also pretty good. Shogun 2 was the first that they started using this new engine, which is the one that they used right up until Warhammer 3. Rome 2 they used the same engine as well, and I don't know, like I like Medieval 2. It just feels a little bit less like an arcade game when you know it feels less like a classic RTS game, in that there's a little bit of a delay between ordering your units and them moving, whereas in Total, like in Rome 2 and Shogun, they kind of just run, you can like dodge artillery and stuff. It's kind of stupid. At the same time, Shogun 2 is a good game. I think this is like really good. I think Medieval 2 is a really good game as well. Three Kingdoms, yeah, look, I got like 40 hours into it. I think yeah, this one, like I didn't like the combat in it. It felt like Warhammer, except a much better strategic map, but just really boring combat. So I couldn't really get into that one. Hopewell saying, I'm a big fan of Bronze Age stuff, so those games look like they'd be my jam. I've got the Pharaoh Dynasties. Pharaoh Dynasties is the kind of remake, because they released Pharaoh and nobody liked it, and then they released Pharaoh Dynasties and this one did better, I think. Yeah, look, I got 3 hours in this one. So it's not that I didn't like it. I just kind of was like fed up with Total War. I was fed up with historical Total War. I like Warhammer though. I mean, I've got 500 hours in Warhammer 1, 700 hours in Warhammer 2, 250 hours in Warhammer 3. I've played this series a lot. I think actually mechanically these are worse. Warhammer's like the worst, probably the worst one of the lot, but it's just fun. Like this is a game that I can just pick up and play, and it's just easy I just enjoy it. Like, it's just really fun. Ada says, I'm scared for Total War Warhammer 40k, my life will be over. Yeah, I'm a little bit more enthusiastic about that than a lot of other people. I don't buy into this creative, hatred of creative assembly. I just don't care about that stuff. I think they've made mistakes, but I think that I also work for a games developer, and I know how hard it is. However, they did some kind of shitty stuff. There's no doubt about it. But I'm a little bit less hard on them than a lot of other people. I also, I've watched a lot of criticism on Warhammer, on Total Warhammer. I'm a game critic myself. I think it's got a lot of problems actually, but I don't like. I saw Voland, his criticism of Warhammer, sorry, of the new Total War games, and I agree with a lot of it. I think the nuance of the older games is a lot higher because you had less mechanics. This is, but Warhammer's just fun. This is a really fun game. This is a really fun game. Let me see if I can see what campaigns they've got. I accidentally deleted one of my campaigns the other day. I was really annoyed. I was playing Ark in the Black and I was doing really well. And I accidentally deleted it. This is like the furthest I've got with the game for a while. Yeah, this is played 12 hours of this one. Oh no, no, that's not 12 hours. That's the time that I saved it actually. I don't know how to say. Sometimes the feel is more important. Total Warhammer just feels good. Yeah, it's just. It's not like, the depth of the game mechanics in this. They've just tried to make a fun sandbox, basically. And it's unbalanced and a bit buggy. And, the factions all play quite differently now, which is a nice thing. I think Total War Warhammer 1, now I look back on it, wasn't a great game, actually. But I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed that. I was... like when I first got that, I was unemployed, so I just played it for ages and ages and ages, like back to back. I used to do marathons of it, staying up for days on end playing that game. So I'm all in on Warhammer. I bought every bloody DLC for this, and I've played most of them. I like this game, even though it's kind of like dumb. It is a good game. What am I doing here? Oh, I'm fighting these guys. Is this going to be a siege battle? No. Let's fight this battle. This could be fun. So this is Cathay Look. Oh, I got ogres in their army, and I'm playing as Village the Curseling. Grim Harbinger Wargaming is saying. He's talking to Hobo Elf, but he says, I do like Troy since it could be historical truth behind the myth, or mythological, so you can run around with Kerberos. Since I just rebought Troy. I've not got Troy, that's the only one I didn't get. It's not the only one, but that's one of the Total War games I don't have. I actually love the setting of Troy. Like the Trojan War is one of my favourite things. I didn't like the look of the gameplay, though. I think Pharaoh is probably Pharaoh Dynasties is probably the one, if you want to play that. What's going on with my computer? I don't know why, but I'm getting really, really bad performance today, guys. My PC's usually much faster than that. Oh yeah, I know what it is. One sec. It's on games capture mode. Okay, that's a bit better. Alright, what do we got here? So, okay, I like playing Warriors of Chaos in this because they are... Well, I've always liked Chaos in the Warhammer games. This is going to be pretty simple. So Zinch are kind of like they've got shields and a lot of range stuff. Although I'm kind of playing them in a bit of a boring, oh well, not a boring way, but in a bit of a different way. I've got Harold Hammerstorm here. We've got a Mutalith Beast. What, I can't even remember the Vortex Beast. What does that thing do again? Oh yeah, Maelstrom of Change. Yeah, it's an active ability you can use. And then we've got a couple of Soul Grinders. Let's have these Soul Grinders here. We can actually lure those guys into battle. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. They were... Oh. Let's just get these... Let's just get these guys up this way. Oops, sorry guys. It's been a... I'm not used to playing this on stream. There we are. In fact, let's have them there. Because yeah, their reinforcement's going to come in this way. Oh, I've got a Cockatrice as well. Yeah, so this is a Village the Curseling campaign I played, and I don't normally play Zinch. Don't really like them that much, but I thought I'd try and play this DLC because I bought it and, thought it'd be fun. Let's just speed the battle up here. Now, what I will say about Total War Warhammer, a man of your talents. I like it. I don't care though. I know it's not fucking. I know it's not like a particularly great game, but I just think it's fun. Like it's not. There's no tactics in this game, really. There's not really like It's like, well, there is, I suppose. But it's not like Medieval, where Medieval really you do have to use tactics. Shogun, you really do have to use real tactics. But in this game, you can tack enemies up hills. It doesn't matter. Like flanking kind of works. Like I guess the way that I play it as well, particularly since I play Chaos, I tend to just like run stuff into it. I just run shit into the enemy and just watch them kill shit. Yeah, these lancers are coming. Let's just go and put this. Let's go and put these guys down here. Oh, okay. They're not going there. That's fine. Yeah, it's actually a little bit slow. What have they got here? See, like, this is the thing about this game. I've got to the point now where I'm so powerful that it doesn't really matter. Like, the strategy doesn't matter. The tactics doesn't matter. I'm just going to run my stuff into their stuff and I'm going to win. Like, I think that's probably why it's fun, because it's just, like, you can kind of turn your brain off and play it. Now, oh, they got Longmar Riders. I don't know what you're thinking about doing with those. Okay, let's get the cockatrice out, because that's going to die. But Empire Knights thinking that they can attack me here. Okay, let's have these guys running up this side. By the way, I usually play pausing this, so... Whoops. Okay, those Empire Knights have just run into my trolls. Or whatever they are. Chaos Spawn, whatever those things are. Okay. Let's just tie these guys up here. I don't care about pink horrors. Forsaken are just doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is just fighting on the front line. Okay. And I probably, because I'm Zinch, I probably want to be using spells. Might make sense. Yeah, look, see what I mean? Like, my units are kind of so strong now that it doesn't really matter where I go. I'm probably just going to win this battle. I'm not doing particularly... I'm not playing particularly cleverly, of course. Let's just move these Chaos Knights out of the range of these halberds. But since Chosen don't really care if... Like, Chaos Knights will charge anti-large stuff and still damage it. There we go, look. Okay, let's bring those Chaos Trolls out. Yeah, I'm not even paying attention to half my battlefield, and I'll still probably win it. Okay, where is Village? He's just chilling out. So is Harold as well. Okay, I've overloaded them on this flank. Now, if I was playing more seriously, I would be pausing it a little bit and just kind of trying to figure out where stuff wants to go. But because I'm just hanging out with you guys, I'm not really that bothered. I'm not like I've actually played Warhammer on. I played Warhammer on stream before, or at least as part of a series, and I barely got anybody watching. Like, nobody wants to watch someone who's like okay at Warhammer. I think if you're going to play Warhammer, you've got to be really good at Warhammer, and I'm not really good at it. Like, the other thing that I do not like about this game is the map. Look at this. It's the map. The map movement of armies is janky as hell, and it's really inconsistent. I just don't understand how anybody else really likes it. Hold on, where is Harold? Oh, he's up here. Yeah, he's just holding it down in the centre. okay. Just bring these guys over. Yeah, see, look, I've been playing abysmally. I'm not even paying attention, and I'm still winning because my forces are just way stronger than the enemy, and that's what I mean. Like this game is fun, and there is some strategy to it. It's not like, you know, there is strategy to it, but it's not like like you can't do this with medieval. You can't just take your eye off the ball and just play like just kind of okay. Like for example, Xintia, you're supposed to be using magic all the time. Like this is what you're supposed to be doing. I got a billion little abilities and stuff that I've just not been using because I don't need to. I don't think these soul grinders have even been fighting. In fact, those have run now. There you go. So this is what I mean. Like, by the way, it's not just about single battles. Obviously, like if you like, this is a bad battle for me. Like, because I'll have lost a lot of units because I'm just playing like a fool. But so you know, this is going to have ramifications in your campaign if you just make a sloppy battle like that. But like that should have been a decisive victory on my side. If I'd have played a bit more smartly, I'd have moved my troops in, used a bunch of magic, ran round the back with the cavalry. But it's still like, you know. I wish I had Medieval installed because like Medieval 2 is a completely different game in terms of how the battles play out. So, okay. Quark, hello. Quark says Empire is my favorite Total War game. I love the setting. I didn't play that one. I played Napoleon though. I thought Napoleon Total War was pretty good. My brother really liked Empire though. Grim Harbinger Warburg Gaming says Shogun 2 is often touted as the last great Total War. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's fair. At least, like, you know, kind of Voland and all that. Those guys, they say that's what they say. I agree. I think this is a great Total. I don't think it's a great Total War game, but I think it's a fun Warhammer game, if that makes sense. Like, this is a really fun Warhammer game, but it's not like a great Total War game. Hobart says thanks for the recommendations. No worries. And Ada says you're making me want to reinstall. Yeah, like this is just like a big dumb fun game basically. Like when I want to turn my brain off but still play a strategy game, I'll play Total War. I'll play Warhammer Total War. I think if I was going to play this on stream, I'd probably play Medieval, but I'm not like I haven't played Medieval too much. I actually bought Medieval 2 on the oh, by the way, the reason why I ended this campaign was look, I confederated this Cathay faction because I thought it'd be funny, but obviously eventually they're going to go to war with me. So yeah, it's like I don't know. I made a bit of a mistake here. I probably should have just killed those and just had a massive territory myself. But with Warriors of Chaos, you kind of don't need to control stuff yourself, really. What I do like about this game is that it's very much a sandbox game. You kind of do what you want. There are some quite challenging campaigns in this if you put it on legendary difficulty. It's happening. I'm telling you, my partner, it's your fault. No, don't blame me. Don't you blame me for you buying games. Yeah, look at this. Look, I made a real pig's ear of that battle because I was talking and I wasn't even really playing it properly. And look, I still like only lost one unit and yeah, those guys are going to run away. So this is what I don't like about this game. It's this the army movement is really unusual, unpredictable. Like there's so many times where I'll be like, right, the game says I can go and attack that army, and then you'll run up to it and it'll be like, no, you can't attack it. Why? It says I can. No, just game says no. So yeah, that's one thing I do not like, and that's one reason why I don't play this on stream, or you know, like you know, as a series. One reason is because basically I have to save scum the hell out of this game because I just cannot figure out the movement. Like like let's say for example, the example of what I'm talking about. This guy here, yeah, it says he can attack that. But when you actually do it, no, he'll stop here and you can't attack. And there's no reason for it. Like it's just really inconsistent, bizarre rules. Okay. Oh, do you play Boomer Shooters Battle Mode? Yeah, I do. I played which was the, oh yeah, Bolt Gun. I played Bolt Gun recently, the Warhammer one, Warhammer 40k one. I didn't finish it, but I really enjoyed that. That's a really good game. Have I got that installed? Yeah, Warhammer 4. I've actually, I think I played Bolt Gun on stream one time. Holy shit, is that a 6 gig game? Let's see my friends. Yeah, nobody's played this a lot. Yeah, I played about 5 hours. Like, I like that. I thought that was good. So yeah, I do like boomer shooters. Chris says, yeah, I play boomer shooters when I don't want to think. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's the sort of game that you can just turn your brain off and just, you know, just enjoy. I don't really play first person shooters at all. I don't like modern ones very much. The nearest thing I get really is like Metal Gear Solid, and that's not really a boomer shooter. Yeah, that's not really a shooting game, but I did like Sniper Elite. I don't know if you guys have played that. I really enjoyed Sniper Elite 4. I thought that was a good game. I really enjoyed that, actually. Chris is saying, oh, if I want an easy 4X, I'd play Master of Orion Conquer the Stars, which is modded to make the game better. Yeah, a friend of mine really likes that. Under the Missile Joe. Hello. Just wanted to say, I've recently started watching your Minus Tribe playthrough after having seen the Why I Love Shadow Empire video randomly. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate that. So, yeah. Shadow Empire is, along with Conquest of Elysium, it's my favourite game. I like these two games best. I've played this a lot. Like this, you know, 300 hours it says on Steam, but I've actually played most of my time in Shadow Empire on the Matrix version. So I've got like, I think probably 2,000 hours in Shadow Empire. And so it's my favourite game. I did a little bit of work for Vic. So I worked on the manual a little bit. So I'm NDA'd on the game as well. So like I talked to Vic a fair bit. He's really cool, such a cool guy, man, and such an amazing games designer. My voice is going, by the way, now, guys, so I'm actually going to end this stream. I'm going to go and take a little bit of a break. I've never ever done a 5.5 hour stream before. This is way longer than I've ever done, so I'm going to have a break. But I might, like, tomorrow is possible. I could live stream if people like these live streams. By the way, I'm going to do them more. I don't normally get like 40 people watching, which is quite a lot of people for me. So, you know, if people are enjoying it and you think it's something you'd like to see more of and I've got the time, I'll do it. Like, I like just chatting to people, really. The only problem with me playing games on live stream is I tend to talk more than I tend to play. So, you know, not everyone likes that. But speaking of which, folks, I'm going to get off. My voice is absolutely wrecked. And I need to save myself for work next week. So, yeah, I might be back tomorrow if I'm feeling up for it. Otherwise, I'll just do some Shadow Empire videos. I'll probably put some more videos out over the weekend, so you got those to enjoy if you like Shadow Empire. Thanks a lot. Thanks for coming and hanging out. I really appreciate it, and I'll catch you next time. Take care.